let's get to it, shall we? I mean what I said. You know, once the conversation starts up again, I'm coming right back. So go ahead and think that you're ignoring me. It's not going to help, but try it again. I'll stay quiet. I'll let the other people talk. Go ahead.
What was the question you asked, Alpha? I forgot.
Well, I was asking, is there any evidence for the Earth being a globe? And because T2 chimed in and said, well, you got to explain to him what he means by evidence, I told him to shut the fuck up. And Dogpill got upset and clammed up and left. So I was like, you don't do that. Sorry, not on my watch. So once you return, back to me again. Every time you unmute, back to me again until we have our conversation and then we get it over with and then you can talk to somebody else. But until then, I'm going to interject. I don't mean to be a dick, but that's just what you're doing. So
I think you do, but the question is
well,
like,
kind of.
do you think that this way of acting, do you think that convinces people?
No, see, I'm not here to talk about feelings like you. I'm here to talk about the truth and facts. So we want to know, inquiring minds want to know what you know about the Earth being a globe. Now, if you do have any evidence, please present it. That's what I was going to ask you. So all you got to do is present the case that the Earth is a globe.
Do you think that the way that you act?
Yeah, not going to entertain that. Really not. I want to talk about the truth. So is that what you're all about? Or are you just all about feelings? Which you and T2 seem to have a lot of.
Hang on. When you talk about the truth, right? What you're trying to
Still
do
not
is
listening to you until you get to the point, because we're not here about feelings, Dogpill. This is not talk. Isn't like passing the feather around and you can get to talk. We want the truth. Now, do you have any truth for the Earth being a globe? Let's get to it. Why fiddle faddle? Waste time. It's not going to be useful. We're burning daylight. We want to know if you know have any truth for the Earth being a globe. Go ahead. I ain't going anywhere. Here all night. So either take T2 with you and go scurry off somewhere else, or answer my question. Pretty simple.
So how does driving people away recruit more flat earthers? Just wondering.
We don't need to recruit anyone.
We're not recruiting people.
Not a cult.
We're exposing people to the truth. We're not recruiting people. We're not convincing people. If people don't like it, they can kick rocks like you. Take T2 with you. Go skip along somewhere else. This place is meant for people to understand what truth is and be able to have discernment.
I personally,
sorry.
I just want to say, I personally would never want to convince you where you just say, oh, I believe you, Clay, that what you say about the Earth, I believe that is true. No, I think that would be even the completely fail the point. The point that I would rejoice in would be you saying, that is interesting. I will do my own research and I come back and hopefully I find out something new. And that's actually the intention of almost every honest truther on here. You know, we're not only flat earthers though, we also can talk about other things, but because this is mainly about flat earth, we talk about flat earth. But yeah, when it's about truth, it's about you and you doing the journey on yourself.
So back to the question. We're wasting way too much time on this. It's simple. Is the Earth a globe? Let's get some evidence, Dogpill, shall we? Go ahead. I won't interrupt.
Well,
you can present your case.
Me? My case is I follow Santos.
Dogpill. The Dogpill. I don't know. Am I speaking to the Dogpill? Sorry, I don't know who was talking, but I was speaking to the Dogpill.
You just got here, right, Joanna?
Yes.
Yeah, my bad, Joanna. I thought you were the Dogpill. I'm speaking to the Dogpill right now. I wasn't speaking to Joanna. I was speaking to the Dogpill.
But if
okay, we can act like petulant children and ignore what I'm saying. You can do that, but I'll tell you what. We can go to Joanna, and I'll let Jedi talk to Joanna because I won't interrupt.
What's up, Joanna? How you doing?
Hi. Well, I don't know if this is Flat Earth Room or not. I'm a teacher in the Academy of Santos Bonacci, so you guys might boot me out. Familiar with this guy?
Are you a flat
do you guys
earther?
follow him? Is that what you guys do here?
No, we don't follow anyone.
Yeah,
Okay.
I feel like he's like the glue of the chat.
I only follow Jesus.
Okay. So are the so I would love to just listen then and see where you guys stand on flat Earth.
I don't
Currently-
think they really know.
No,
because,
we're
I
not
mean, I
doing
asked-
that, Dog
I
Pill.
mean,
Oh, God.
I'm just gonna mute him.
Yeah,
So
we're gonna mute
I
you.
asked like if there's like an edge.
We're gonna mute you. You don't mute me, I mute you.
Well, there's
So
no
unmute
edge
me
'cause
or
it's
else
like
you'll stay on mute. Unmute me or you'll stay on mute, Dog Pill. It's up to you. Okay, you can kick rocks
I don't
too.
know what's
Go
going
ahead.
on in here.
Go
Are
ahead,
you
Jedi.
guys
None
flat
of your
earthers?
business, Joanna. Talk to Jedi, please.
Who? Oh, hi.
You've got some sass in you tonight, Alpha.
Okay, I'll talk to Jedi.
No, I'm not suffering these fools, that's all.
Yo, what's up, Joanna?
Okay.
What's this about Sanchez
So-
Bonacci?
Oh, I'm just asking if you follow his teachings about flat Earth.
No,
Okay, David Weiss. Anybody that I might know?
don't follow anybody's
Okay.
teachings. We
Okay.
have a plethora of evidence, and we take what resonates with us, and we leave the fucking rest.
Okay, so you don't watch anything or read anything about it. I got it.
But
I
no,
like that.
that's not what I said. What
I'm
I
sorry,
clearly
go
said was we have a plethora of content creators. I'll try and make this more succinct. So we take what resonates with us, and we leave what doesn't. So
Perfect.
David Weiss, Eric DeBay. Oh, we're just going to list off people that create content on YouTube at the moment. Santos, if you want to throw that in there, that's absolutely fine. But I wouldn't say that I don't read and don't watch stuff. That'd be
Okay.
presumptuous of you.
Perfect. Thank you.
Any other
Is Joanna
follow-up
a flat
questions?
earther? I'm not following. I'm not tracking.
Yeah, you missed it, dude. We're gonna have to wait for the sound guys to come in and wake you up.
Oh no. Joanna, are you a flat earther? Or are you a globe earther?
Well, as I said, I'm trying to say it gently. I teach in the academy. Santos has an academy, a Universal Truth School.
Right.
So yeah, I do believe maybe it's not a sphere
Okay.
as we were
It's kind of
taught.
weird to call it
The town,
teaching.
yeah,
You
Copernican.
follow his teachings and stuff like that. It's kind
Correct. Yeah, he's a teacher.
of weird. I see.
Bit weird. I mean, look, some people accuse us of being in a cult, but whatever.
Jedi.
I grew up
So-
in a cult. I was one of Jehovah's Witnesses, so I have that heavy Bible background as well. But I'm on the fence about the flat or the globe, as they call them. So let's see. That's
Yeah,
why I
well,
was.
I know a little bit about Santos. So, what are you saying you follow from him?
Pretty much everything that he says resonates with me for years.
Well,
I've
how are
I've
you on the
I've met
fence then?
about
He believes he
about the
lives in an astral plane. You would know that if you were a teacher, yeah.
astral plane, like when you
Yeah.
astral plane in meditation.
No,
Okay,
you're not a teacher of him, are you?
no, he's my
You're
teacher.
not. So you're
No,
full
I'm an
of shit.
instructor.
You just came in and you teach. You said you teach at the academy in Mexico.
Yeah, but I don't teach flat Earth. They have flat Earth
You just
teachers.
said
I'm
you
not one of
teach at
them.
the academy. And you said you follow him and he's a flat earther. So why would you be on the
Yeah.
fence? I'm
Uh,
failing
and
to
this,
understand.
I guess we don't. I don't know. I'm not. I really don't know because I would have to debunk everything that NASA says, wouldn't I?
So you came
I don't know
in
if I.
saying that you follow someone and you teach at his academy and you trust in everything he says, yet you came in here and you don't know what he actually teaches.
Okay, he teaches flat Earth.
No,
I would say-
what about it though? What about it though?
Well, the horizon. I mean,
No, he doesn't
mainly,
teach
the
that.
ISS. I can't forget it.
He doesn't teach that.
He doesn't
He talks.
teach
He
flat Earth?
he teaches about positive and negative.
Yeah, he does that. Yes, he does
So
that too.
you're full of shit. You came in here and you lied.
Oh, now I lied. Can't even
Well, you
keep up
did,
with your
didn't you?
questions. Okay.
You
Thanks
can't keep up
anyway.
with your questions because you don't know what I'm talking about.
So because I
Is that
teach
correct?
there, I have. Go ahead. What?
Let's try to just cool it off and
I
get down
can't
to the
do it.
conversation about whether the Earth's a globe.
Yeah, just exposing liars.
I'm
Think of
still
them.
confused. So
Me
let's
too.
try
I don't
and
even know what the fuck's going on. Go ahead,
I don't
Jedi.
know, let's try and drag this back onto path. So you're kind of undecided with regards to what the nature of our reality is. What's holding you to a ball, if anything? And I don't mean gravity. I mean, why do you still think that the heliocentric position is one to take and has validity to it? Hello?
You talking to me?
Yes, sorry, I do
I
apologise.
don't feel comfortable the way you're accusing me of lying. I don't
I
talk
haven't
to
accused.
people who think I'm a
Excuse
liar. I
me.
don't can't even hear you. What?
Oh my
That
goodness.
would be me, and
Get
that's
it,
not
bro.
Jedi. So Jedi's
I don't
going
have
to
to
take the
believe
conversation.
everything
All
my
right.
teacher
So
says. What?
I don't feel
Sorry.
comfortable with you saying that. I just don't feel comfortable right now. Okay, guys? I'm just not comfortable right now.
And I haven't actually accused you of being
Yeah.
a liar.
Thank you very much, though.
Excuse me.
I'm not.
I
I'll
haven't.
step.
Excuse me.
Fucking
I'll step
hell.
back. I'll step
Excuse me.
back. You can talk to Jedi. All right. So you don't need to feel uncomfortable. All right.
And I definitely haven't accused you of being a liar. So, Joanna, I'll ask you the question again, and maybe we can reach an accord, have a decent conversation in good faith. My question was to you. So you seem like, thanks. You seem like you're on the fence. My question was, what would hold you to a ball?
He left.
What? Oh, fucking hell. These people, man, seriously, women are starting
Yeah,
to fuck me.
they're fucking pathetic this morning.
God, that was a
So
180.
I'm not feeling comfortable because Britnett is talking. So I don't know what I'm going to do right now because I just don't feel comfortable.
Nice one, Timbo.
Well, these people are full of shit. They, like they come in saying I teach at his academy, but yet she doesn't know what he teaches.
What the
It's
fuck is
fucking
going
weird,
on with
man.
this kumbaya bullshit, man? What the fuck, bros? The sensitive, touchy-feely fucking... Oh my god.
These people are not ready for internet conversations.
They're
Like,
not ready to
get
talk to
your feelings
humans.
aside.
What the fuck?
I know it's
Yeah.
fucking weird, man.
Get the
I
Karen
just
vibes.
a word of advice for people coming into Discord. It's named Discord because there will be Discord. Now, if you can't handle a conversation and tell the truth about a conversation, because you will be called out on your lies, then don't get on Discord.
Okay, well, to be fair, this was a gaming platform before it was a debate platform.
Yeah, fair enough.
Britnett, you have a point. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Etymological fallacy.
One for the books, boys.
Chalk it up as a win.
I chalk it up, dude. Fuck it. It's on. It's on the board.
T-Dub got you on that, mate. It's etymological fallacy.
Oh fuck. We have to take it away. Never mind. Dry erase off.
Fuck, it's over.
Well, you had a moment in the sun. That's all that really counts. Look,
Hey,
even
Britnett, I heard you've been making videos about box ops.
Videos? No, not videos. I've been doing it for Jerry and some globe earthers. Box Ops is my my apocryphon right now, so.
oh my god, dude.
He's nothing like Apocryphon.
Well, he's different, but he's like, not
Not Sky Ice.
you know there's some
He didn't claim
people.
Sky Ice.
Jesus, dude.
I'm trying to be polite. I'm trying to be polite. But
I'm
yeah,
not a
I like-
fan of Apocryphon myself, but
you know, you don't like Sky
Oh,
Ice?
he just.
I think he's a nice guy. I think his arguments are a bit whack,
I think he mumbles and fumbles around and trips over himself, and then his shoelaces come undone, and then he trips over his shoelaces. Then he ties his shoelaces together and trips over again.
Fucking Timbo, dude. Fucked up, dude.
I figured out a way we can preserve sky ice. So we get it from Antarctica, right? We put it in a balloon, right, and then we take it on the boat and we bring it back over, and it's gonna evaporate, turn into gas. It's gonna fill up the balloon, right? And when we get it back, we stick it in the freezer, and it should form back into sky ice.
Dude, I bet you Apocryphon will be like over the moon about that suggestion. Be like, dude, what the fuck? Yeah, let's go run it up to the guys in the up at the top. Fucking hell, bro.
Yeah, let's contact the guy that wrote the letter about Sky Ice and see if we can get onto him, eh?
All I'm saying is today is Feelings Tuesday. What the fuck? I mean, everybody that's coming in here is a little bit touchy, feel like fuck. Oh, well, but your tone right now is just, it's not approved. Like, I just don't approve of it. Your tone is like, what the fuck, dude? Can't humans just talk? We fucking talk the way we want to talk.
The good thing about being Australian is you just say, "Oh, sorry, that's my accent. It sounds a bit harsh. Sorry, it sounds
That's
like
what I
I'm
said
being a cunt."
yesterday.
Dude, yeah, accents therefore win. Like, fucking. Well, shit, that means Brit and I could fucking get away with a lot of shit. As long as he doesn't use
No,
flowery language and it won't charge him with it. Fuck that, dude.
the
The moment
other
I start,
is
if there's 2 or 3 more words that are used in conjunction that are too flowery, dude, you're gonna get charged with fuck. Nah, fuck that, dude. We have to roll back the. What did you say? Like, fuck.
That'd be pretty funny.
No, I'm only kidding, bro. Like, just relax.
when you're English, you always get accused of being sarcastic.
Well, yeah, but you could tell like
Yeah.
with Jedi, you can't tell when he's being sarcastic. There's
Lulu.
like words that you'll notice, like sunshine, right? But then with me, it's like you just hear me smile when I speak, and that's how you know that I'm being
Lulu,
sarcastic.
I agree with you, but at the same time, that doesn't give him a free pass. Like, I get what you're saying, but they look, and the thing is, right? The one I'm speaking to about is the dog pill. The dog pill came in here and was saying a whole bunch of before I even entered. So I usually like firing my guns when I know somebody's prideful. So it was already stated that she was prideful. So hey, that's fair game. Yeah, I mean,
What was Dog Pill's argument?
well, before I started on, it was I think she was talking to Jedi and the rest of the guys. So I'm just saying, but I agree with you. If we were having a discussion, I think that would have been different. But she was a bit prideful. Yeah, you were a dog pill. And the other people knew it too. That's why, yep. Now, if I'm going to mute you, you can go ahead and speak with me, but we're not going to talk about feelings. We're going to talk about evidence. Okay? So if you want me to, I will unmute you, but you can talk about. I'm listening.
Are you Dr. fucking Fraser Crane or something? Right, so Dog Pill is in the room. She has been DMing me asking for a cordial conversation because, hey, let's be fair, she's probably got a lot of questions. She's probably never really asked Flat Earthers those questions, so she wants to understand our point of view, and this, that, and the other. So maybe we could, I don't know, dial it back 5% and give her the leeway that Lulu's asking for another female, I guess. Maybe we
How
could
about
just.
Lulu talk to her?
That might be a good idea.
I have absolute proof that the Earth is not flat.
No, you don't. Be quiet. Go ahead, Lulu.
We'll get to you in a second, Sunshine. Honey water, wine. What's your name today? Curved bottle of water. What is it?
She said, "Give me a few." She wants to grab her mic. If anyone didn't see.
Oh, that's fine. I'm willing to wait.
No problem at all.
Hello?
Oh, damn it! I was going to sing for everybody then, but being as you grabbed your mic already, you can go.
You're
Oh,
gonna
no,
sing?
no, I'm not.
I'd
I'm
like
not
to hear
ready.
that.
Go ahead and sing.
No, fuck off, man. That was a joke.
What tune did you have in mind?
I don't know. I believe in miracles. Hot chocolate.
That's a good song.
I can do an encore Jedi if you need, or if you want me to do it first, then you follow. You make it a lot easier for you.
Just need to make it loud and untenable. Some Brit Nat will wake up.
No, we'll leave it to the sound guys to do that because he'll be drifting off nice and smooth, and all of a sudden,
Yeah,
it's gonna
I had to
wake
take
up.
my headset off for an hour because I was like, I don't want this anymore.
It's so
Right.
funny because I could have just imagined like you just jerked awake, dude. You're like, fuck.
Right, Lulu, are you ready? Are you there?
Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing. What am I doing?
At the moment, you're going to be talking, or in a moment, you're going to be talking to the Dog Pill. The Dog Pill has lots of questions. The last question that was asked of her was obviously a usual one, evidence for a globe, but you can pick up any conversation you like and see where it goes.
All right. Hello, the Dog Pill.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. I just want to know where you stand. You're a flat earther, right?
Ooh, yeah.
Okay, cool. So, usually the default position would be globe, but honestly, I'm not sure, so I'm not going to take a position. Kind of like the God argument, I'm not particularly convinced. I have concerns there too, but yeah, I have
Ooh,
questions.
okay, go ahead.
Okay, so if I ask a glober what's at the bottom of a globe, right? They say Antarctica, right? And then there's like, pictures of Antarctica. People have been there. Okay, great. And then I ask the question like, what's at like the I don't want to call it edge because he had a problem with it, but the limitation of the space, what's at the edge of that? Is it like an ice wall? Is it a dome? Is it like
Um,
magic?
mhm. So are you talking about the limitations of the flat Earth?
Yeah, like if we were to look at the map, the flat map, which is like a representation of a globe, but that's probably going to cause issues, but at the edge, quote unquote, there should probably be something there, or else you might fall off, or maybe there's a dome or something. I just want to know, like, what's,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know what kind of conversations you've had with them, so I'll just start off as like a clean slate. So I do want to ask you a few questions before I'm able to answer yours. When you think of a flat Earth, do you think of a disk floating in space?
Um, well, no, because the possibility was given to me that like there is no like floating in space, it's just the bottom of the universe. Which sure, I guess that would make sense, except like you keep drilling down and then there's stuff there too, but
Right.
um so like is there like
Yeah.
a dome? Is there like an edge?
So there,
Does like Antarctica keep
right.
going on forever if
Mhm.
start walking from the center?
So the reason that they're probably not giving you a I mean, they probably gave you answers, but the reason you probably don't like it is because there isn't a way for any of us to actually really verify what is at the limitations. There are certain limitations on us, on the public, that is put so that we're not able to transverse to Antarctica. We're not able to go past the 60th parallel to actually do explorations and whether there's a dome, whether how far does the land go, what's beyond Antarctica? Is there more land? All of these questions we can't really answer you with confidence because there is no way for us to verify it. Now, we do have speculations on what could be out there, what the dome might be made of. If you want to call it a dome. So there's a lot of speculations that we can do, but as far as what is out there, nobody could give you um, a legitimate answer. It would just be what their idea is.
Okay, that's fine. But Mr. Beast went to Antarctica. I
Who's
mean,
Mr.
he's
Beast?
he's so Mr. Beast is this YouTuber and he's quite popular. He went to Antarctica, and
Yeah,
if you
yeah.
watch the video, there's like, airplanes flying over and all that. But
Well,
he hmm?
I'm sorry to interrupt you. So I should clarify. I'm not saying you can't go to Antarctica. There are certain spots in Antarctica that tourists are allowed to go, but it is within a supervision. It's either with the tourist company that you're going with military, with scientific companies. Those are allowed. However, if me and you just decided to go to Antarctica tomorrow, um, we're not allowed to just go there and explore. So those people, Mr. Beast, whoever there have been people at the South Pole, taking pictures. Oh, we made it to
Mhm.
Antarctica, yay!
Yeah.
However, they can't just decide to, once they get to the land, they can't just decide to go explore on their own. Like it's not allowed.
Okay, that's fine. So
Yeah.
when you say that you and I couldn't do it, but then you say that there are other people that like go under the supervision, it sounds like there's a contradiction here. Either I can
No,
go or I can't go.
you can go as a tourist under a certain like if you have $10,000 right now to pay for the cruise or for the flight or however much it
Mhm.
costs, you can go as a tourist to a certain spot in Antarctica. It's like the little part by, I believe it's Argentina. They unload you there and they take you to the certain part that they call South Pole, and
Mhm.
you can take pictures, you can do whatever you want. However, what I'm saying, as far as me and you can't privately or independently go to transverse the whole of Antarctica.
Okay, that's fine. I'm not asking for free reign. I just want to get to the South Pole, which it sounds like, you're saying that people do go to the South Pole. So like when they go to the South Pole, right? And there's pictures and there's no ice wall. What do you make that?
Again, you're only allowed to. So if let's say, for example, you get a permit or a visa to come to the United States, right?
Mhm.
Once you get to the United States, you are under that permit, under that visa, you're allowed to go all over the United States without any limitations, right? As long as you're following the rules. With Antarctica, you can only go to that one spot by yourself. So you, again, it's a spot where it's very touristy. It's, you do what you want to do, take pictures, whatever. But if, as me and you, let's say, we want to go further out into the inner parts of Antarctica, right?
Mhm.
Under the permit or the
So the
visa
South
that we're
Pole.
allowed to go, we can't just go past that the whole of Antarctica to just explore what's out there. That's what I'm trying to tell you. They have a dedicated spot for you to go. So you might not be able to see the ice walls or whatever it is uh, that
Well,
that
hang on.
may be there, but because again we can't go beyond what they set limitations on us.
Okay. I get that there's like different camps that you're confined to, but you can still go to what they say, right, is the South Pole, right?
Yeah, again, yeah, under
Right.
supervision you can go.
Yeah. So if I get there, right, to the end, South Pole, quote unquote, right, and I don't see anything, there's not like a dome, there's not like
It's,
a
Yeah,
it's
wall.
but
ceremonial.
hold on.
It's a ceremonial place. Ceremonial
Yeah,
South Pole. That's what it's called.
yeah, it's not the I guess the size of Antarctica is huge. Just because you're at
Sure.
one spot doesn't mean you've all of a sudden explored the whole of Antarctica.
Ooh, okay. Why would I need to explore all of Antarctica if what I'm interested in is at the South Pole, aka the edge?
It's not the edge
It's
or the South
yeah,
Pole. It's a ceremonial South Pole. They take you to a
it's a
place where they name it the South Pole.
it's a dedicated spot for tourists. You're confined within that spot, and it's like you're asking me, okay, if you're in California and you have a little place that you can go as a tourist, but you want to see New York, eh, like the distance is great for you to just assume, oh, because I'm in California and the New York must be the same as California, therefore, like, do you understand the analogy? Like, you're assuming what you see at that spot is the whole of Antarctica.
Okay. So if I chart and I'm probably gonna leave because I see antagonism in the text chat. But if I go on one of these tours, okay, and let's say that it doesn't hit the South Pole as it were, right? I go in a straight line, right? To the, I should probably share my screen because that would be better. But if I were to keep walking, I don't just keep going. I eventually come back around to the coast.
You can't, that's the whole point. You can't just keep going. They don't allow you to just keep going. So that's what I mean by exploration. If you independently wanted to just keep going straight like you wanted to, there is a limitation that is put on you. So they're gonna have you turn around and go back to the little tourist dedicated area, and that's it.
Sure, okay, that's fine. I'm currently looking up travel paths.
Okay.
Could I ask a question about time zones?
Yeah.
Yeah, some does
Not
that.
really.
I
We're in the
just
middle of
want
a
to finish
discussion, Lambada.
with
Sit
Doc
down.
Pill, yeah, and then if you want, you can ask afterwards.
Isn't it lambda?
Yeah.
No, it's Lambada.
Oh, I see.
It's lambda, like the Greek letter.
Sit down, Lambada.
So, do you have any more questions, Doc Pill?
Yeah, I mean, there's a slew of them, and we can like start and stop whenever we want.
Yeah, you don't have to ask all of them right now. Just if you want to look up the paths, go ahead, take your time, and you can compile more questions that you have and come back and ask.
Yeah. I guess I have like a certain mathematical question. So if I look at the flat map, right, where the North Pole is at the center, and I go on one of these tourist things, right? If you were to draw a line from the edge of Antarctica at the bottom of the ocean, or sorry, no, the bottom of the map, right? Then you'd get some kind of crazy high number like 4,000 miles or something as to the length of Antarctica, right? It being at the bottom of the map. But if you go there and you see that it's like more in a circle rather than this long bar, and the distances that you measure are not the same as what's projected on the map, well, then what am I supposed to make of that?
Okay, I'm not quite sure what you're talking about,
Yeah,
but
I'm sorry. It's a long question, so
yeah.
I probably didn't ask it as best that I could. But
Mm, that's fine.
I'm gonna draw like a line on the circle one and then the flat one, and then we can compare. Because I mean the same kind of thing happens with like flight paths. So like if you take that same map where the North Pole is at the center, and then you draw a line like there's a certain flight that goes from like Santiago in Chile or whatever to Brisbane in Australia, for example, right? You draw that line on a flat map, right? And you get this big number. But then
Oh,
you
okay, I see
take
what
the
you mean.
right, and then you take the
Right.
actual path and it's not the same.
Right, okay. So are you asking
Actual.
the size of Antarctica uh on, I guess, the quote unquote flat map?
Sure, that would also be a question, but what I'm saying is like, why are those two measurements different? Like, why, if I
Mm.
draw the line, right, and it says 4,000 miles, and then I
What are
get
you
in a
drawing the
plane,
line from? I'm sorry, I didn't understand. What two
r-
measurements are you talking about?
okay, so if I take the map where the North Pole is at the center and I draw a line from the city of Santiago to Brisbane, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I draw out the travel path of the plane, you get a certain number, and it's usually higher than what you'd expect. But that's the conclusion. We'll get there. So you've got a high number, okay? And then I
Okay.
get into a plane and I track exactly how far we've gone. And
Mm-hmm.
then at the end of the flight, I see that travel path, which I mimicked on the other map, is actually way shorter than the one on the flat Earth. Why
Okay,
is
so
there a discrepancy?
so you're just asking about the flight path difference then.
How do you track the distance over the ocean in a plane?
GPS, I guess I would say, which also
Well, GPS is
violates
just
the globe.
affirming the consequence, but like if you said you're going to track how far you went, you're just going to follow a GPS. That's not really tracking how far you went, is it? That's just
how
an
do we normally
that's just
do
a
that?
digital instrument telling you that's how far you've gone.
Right,
So you
but
can do
like if
that.
I
You can just put those numbers into the GPS and say, oh, okay, that's how far you went. Yeah.
Okay, so if I get in a car, right, and I travel from
Car is
California,
different than a plane. You can measure things over land because it's physical. If you're going up in a plane, how do you measure the distance over water? That's what I was asking.
it's the same as if you were in a car. That's what I'm
So
saying.
you have a wheel. You have a wheel
hang
on a
on, let me.
plane tracking how far you're going
A
over
wheel?
over
No,
the air.
I'm
Well,
still
that's how
talking
you
about
do it in a
GPS.
car.
Could you hang on, let me finish.
No, because you're
No, I'm
wrong.
not
So
talking
you're
about
saying
the
you can do it in a.
odometer. Okay, you won't let me finish, and so you're replying to things that I'm not saying.
Okay,
So
my
can I
question
finish?
was, how do you get distance over water in a plane?
GPS. So if I get in a car and I go from California to New York City, right? I get there and the phone tells me this is how far you've traveled.
That's
right?
a known distance by measurement.
Yeah, through GPS.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, well, no, it wasn't. It was measured before it was on the GPS. Yeah, by the distance of a wheel. A wheel measures a meter. Let's do that. How many times does that wheel tick over until you get to that place? Then you've got a measurement of distance. How do you do this over water?
Okay, I could think of a way. So if I have a set of buoys, right, that go in a straight line, right, and they're 10 meters from each other.
And in
As I'm
reality,
hmm?
in
No,
reality,
yeah, in reality, like I place
have you got
buoys.
have you got buoys? Have you got buoys 10 meters
Yeah.
apart going from Australia to South America?
No, but you're asking me how I can measure that distance if
How
I was
did
at the ground, right, which would be the water. That's what I think you're asking, right? How do you measure
you're
the
saying in a
distance?
plane, I measure the distance that the plane has gone from Sydney to
Yeah, but
Santiago,
you
not
have a
Brisbane.
problem with the way I'm measuring it, so I'm giving you a
But
different way of measuring it.
you're not measuring it. You're not measuring it.
What extra variable do
So,
we have when an aeroplane is in flight?
well, okay, so just let me finish and maybe you'll see. So if I have a set of buoys that are 10 meters apart and I count the buoys, when I get there and I count up the buoys, that's going to tell me how far I went.
In a hypothetical situation where you say, if I do this, which will be an appeal to the future fallacy where you haven't done this, my question was kind of succinct as what Timbo's trying to point out. With regards to a car that's got a wheel that rotates a certain amount of time and gets to your destination on a known distance, what variables does the aircraft have to take into account when it's flying in the wind? I love giving answers away to people with my questions. Let's see if you follow. What extra variable is there in the sky when an airplane's flying?
Extra variable.
Yeah.
No, I don't get what you're asking. So
Oh, fuck
you're
it, I'll just
asking
tell you.
me
Wind.
how I measure something,
Wind.
right? And I can measure it multiple ways. It could be GPS, but you have a problem with that. You like the wheel, so I tried coming up with something similar. So when you put a wheel on the ground, right, and you rotate it, one revolution is such and such amount of distance. So it's the same with the buoy. If I put a buoy 10 meters from each other and then you were to roll a wheel over it, you get the same distance as if you were on land. So I'm trying to come up with a medium through which we can accurately measure something. But you don't like each of the things that I give.
That's because it's not practical in reality, as in it hasn't already been done. We're appealing to the future where you've got a hypothetical situation where if I did this. We're just talking about an aircraft in the air, the two speeds of an aircraft in the air, its speed and the speed of the wind. So the aircraft could have an engine that is powered up to full throttle at 500 miles an hour. It could have a tailwind of, say, 200 miles an hour, which make its overall speed 700 miles per hour. You understand?
I think I do, but look, okay, if I have my phone on me, right, and it tells me a distance that I traveled, and then I mark that out on the center north map, and it doesn't match up, then what am I supposed to make of that?
What variables do you need to know when you're traveling distance?
Why do I need to know that? I have a
I'll tell you,
distance
fuck
that
me.
it gives
I'll tell
me.
you. I'll tell you.
All right.
Time that it took you to travel that distance, right?
Okay. If
Yeah.
I take the time divided by whatever, I can find a distance, and it'll give me the same distance that the phone told me. So what?
On a model, yeah. If you've got a globe Earth model in your phone, it will give you the time and the speed. Sorry, it will give you the time and distance and the speed necessary to traverse this distance over that period of time.
Mm-hmm.
But we could vary those variables within that calculation and still come out with it still took you this long, but you could have been traveling faster to go a further distance. You understand?
But what if I know the speed of the airplane? You're saying that like it could
Do
just
you?
go to 1,000 miles an hour at any point, and that
No.
messes up the calculation.
No, I
I don't
gave you
fucking get
700
it.
miles an hour. We're not going to be breaking a sound barrier here.
Yeah, fine. But what you're saying is that the variables change, but they don't. I measured the time, I measured such and
Time
such,
would
and it
be the
gives me a
same.
distance,
The
right?
time would always be the same.
Okay.
You would
And
have to
then
know.
you account
You would
for speed,
you would
right?
actually have to know the actual distance. You were only given a distance.
Mm-hmm.
With a globe Earth model, you're given a distance.
Okay. So if I shoot a laser from Brisbane, okay, and I obviously you can't do that, but if I shoot a laser from Brisbane to the other city, I already forgot, then that would also tell you the distance, right?
Santiago, yeah.
Santiago, yeah. Right. So if I shot a laser to there, I'd get the distance. So the distance is set now, right?
Again, yeah, again, but we're also appealing to something that you haven't done. It's a hypothetical situation.
Okay, but there's people that have. I'm saying like
You said we
there's
couldn't.
huh?
You said we
Couldn't
couldn't shoot
what?
a laser from Brisbane to Santiago. Now you're saying, but people have. What are
No,
you
I'm
talking
saying people got on a plane and they measured the distance they went through
the
GPS,
time
but
it the
I know that you
time
don't
it took.
accept that. But
Time it,
they get the distance and it's different than on a flat earth.
what flap? Yeah, maybe you don't follow, and maybe I'm not helping the conversation. So I'll give it back to Lila. I'm obviously not helping here.
Yeah, sure. So my advice for you is to look at flights that just don't make sense on a globe. Certain
Yeah, and
emergency flights that
I agree. That would be something that I would want to look up, and I have, right? Like some
okay.
of the things that you want like people to self-explore, and I've done that for some of the things. Like there are people that get on a flight path that doesn't make sense on a flat earth, right? And they arrive safe and sound, right? So
Well, there was actually I believe I'll try to find a video for you, but there was a Glober, I think he was going it was the same pathway, like from one of the cities in the southern hemisphere, either from Australia to South America or something, or vice versa. But anyway, he was trying to see the pathway and how long it would take. And in the flight, he has his recording where the flight actually was making like a northwest pathway rather than what they were told that they were going to take. So these are some things that maybe you should look into, because sometimes the flight paths that they tell you they're going straight from Santiago to Sydney or whatever, sometimes they don't take you straight from that point to the next. It's not what you
yeah.
think you're
I'm not, yeah,
traversing
I'm not
right
saying
around.
that, yeah. And I'm not saying that flight paths are complete, like straight dead fuck on. I'm not saying that. I'm saying, and I do want to see that video, because all of the accounts I've seen is that what the person does is they take the map, and it's something they do themselves. They mark out how long that flight would be. Like if I drew a curved line on a flat plane
Yeah.
map, that distance is different from the distance actually traveled
Well, that
almost
How,
every
again,
how do
time.
you know that?
that's what Jedi was trying to tell you, is that the account for speed matters. Not speed, sorry, the wind matters, because in certain areas in the southern hemisphere, there's certain flight paths that are faster due to the wind. So I don't know if those are being calculated in with the the time that it's being taken for them to get there. So that's something that you want to look into as well.
Yeah, and it also goes back to how do you get the distance? Because you're just thinking that okay, you've got speed and time, and then you get distance. But what we're saying is, when a plane is flying in the air, you're actually getting air speed, not ground speed. When you're
I don't
flying
under,
over the ocean,
I don't
when you're flying over
understand
the
this.
ocean, you've got no landmarks. Yeah.
Okay,
So
yeah,
you
I
the
get that.
plane only records airspeed. Correct.
Well, it doesn't only do that. You are you aware of what the black box in an airplane is? It
Of
tracks,
course.
right. It tracks way more than that. Like there are sensors
Of
on
course.
the
So at the
airplane.
moment,
Well, hang on.
we're talking
I'm
about
not done.
speed, aren't we? You're going to go on to altitude, off camber. You're going to go into all of that, aren't you? We're not talking about
No,
that.
no, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that there are
Okay. So what is the black box measuring
Stop
speed then?
doing that. Stop doing that. If you would let me finish, there would
Fucking
be
wacky
something for you
Wednesday.
to reply to. But what you're
Go for
replying
it.
to are things that I do not say. Stop doing that.
Okay, go
So
ahead.
there are sensors on the plane that measure wind speed relative to the plane. Okay, so they're taking in those measurements. It's not like the plane is
That's what I
only
said.
accounting for its own speed. There are sensors that take the wind speed into account. So what's the problem?
Yes. Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
What?
It's measuring wind speed.
Yeah.
The
But that
plane
was
the
the whole
plane
problem, is that there's
the
no
plane is
detection. You're not measuring
the
wind
plane
speed, and I
is
just told
the
you that
plane
it
is
is.
plane is the plane is flying across, and it's getting its speed from the relative motion
Okay.
from the plane and the air. Yeah. That's what it's measuring.
Okay, it's also measuring other things though.
What? Ground?
Like
Measuring
yeah,
ground
like
speed over
how
the ocean?
yeah, altitude.
Is it measuring
and
ground speed over the ocean?
huh?
Is it measuring ground speed over the ocean?
I don't even know what that means. Why do you need like a wheel that's on the ground to measure distance? Where is
Oh
this
my
coming
god.
I think sorry. I think he's trying to
You're
get
right.
you to think about how they measured the distance over the ocean. You're giving him hypothetical ways of measuring distance, but how did they actually measure the distance from South America to Australia?
from? Right.
Like,
So
how do
when
you
you
know
add
that the speed, or not, sorry, the distance they tell you is accurate?
right. So when you asked me that, right, and I started explaining it, the thing that you brought up was wind speed. That seemed to be like the variable that needed to be accounted for. Now it's accounted for because there's sensors on the plane that tell you that. So now we have distance because the time and the wind speed and the plane speed all was measured. So now we have distance.
You have distance with wind speed, not with ground speed, so you don't have distance. You have distance traveled with wind speed. You do not have actual distance, correct?
Hey, guys, I actually have a call. I'll be back in just a quick second. We're on wind speed and ground speed. Okay.
No
Next,
worries.
go to
Look,
Lambda. I have a call. I'm sorry. I'm very, very
All
sorry.
right,
no,
no worries. All right, Lambda, this is your chance.
Okay.
How many time zones does China have, and how many longitude lines does China cross?
Huh?
Okay, so time zones exist because the Earth rotates, and this causes different parts of the world to experience daylight and darkness at different times. If the Earth were
Claim.
flat or a disk, it would not be possible to explain
Claim.
why it's daylight in New York while it's nighttime in Tokyo.
Prove your cause claim. Rotation. Start with that. How's that directly measured?
So Sir Isaac Newton formulated the law of universal gravitation in the late 17th century. According to this law, every mass in the universe attracts every other mass with a force that is directly proportional to the product of their masses and inversely proportional to.
So where's the direct measurement of rotation of the thing that we're on? Try again.
I'm answering your question.
No, you're not. Start over and answer it.
Repeat your question.
Direct measurement of the rotation of the thing we're on, that is the Earth.
Was I not answering your question?
Not at all.
Do you know what a GPS is?
Yeah,
Do you know what a satellite is?
I know what you think it is.
Okay. So the GPS, it relies on a network of satellites orbiting Earth, and it receives. What? Sorry.
Oh, orbiting the Earth. So the Earth being a ball, then, right?
Not a ball, but spherical.
Okay. So you need the Earth to be a ball for that to work out. So who measured that?
Again, Newton's law of gravitation works based on the assumption of spherical symmetry.
No, Newton didn't measure any ball in space or any rotation of the Earth. No. Try again.
I'm telling you, there's
No,
the gravitational
yeah,
force between two objects, the gravitational constant, and then m1 and m2, which are masses, and then radius is the distance between their centers. So you get F equals G times m1 times m2 over r to the r squared.
Okay, I get it. You have an orbital mechanics claim based on the assumption of the Earth being a ball. Any direct verification of that ball?
Okay, so again, the time zones. There wouldn't be sunlight in one
Now
area.
you're back to rotation. You went off of rotation onto the Earth being a ball. Now you're back to the rotation. Which one are you going to try to prove? Stick with one and get through it.
They're interconnected, brother.
No, they're not really. A thing doesn't have to be a ball in order to rotate. So which claim are you trying to prove? Because I'm getting sick of you jumping around.
Look, we are assuming it's a spherical shape, and I'll tell you why we assume it's a spherical shape.
No, we're not assuming.
Okay. No, we are. I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. So, have you ever seen a lunar eclipse?
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I have.
So okay, so the Earth casts a round shadow on the moon.
Okay, that's another
Okay.
claim. You're claim stacking.
You can see it. No, you can see this one. You don't have
No.
to. You don't have to look at the photos. You can see it with your own eyes.
Prove that it's the Earth casting a shadow. You see a phenomenon and then you declare a cause. And that cause is the thing that's in question, the Earth being a ball in space in the first place. I'm asking for direct verification of that, and all you give me is more claims.
This isn't a claim. This is a fact. When you look
It's
at
a
it,
fucking claim, you fool. You see a thing in the sky and you have your cause claim about it. Your interpretation of what's going on, then you assert
I'm
that.
not even gonna bother, bro. You're actually kind of. I can't argue with this. It doesn't work.
Yeah?
Okay, have a
You
good day.
can't. You're right. See you later.
Yep, my meme relates perfectly.
Also, you're incorrect when you said there are 24 time zones. There are more time zones above the equator than
There
there
are
are
24 primary time zones.
primary. How many time zones does China have, and how many longitude lines does it cross?
Okay, so we can divide the Earth's surface into 24 longitudinal segments.
Excuse me, you're not answering my question.
Oh my god, bro. Why can't I talk for more than 20 seconds before getting into, like, not even 5 seconds and then I get interrupted? Why?
Because you haven't answered my fucking question. My question was, how many time zones does China have? How many longitude lines does it cross? That was my question. Answer it.
Why don't you tell me? Educate me.
No, you're the one that says there are 24 even time zones across the Earth. That's
told you
incorrect.
primary time zones.
Right, yeah. So within this answer,
And this corresponds to the 24 hours of the day.
Awesome. So within your assertion that there are 24 even time zones north and south of the equator, that is incorrect. You'd also notice with the thumbnail that has been posted on both my video and Dag's GIF that there is a deviance within time zones. And this would also correspond to my question about China crossing 5 longitudinal lines, but has how many time zones? How many time zones does China got?
Tell me, bro. Let's keep it going.
One fucking time zone. So time zones are political. You might think that the Earth is divided into 24 equal segments, and that's how we have time zones. But if you were to take more than 5 fucking seconds to look into it, you'd realise that your assertion was incorrect. There are more time zones north of the equator than there are south of the equator, for example. Did you know that Australia's got 2.5 time zones? Did you even know that? Half a time zone, dude. That's cray-cray. So maybe fuck off, go and Google search your shit, come back in half an hour when you've got an understanding of what you're even talking about. I'll tell you what.
You're literally making shit up, bro. You're saying half a time. What the fuck are you saying, bro?
Let's talk to the Australians. I'm pretty sure they'll back me up on that.
Whenever you guys are done, I'm back. Just let
No problem. Okay, thank you. We'll get you in a second. I suggest you do this, my friend. I posted you a video with regards to time zones. This is to do with navigation. Go away and watch it, and then come back to me when you've educated yourself on your own shit. Go and do that. Because you basically just said that I'm lying when I'm not. Off you trot.
Are you guys done?
Yeah, sorry, I do apologise. When people call me a liar, then that really fucks me off. So, Lulu, if your friend's back, if you want to take the conversation again, you're on wind speed and ground and flying airplanes and shit.
Yes, I remember. So there's not all planes are equipped with this, but many of them have this thing that bounces radio waves off the floor of the ocean. And that's also another way that you can calculate the distance that you've traveled, because you're pinging the floor.
Is that how they're measured to be abyssal planes? Is that how the ocean floor is measured to be an abyssal plane?
Well, in the Pacific Ocean, yeah, there's a patch where it's flat, sure, but if you ping because it seemed like the floor was kind of causing issues, this pings the floor, so now we have distance.
Are you talking about terrain radar?
Yeah, I think that's what it is. Terrain radar.
Can you post what you're
Yeah.
saying so we can have a look at it?
So what terrain radar does,
No
it
problem.
scans in a 2D fashion.
What's that?
Um,
You discovered that shop up the road? There's a smoke shop up there. You go up to Smith, turn right
Timbo, you're hot
on the other.
miking. Yeah, I don't know much about this radar you're talking about, so I don't want to comment on it because I'm not familiar with it. But if any of you guys want to comment on it, go ahead.
I'm using it right now in a simulator.
Can you stop eating while you're speaking, please?
Sorry, man. Is it really that bad?
No.
Yeah, actually, just don't, please.
All right, well, okay. I guess we can wait for Timbo to come back on that. So I forgot what the point was for the radar thing, but the speed.
Sorry.
Yeah.
The question was like, how do you measure the distance? And then I also heard something about monuments. So along the floor of the ocean, there are various mountains, like you can dive and go see them, blah, blah, blah. And then we have something called a radio altimeter. That's specifically what I'm referencing. I will see. Copy.
Yeah, that gives you your altitude. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
if you were to ping that wave off the ground and it comes back, you're essentially mapping the seafloor. That's how they did it. Is they used radio frequency.
Can you post that for us?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so here's the basic definition of what it is, and then I'm gonna try and find mapping seafloor. And this is from the government, so you might just reject this anyways, but let's see. Okay, so what I heard was that you can't know the distance because you don't see the ground and you don't have any monuments to mark where you're going. Is that
Sorry, are these
correct?
on passenger jets?
Well, why would they need to be on every single one?
Don't have an answer for that, but
Well, wait, did I cut out?
so the radio altimeter, does that show you distance or it shows you height?
Right. So if you ping the floor, right, and you get something back that says, oh, hey, there's a hill there, right? That's one of the monuments, right? Because that's one of the things that you had a problem with, right? There's no
No, I had a
monument
problem with
to the
distance, not
floors.
height.
Yeah, measuring the distance. You said you can't measure the distance because there are no monuments, right?
No, I said you can't measure the distance because you've got things called airspeed. So you can't know how fast you're going over the actual surface.
Okay. So if while I'm flying, I shoot down radar signals, right, and they ping back to me, and
Yeah.
right, okay, and then I see like little bumps, and those are hills, right?
Do you see bumps
If
or
I
you just
measure,
receive something that says how high you are?
yeah. So like if you're not tilting yourself up and down, right, to change the altitude, but you get
Yeah.
different measurements back, that usually means that you encountered a bump, right? And that's a hill, okay? Now if you go between the two different hills and you measure and you have your speed and all that, and then you measure the distance
how
between,
are you getting your speed?
huh?
How are you getting your speed?
It's a combination of your resistance to the air and
So you're
then,
getting airspeed. So what about the
right,
wind?
yeah. Listen, and maybe you'd hear it.
But you went back again to speed, and you don't have a speed.
Right.
You
So,
don't have
honey,
a ground speed. So you're
when
measuring
you
the distance based on the airspeed, not getting the correct distance that you've traveled.
usually when you measure
It's
distance, there are other variables like speed, distance to the ground, things like that.
yes. How are you
Yeah.
getting
So
distance
why are you
from the
objecting to
ground?
those things when I'm trying, right? And I'm doing that, but you're not letting me do
But
it
you're not. So what you've done is
because you're
you've given
interrupting
us
me.
a radio altimeter, and you've gone,
Uh-huh.
okay, so I've pinged a height, and then you've moved to the next one, done a radio altimeter, and you've gone back to distance again. Because the whole thing that we're trying to find out is how far have you traveled? Now you
Yeah,
have
right.
an
And
airspeed.
speed is
You have an
usually something that
airspeed.
you
Stop.
take into
You
account.
have an airspeed in
Mm-hmm.
the plane that tells you how fast you are going compared to the air outside. Correct?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
So you have how far you've traveled through the air. You
Uh-huh.
do not have a distance that you've traveled over the ground. We've come back to the same circular reasoning that we were at before. You do not have a distance between the two pings.
Okay. Are you done?
Correct? Am I correct or not?
Are you done? Because, like, I'm going to fill in
No,
the
I'm just
gaps once
asking
you're
you,
done.
was what I said correct or not?
Sure. Yeah, you're correct.
It is
Now, can I
correct.
go?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. So, when you want distance, because that's what you're asking me, there are multiple variables. The speed you're going through the air, and then the resistance of the air. And then you ping the ground, right? And you find two different hills. These are the monuments that was spoken about earlier. That was one of the problems.
Yeah. How do you get distance between the two monuments?
By the
We're
time that
coming up.
it takes for you to
Oh,
get
so
from one to the
speed
other.
again. So we're going
Huh?
back to speed again, yeah?
No. The time
So
that
how
it
are you
takes
getting
for you to
ground
get
speed
between
when
one
you're
to the
measuring
other.
airspeed?
Well,
Yes, I don't think
ground
you're
speed is
understanding the whole point. The
You're
whole
not going to
point
get away
is you
from
can't
circular
get
reasoning.
a distance because you're measuring airspeed. Therefore, you're only measuring the speed that you're going through the air and not the distance that you're traveling on the ground. Have I said something wrong again?
Are you done?
Have I said something wrong again?
I don't think so, no.
Good. So why are we going around in circles saying that you've measured the distance when you haven't?
Well, I'm not. I'm trying to explain to you how I know the distance and you keep fucking interrupting me.
Okay,
Because you're...
hold on. Sorry, guys.
No, go
Let
ahead,
her
Lulu.
finish her whole thought, and then Doc Bill just say when you're done that you're done, and
Okay.
Timbo just let her finish.
Thank you. So the thing that I heard was that there's a problem with monuments when I'm talking about distance. When you ping the ground and you find two different hills, the time that it takes for you to get between one hill to the other then gives you the distance between the hills. Okay, so along the floor of the ocean are established hills that you can ping that tells you you're at this location. And if you draw a line between the two hills, that's giving you distances, okay? Just like the buoy thing, but again, there was a problem. Now you know the distance between the two hills. So the time that it takes for you to get between the two hills, right? You're tracking where you're going across the hills. This gives you a distance. So when I arrive, right, and I've counted the hills, right, and I'm given my distance, that distance is different from what I would expect if I drew the line on the flat map.
So,
And I'm done.
have you finished?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay, so are you going to ignore what I said about ground speed and airspeed? So you're saying that you're pinging two dots, yeah? Two hills, let's call them, on the ocean surface from a plane.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
I'm sorry,
if that plane is... Yeah, no, I cut out. I got a phone call. If that plane is going at 600, yeah, and the wind speed is whatever it is, we're going to give that wind speed A. All right. Now you don't know how fast the ground speed is because you have the plane going at a certain speed, and then you have the wind going at a certain speed. So what you're reading on the plane is airspeed, correct? So what you're measuring over time is, if you're measuring over time and you're measuring airspeed, and you're also taking into account the wind, which is A, which we don't have a value for at the moment, then you have to either add or minus the ground speed. Yeah, you have to add or minus the plane speed by the airspeed, the wind speed. Now, the only way that you can understand how fast you're going is if you have a ground speed. But at the moment, you don't have a ground speed because you're measuring the distance between 2 points based on the speed of the aeroplane, which is measuring airspeed. Now, you don't have distance. Correct or not correct?
Okay, preview. Okay, so in the Flat Earth chat.
Correct or not correct?
Well, hang on. In chat, there's a
Correct
diagram.
or not correct?
There's a diagram showing
Correct
true
or not correct?
airspeed as
You've got one
opposed to.
chance. You got a chance to answer.
Huh?
Did you
You got one
hear
chance
what
to
he
answer.
said?
Yeah, I heard ground speed and airspeed, and then I looked it up, and there's like a diagram that shows you what that actually is. So, ground speed is a vector sum of true airspeed and wind velocity. If an aircraft maintains the IAS.
Yep. So you need the two values, don't you? You need the ground speed and the airspeed. Correct?
Yeah, and you can find
So in
that
order
by.
to measure the distance between these two hills, you need a ground speed, which you don't have yet.
Yeah, but when we map the sea
So
floor,
when
we
you're
know.
measuring the distance between the two hills and then you get to your destination, you think you've been traveling at a certain speed, which will give you a certain distance, but you haven't taken into account the other variables, which will give you a different distance.
Yeah,
because you do not have distance and you do not have ground speed. I don't understand. Am I not? Is anyone else not finding this clear, or what?
When we mapped the sea floor,
I get it,
She didn't
bro.
map.
we
Yeah,
know the
Fucking hell.
distance
I
between
give
those
up,
two
man.
hills.
I've got to get back to work. She's a fucking idiot.
Yeah, she just wants to talk, I think.
I think he tried to explain to you, but it just seems like you wanted to just say what you wanted to say, and
Well, no,
it feels like you weren't paying attention to what he was saying.
No, okay. I can tell you what he said. He said, "You do not know the distance between the hills," and then he interrupted my explanation.
No, I gave you the floor so that you explained the whole thing, and we all heard you explain the whole thing. So you can't use your excuse of he was interrupting me for that.
No, this is a different part of the conversation. What he just said to me was, "You don't know the distance between the two hills, except when we mapped the sea floor, we got the distances between the hills." Right? So if I'm in a car and I go between two hills and I know the distance between the two hills, great. I also know the distance between the two hills under the ocean, right?
The
So
point
when you
is
pass
you
them, you
don't
get
know
your
the
speed.
distance between the two hills.
No, when we mapped the sea floor, that gave us the distance between the two hills. Because when you put it on a map and you draw the line, right, between the two hills, accounting for all of these other variables like airspeed and all of that, that gave the distance. It's not like the hills suddenly changed their distance, right? So you measure the distance between the two hills, which would be mapping the sea floor, and that's your distance. So when you ping the hills, now you're getting a true speed compared to the ground.
And this is the way that airplanes actually work? You know that they do this over the ocean?
Yeah, I mean, we see airplanes in the air all the time. Like, is that what
Must
you're...
be a ball then.
So they ping the ocean floor and they find hills, abyssal plains, any curvature?
Well, yeah, the map is, if you were to 3D model that data, you'd come up with a globe, yeah.
Really? Can you show that? Because that's not what I'm seeing.
Yeah, especially
I'll
being as
be
a
right
nav-
back. I need to make coffee, but you can talk to the guys, okay?
Diagram.
Yeah, an
Goodness,
abyssal
goodness.
plane isn't curved at all.
And there isn't just one randomly in the Pacific. The abyssal plains are in the Pacific, the Atlantic, the Indian Ocean. There's loads of them.
Yeah, because we have things called tectonic plates. That's what causes that. There's
No.
natural explanations for these things.
Yeah, but the point of an abyssal plane is it's flat. It's not curved.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what causes it. It's just that it's not the surface that you claim that it would be if it's a globe.
So if I take a soft ball, right, and I put my hand down on it, am I creating a flat surface onto that soft ball?
Well, yeah, you are.
So you can have flat pieces of land on
But
a very large scale.
we're primarily talking about the waters above those indentations of the land underneath. So when measured directly, those waters are measured to be horizontal and flat. There's no curvature to be measured over any distance of water.
It's funny how you're talking about the flat
probably
sections of this globe and not the curved sections. There are no curved sections you can speak to, are there? You just have to hand wave all the flat ones away.
I'm talking about the hills, not the plain.
Yeah, who gives a shit? We're trying to find curvature of the Earth, and the surface of water, like Jedi just pointed out, definitely isn't that. So what do you have for us?
Too many requests. What is that?
And calculating airspeeds isn't going to do it for us.
Never mind that 350,000 square mile abyssal plain. It's still a ball.
But to cut to the chase, we can talk about subsidiary and tertiary topics all that we want, but the main three claims are on the table. One is the Earth is curved, the other one that this curved ball is in motion, rotating on its axis and in orbit around the sun, and three, that this ball that's in motion is in motion in the vacuum of space. Those are the only three primary claims about our physical reality. So what we require is direct measurement and demonstration of those things. Direct measurement of curvature, direct measurement of movement, and a direct demonstration of an entropy increase caused by gravity. Those are the only things we need. And I get you.
Okay,
Go
let
on.
me write that down. Because I do have an answer for the third part, because someone sent up a balloon and they measured the vacuum, but let me...
You sent a balloon into a vacuum. That's interesting.
Yeah.
I didn't
a balloon in a vacuum. I was
do
just
a
thinking that.
YouTube video.
You'll find that the balloon went into a lesser pressure environment and didn't go into a vacuum. And all you're going to do there is demonstrate a gas pressure gradient. But if you want,
it went up high. It went up high enough that it was damn near perfect.
So how high?
I'll get it for you. I'll get
How
it for
high?
You think that a balloon can float in a fucking vacuum?
I think the highest altitude that a balloon has been up to is 176,000 feet.
So let me just ask you a question real quick. If I were to keep going, right? Like if I notice that the air pressure gets lower and lower as I go up, do you think that if I keep going that it will hit zero, or do you think it'll stay the same?
I'm not making a claim to the vacuum of space. You are. So if you're going to say that balloon measures a gas pressure gradient as you rise, you'll understand that the definition of gas pressure is the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container. Being as the Earth is an open system, we are without walls for the gas to press upon to even achieve gas pressure, let alone a gas pressure gradient, which is caused by heat.
Yeah, and that's caused by gravity keeping the air at the Earth. But
right, so
I know that you reject gravity, so I'm not going to posit it.
No, that's fine. I'll give you gravity.
Okay.
You'd have to show me where gravity changes the vector of gas molecules. You can't point to a gas pressure gradient because within your model, the reason why you have a gas pressure gradient is because of heat, radiant heat from the surface of the Earth. And where the gas is produced, that's on the surface of the Earth. So don't be surprised there's more gas down here where the gas is produced. But I'll give you gravity, that's fine. You would have to demonstrate gravity changing the path of gas molecules.
Okay.
Or an entropy decrease.
Gas molecules are very excited, so that, yeah.
So no then. So being as they're very excited and they're very excited everywhere, and you're not going to be able to give me the observation of gravity action on gas molecules, then we're fucked. Because ultimately you can't just show me that.
Do you think molecules exist? Like, because I just want to I want to understand the worldview. Like, where's the disconnect?
The disconnect is the 3 points that I made. There's no measured Earth curvature. Doesn't mean that my kettle doesn't work. There's no measured actual rotation of the Earth. Doesn't mean I can't turn on my computer and it's not going to work. And there's no demonstration of gas pressure without a container. And there's no demonstration of an entropy decrease, where we understand entropy increases. Doesn't matter what my shoe size is. Those are the three primary claims, and the only ones that we're interested in. If you want to go straight to the third one about the vacuum of space, then I'll just tell you that there's no demonstration of gravity decreasing entropy. You'll just invoke a gas pressure gradient, and within your model, the reason why there's a gas pressure gradient is because of where the gas is produced and the radiant heat from the surface of the Earth. That's your model, why you have a gas pressure gradient. To demonstrate a gas pressure gradient, you will always need a container, though. And being as the Earth is declared to be an open system, we are devoid of the necessary antecedent for the consequent of gas pressure. And if there's no physical boundary between our gas pressure and the vacuum of space, the gas will fuck off.
Okay, cool. So, what was I going to ask? Right, so you keep referencing my model, and someone asked me earlier what even a model is. So you point to my model, right?
Yeah.
But what I see makes sense to that model. But what is the flat Earth model? Because like when I watch these YouTube videos, right, they have this like weird dome thing with like a sun in the sky, and
that's awesome.
A whole like lampshade shit, all that.
Your model has curvature in it, which has been failed to be measured. Your model has rotation and orbital motion around the sun, which has been failed to be demonstrated or measured. And your model was an open system with gas not dispersing, increasing in entropy into that vacuum of space. So your model doesn't have measurable or demonstrable evidence. You've just at best got explanations for the phenomena. That's what you've got.
So like when students bounce a laser off the moon and find the distance through the speed of light, what do you think they're measuring? Do you think that the light refracts through the dome or something?
Don't know.
Again,
That's not my point.
I have all of these questions because like when I think of a flat Earth and what happens on a flat Earth, it doesn't make any fucking sense. But if I imagine that the world is a ball, right? And you go through history, you're like, okay, they flew a plane around, all of this and that. Things that I hear and see and do, they make sense within the laws of physics, within all of these different things that posit the same thing. So
no, don't. So your laws of physics. So that's violated with your space vacuum. You say it makes sense because you've got an idea that gravity is pulling gas back down towards the Earth, where we all understand that entropy increases. Gravity is never mentioned in the second law of thermodynamics, any of the 6 gas laws, and kinetic molecular theory. Gas doesn't attract gas. The walls of the container, including the surface of the Earth, doesn't attract gas to it. That's not an observational phenomenon that we ever observe.
Except it is. Like we
When?
observe that as you go up,
That's a
the
gas pressure
pressure
gradient.
decreases.
You
Yeah,
already
yeah.
did this.
That's a gas gradient.
That makes sense on a globe. Like if I think about let me
No, it doesn't.
say this.
No, it doesn't. He already told you. You're just
if I
pointing
think-
at a differential in the force that gas exerts on the walls of its container. That would be gas pressure. That's literally what it is.
Okay,
So for
so
that
you
to
would
even
say there's a
happen,
dome, right?
that system needs to be contained to begin with. It doesn't make sense on your fantasy open system ball inside a vacuum. The whole gradient would just fill that vacuum. Wouldn't even exist. It's literally a differential of force gas is exerting on walls of its container. Show me how the fuck you get that without a container.
Sure. So let me ask you something. So you think there's a dome, right?
What do you mean? Let me
said-
ask you something. Just
you
show
say
us how
there's
you
a-
get
there's
it
a
without the container.
Why did he say sure? Let me ask you something.
Because I want to understand your worldview. So if I think about
Not my worldview, it's reality. It's reality.
He just doesn't like the answer.
No. I'm just trying to understand your worldview. So if I think of a
You
flat
don't
Earth
even
and
you
it
don't
has
even
a
understand.
There, you got an
You
answer
don't even
already, dude.
understand your own worldview. Why you want to understand ours?
Yeah, who cares about me?
I like understanding things.
Just
So
how
if
about you
I
just demonstrate
imagine-
your worldview in reality if that's what it is? Because we can do that with gas pressure gradients and containers all day long. Can you even show us one? Can you even show us one without the container but with gravity?
We could go through the thousands of papers of satellites and Mars missions.
No, we're not going to go through thousands of
No.
things. Just give us one demonstration that proves it. That's all you need.
What I want to know is if there's a dome,
Just one.
right? How
Okay,
does
you're trying to reverse things
change?
on us again? You're trying to reverse things onto us again.
No, I ask questions, and that's how I get to know things.
Yeah,
So-
but you're just asking the same questions on loop now.
No, I don't think I've asked this before.
Gas
So
pressure requires
I
a
have-
container. Disprove me.
Yeah, right. So I'm asking about the container, right? So if there's this dome or something, right, that's the container, why is there a gradient?
My God, I've already answered this question for you about 3 times. Within your model, it's heat, radiant heat from the surface of the Earth. We live within a dynamic system where energy is always introduced to that system. We also have chemical and biological cycles which take place primarily down here within the stratosphere, but the gas is produced on and within the surface of the Earth, so don't be surprised there's more gas down here where the gas is fucking produced. But within your model, it's not gravity, it's heat. Heat causes gas pressure gradient, not gravity.
Okay, so biological processes and all of that make a gradient in a dome. Okay, got it. That's fine.
Did you understand what I said?
Yeah.
Repeat to me
No,
what I said, and you better fucking say heat, because if I have to repeat this point again, I will withdraw from this conversation where I thought you were here to learn things, but now you're making me what? You're saying things that I haven't said and just gone, yeah. That's disingenuous, and I won't tolerate it.
All right, yeah, I'm going to use heat, and I'm sorry for offending you. So what you said is that in my model, the reason that these things happen is because heat from the Earth and also biological processes make that gradient. I understand that. What I'm asking is what causes that in a dome, and it seems to be the same thing, and that's fine with me. I have more questions about the dome. But I'm sorry.
We don't talk about a dome. You're the only one who talks about a fucking dome.
Let me answer this question. Why do you suggest that we need a dome? If the sky isn't a vacuum, why would we need a dome?
Okay, so when I watch YouTube videos about flat Earth that don't make sense to me, what I see is that there's usually this dome and there's like a religious thing behind it. what the consensus that I hear is that there's a dome. That's why I ask about it.
Okay, you made that up. None of us said that to you.
That's fine, but
Why are
that's
you
the
strawmanning
consensus
us
that
with
I
other
get.
people's arguments? We didn't make that claim. You did. You're strawmanning us with others' claims.
Okay,
He wants
so
us to say it's religion based.
if every flat earther that I go up to and I ask them these same things, and each of them has a different answer, but then I go up to 1,000 different scientists and they tell me the same thing.
Okay,
One
this is
system
fucking bullshit.
sounds
Who
more
in this room
coherent
gave you
than the
1,000?
other.
Okay, can you name anybody in this room that gave you a bunch of different answers? Like Timbo gave you one answer, Jedi gave you another answer, Alpha gave you another. Like, what are you talking about?
I mean, I'd have to ask more questions because
full of shit.
you guys seemed consistent in
I had her pegged
what
for
you
a
think
troll
about
long
the
ago,
flat Earth.
guys. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah.
But like, if I watch a video from like Witsit and Bob and other like very prominent flat earthers, each of the models, quote unquote, that you
Prominent.
get, right? Each of them is different.
Well, how about you go talk to
and I
them about the
ask-
models that they claim? I don't know why you want us to answer for other people
fine
and
with
their
that.
claims. We're not making those claims. If we do present a model, then feel free to ask questions about that. But I think we've been pretty clear that that's not our position. Yeah, you continue to strawman it anyway. It's getting kind of annoying.
Yeah, we have a decent amount of Globers that come in here and make claims that have nothing to do with the model that you probably believe in. Should we strawman you with the claims that they make? Would that be fair?
Yeah, that makes sense, and I'm sorry about doing that. But what I'm saying is like, if I, and I'm not saying that you're doing it. You guys seem consistent, but even then, I get like confusing answers as to like why things happen. But what I seem to see is that when I watch YouTube videos about flat Earth, each one has like different explanations for different things, whether it's like electromagnetics causes gravity, but then why don't things levitate?
Oh
and
my
then
God.
How long have you been looking into this topic?
He acts like you
a
watch
few
YouTube
months,
videos
and
about flat Earth.
I need to like research it more. But what I see is that once,
I'm
and this
sorry,
is
how
the
long?
thing,
I didn't catch that.
a few months. So this is all I'm saying, and then I'll stop talking. And this is the same thing with religion. Two models are presented to me, right? And then one seems to make accurate predictions about what we see in the world and why they are the way they are. And then one system doesn't do that, right?
What?
And so
Sorry.
I usually go with the system that makes more sense.
No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't.
All right.
I mean, you can say that. That's
No,
fine.
nothing you've gone with
Saying
makes any sense. Does the atmospheric gradient outside follow the inverse square law?
The inverse square law is with distance from mass, gravity decreases.
Well, I'll just give you the answer. It doesn't. So it doesn't even match your gravity fairy tale anyway. You don't go with what makes sense. You just go with what you already believe because you're indoctrinated too, I guess.
No, I mean, I'm fine with the Earth being flat if that's the case. If I measure gravity at different points on the Earth, then each time that you measure it, it's going to be different, because you're like on hills and things like
Wait,
that.
hold up. Why are you interjecting the heliocentric model to the flat Earth ideology? We don't claim gravity.
Okay, so what is it?
You'd
I
have to
don't
be
know.
more
I don't
specific.
care. We don't claim what it is. So then
Okay, but see, that's the problem is that
no,
one
the
system.
problem is, listen, hold on.
Okay.
You want us to replace your fairy tale with another fairy tale. Just because we say we don't know of certain things, we don't want to make up a story to make you feel better or make you feel comfortable. We tell you the truth when we don't know something. We don't know if it's, especially if it's unverifiable stuff. We're not gonna just make up stuff and let you know. Oh yeah, okay, let's like it's this instead of gravity, you know? So you might not be happy with the answer that we give you, but that doesn't mean we don't give you answers. And it's been consistent, at least with the people here.
I'm interested to know what predictions a globe Earth makes.
The
Because
sun rises.
yeah, no. That's been observed for thousands of years.
No one knew that the sun was going to rise before they had a globe.
This is true. So, forgive me for asking, Dogpill, which predictions does a globe Earth make?
So if I were on a globe Earth, I'll go back to the example. If I launch a rocket from the North Pole and it goes and it keeps going, right? If I were on a globe, what I would expect is that rocket, and replace it with any other word, comes back around to me.
Okay, so you'd have to go and do that then, but maybe you can answer my question a little bit more directly. What predictions does a globe Earth make? It's not you hypothetically sending a rocket from north to south and it coming back again, because you haven't done that. So what predictions does the globe Earth make that we use every day?
I mean, GPS works, so that's one thing.
Right. Okay, so no one's denying technology in the sky, but the majority of ground-based communication, 96% of it, if not more, is done with undersea cables and towers and receivers. No one's denying that NASA put things on balloons, for example, because NASA freely admit that. Now, what predictions does a globe Earth make?
Okay, I would predict that if a satellite were orbiting, then it would come back around. That's
Okay,
a prediction, right?
So east to west circumnavigation of things in the sky.
No, north to south, sorry. I
Okay.
forgot to specify north to south.
Okay. So your prediction isn't what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the rate of fall of an object, eclipses, things going around in the sky. You know, the claims that the globe Earth model actually make.
Mm-hmm.
So which prediction?
How does and I don't want to anger you with this, but how does an eclipse work on a flat Earth?
Which one, solar or lunar?
Solar.
Moon gets in front of sun.
Okay, so
Can I try a prediction? Yeah, sorry, I don't want to interject if you guys are
Well,
not
you
okay
are.
with that.
But go on.
Yeah, I would say that the totality path of a solar eclipse can be predicted with the globe.
The area of totality has been predicted within a solar eclipse for thousands of years. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about not using repeating patterns, just going with real-time information and getting the exact path of the totality of the eclipse.
No. We've got. Do you understand what the solar cycle is?
Yeah, that's a repeating pattern of similar eclipses that works for around 10 eclipses. It doesn't tell you where the totality path is though, and what I'm telling you what the globe can do is give you the prediction with real-time information, not with repeating patterns.
So real-time information, you're going to give me a prediction.
Yeah, so if you get the ground position of the moon and sun, you can tell you exactly where the shadow would be.
That's awesome.
Yeah. I'm not sure if you can do that any other way.
Well, how do you do it?
Well, I modeled the sun, the moon, and the earth according to the heliocentric model to get where the shadow would be on the surface of the earth, and it turned out to be an exact match to the totality path.
Okay, but you can have a variance in distance between sun and moon and you'll still end up with the same result.
A variance in distance to the moon changes it a little bit.
Variance
The
between
sun,
the sun and the earth, you can make the sun smaller and bring it closer and you still get the same phenomenon.
no, you don't get the same prediction on the globe.
Have you even tried a reverse?
Yeah, I do, yeah.
Awesome.
I
So
did,
what's
yeah.
the sun? So what's the sun?
What the sun is?
Yeah, what's the sun on the flat Earth model? If there is a
I
model,
don't
and I
know.
use a term. Oh, brilliant! So you don't even know what the sun is. Brilliant. Thanks for that.
Yeah, on the flat Earth model, I don't know. Yeah.
Don't mean to interject here, Jedi. But I am.
No, you're fine.
Yeah, you guys can have that talk later. But I did want to, because I can't really talk that focused right now. If Jenna is here though, if Doc Pill, if you want to, continue the conversation.
Yeah, I think I will. I think I have a concrete question. If hang on. If Jolie or whatever her name is, if she has a more pertinent one,
Jenna.
that's fine.
Jenna.
Sorry. Yeah, Jenna.
No worries. Hi, Jenna. How are you? Welcome. Sorry.
Hey. Howdy.
Good. We just have, Doc Bill. She's been asking a few questions, and I hope you can answer her. The boys are a little bit harsh on her, so try to go easy on her. Yeah.
Yeah. What are the questions? What do we got going on here today?
Hi. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. What we got going on?
All right. Well, thank you for speaking to me, Jenna. So I was asked by Jedi, and I don't know if you're I don't know if you know more than he does on the matter, but he asked me what predictions a globe Earth would make that wouldn't work on a flat Earth. And I have a question. So, one of the predictions that the globe Earth makes is that with zenith measurements that are made by surveyors, it would show that there are plumbs and that are not parallel. Except that is actually what we see. So, there's this guy, and his name is Jesse Kozlowski, but he's a licensed surveyor. So, like when you have disputes about land, you go to a surveyor and they tell you what the lines are for it. So, what he did is he calculated these things, and what he confirmed was that that um that prediction that the globe Earth makes is actually correct. So I'm gonna post this, and I want to know what you think about it. Let me see here.
Well, I think there's no proof of terrestrial rotation.
Why would you need
There's
that
also
to
there's
make
also no
such
proof of
measurements?
there's also no proof of curvature, at least across 71% of the known Earth.
So what about the other percent?
The other percentage of known Earth would be land and has many high points and low points.
Oh, okay, you're talking about water being level. Okay, that's fine. Whatever. I accept that.
So that's 71% level, not a globe.
Yeah. So what do you think about this zenith measurement? Or was that okay? Yeah, that was your answer. Okay, so but I don't understand what that has to do with it.
I'm not sure anybody can determine that Earth is any specific shape by just measuring the distance to these celestial bodies. That doesn't make any sense.
Okay, so maybe explaining the methodology might help. So like what you do is you like look through this little telescope that pivots up and down, and then it gives you this readout on the angle, and it measures the zenith angle. If it's straight up, then the zenith angle with reference to being straight up, it'll have an angle of 0. And something that is straight out at eye level will have an angle of 90 degrees. So if you take two of these angle measuring devices and point them at each other, they should read the same angle. If one is looking down 4 degrees at the other, then the other should see the first one as 4 degrees upward.
Dog Pill, really quick. You got anybody in your DMs at the moment?
Huh?
We've heard this argument about 3 or 4 times today, and there's a common thread to it. I'm just wondering if anybody's in your DMs.
Well, no, okay, so like when I look up on YouTube arguments for or against, if I look up,
you're not gonna tell me. Okay, go on, carry on. He's parked here again on a red mic after he's been banned. And bye, Jesse.
Okay, cool. That's fine. So when I look on YouTube and I look up like flat Earth proof, and I get like domes and stuff. If I look up like predictions that the globe Earth makes, then what I get are like surveys, because you know you want to like measure the thing, right? So you get like surveyors mostly.
Can you prove that plumb lines aren't parallel?
What does that mean?
Yeah, can you prove definitions are incorrect?
Are you talking about?
You don't
Yeah,
have
yeah,
to.
you're talking about.
You
Are
don't
you
have
talking
to
about
Google.
like?
You don't have to Google everything as we're speaking to you. Just make a note if you don't know something, and then come back to it later or something. But
Well, yeah, that's fine. If something is said, I want to know cursory data about it. So like, are you saying that like if a plumb bob always hangs 100% true level vertically, does placing 2 plumb bobs like 1 mile apart prove that the Earth is flat? Is that what you're
It
saying?
proves actually, better yet, it proves that the Earth is not moving.
I don't think that's what they're measuring. Like,
Okay, my point
like-
was what they're doing, what they're claiming to do is they're setting up the theodolites with the plumb bobs.
Mhm.
Yeah, and then they're measuring, so they're using the plumb bob as a vertical. Yeah, and then they're taking the angle measurement off the plumb bob. They're setting up the theodolite level with the plumb bob, or perpendicular to the plumb bob. Yeah, that's what you're saying, isn't it?
Okay, yeah.
Is that what you're saying? Don't you say okay?
Well, yeah, I mean, if it didn't work that way, then they wouldn't use surveying to like survey the land, would they? Like if it didn't work.
Okay, so what you're saying, I'm just trying to confirm what you're saying. So you're saying, because in order for this to happen and the degrees to be different, you'd need exactly the same elevation, yeah, from each theodolite to each theodolite.
Yeah. And we have
So
altimeters.
Is this done? Is this done?
Yeah, we have altimeters to measure that.
Can you show me that the plumb bobs aren't vertical or parallel with each other?
Probably not.
No.
I'll admit I don't know. Like that's fine.
Well, you can't.
I'm not like I'm not a certified surveyor, so
But you're
I don't know
using it as
anything
part
about
of
it.
your evidence,
Yeah,
and you
that's
don't
your big
understand
evidence,
it.
dude.
But you just admitted yourself, right, that there are questions that you don't know, and that's completely fine. So why is it not okay for me to not know certain things about what I'm talking about?
No, well, that's what I was saying. It's okay for you to not know, but when you're using something as evidence for a globe and you don't understand it, then you can't really use that.
I mean, you can understand it well enough. Would you say that like there's a
Okay,
certain
do you
amount
understand it? Do you understand it?
to a certain point, yes. And there are certain
Okay,
things that I don't know.
what are they doing then? What are they doing?
Okay, so if you were to go out a certain distance, right, and you
How
know,
far?
huh? I mean,
How far?
it could be a mile or like 100 miles.
100 miles?
Right. I mean, it could be. I don't know.
That's
But
Jesse.
106 miles.
That's Jesse.
Yeah. Busted.
Yeah, Jesse's DMing you.
We already figured
no,
it out, kid.
I don't care about Jesse. 100
I don't
is
care.
you do.
Shut
is a
up.
fine number.
We've
I don't
heard
know how
this
much
script
longer you
from him.
guys want to endure this
Okay,
fucking
but
clown.
what?
To
Okay,
be
Yeah,
honest.
we've heard this
what is
script
the
from him
problem
over and
with
over.
that?
Now he's
What's
puppeting you. He came back as soon as I banned him, as soon as he possibly could after getting banned. He came back, parked on a red mic. Now you're giving us his arguments.
Okay,
Cool.
but what's wrong with it?
It's already been debunked.
That's
So
what I want to know.
Pathetic.
He's got no thought of his own.
Like why is it that if you present proof of something, right? For some reason,
We don't
like
want a
if
Jesse
it's
puppet. We want somebody that's going to
domes
think
and
for
all of
themselves.
this.
But
Okay,
Sorry.
so
here's the
I
thing,
can
Doc
see I'm
Bill.
not welcome.
Here's
That's fine.
here.
I don't.
Hold,
what is
Yeah.
the proof?
hold your horses. Hold on. Calm down. This is the thing. We don't care for Globers being here, but if you genuinely want to learn, you want to know, you want to look into the other side, that's fine. But if somebody's in your DMs, that means you're not actually looking into it yourself. You're just being fed a script and you're just repeating what they're saying. And we're not really talking to you, we're talking to them. So it doesn't really make sense for us to be talking to you. Do you get it?
Yeah, sure, fine, and I'll stop talking. What I have a
Okay.
problem with is like, why don't you care for Globers being here?
I
Isn't
just
like,
told you we don't care that they're here, as in you're here. We have many other Globers that come through, they have a genuine conversation and they leave. What I meant, I don't care, is like we don't care that they come and they have a conversation with us.
oh, okay,
But
yeah, that's fine.
yeah,
Because like what I heard earlier was like we're not here to like convince and whatever, but that doesn't make
we're
sense. It would.
not. We're
Okay,
not.
but
We're just having discussions.
okay, so if you think that something is true, right? And then you think that other people are brainwashed into the opposite thing, don't you feel a moral responsibility to try
Nope.
and convince them?
No, we present the information to them, and what they do with that information is their business. We can't force people, or we can't hunt down people and track them and try to badger them with what we know. This is why you guys come here to us. We don't go out to you guys. You know what I mean? So
Okay.
it's
So
like,
why
yeah,
is
you
all
come
that?
here, you have the discussion, and
Mhm.
whatever else you do with the information is your own.
Yeah, and thanks for talking to me today. And I'm sorry for like parroting Jesse. That's my bad. I shouldn't have done that. But here's the thing. You present the data, right? But the next person that I go to is going to say something different.
Why is that our
Like
problem?
what?
Not in
Right.
here.
So
In
which one of
here,
you?
everybody
Which one
has
of
been
you?
consistent. But I do want to tell you something. Everybody, as a flat earther, a true flat earther, agrees that there is a lack for curvature, that it is not a globe, that there is no motion to the earth. There is no such thing as mass attracting mass, and so on and so forth. The main concepts we agree on. There might be different things in the things that we can't verify, such as what is the sun, right? What is beyond Antarctica? Those things, like I told you earlier, we speculate and we have our own ideas what they could be, but we never present them as fact. So if you have different answers in those speculative topics, if that's what you're talking about, then fine. It doesn't really matter, because again, nobody can go to those places to verify what is actually happening, or what the star, the moon, and the sun is. So but the main thing that we all agree on is the debunking of the globe.
Okay, so if what you say is that there is no detectable curve, right? and then I go out and I see something like survey data that says otherwise, am I just supposed to throw out that data?
No, you compare it to like exactly. You can bring it here to us actually, and we love it when
Well,
people
I
bring
tried doing
supposed
I
evidence.
tried doing that,
But you have
that
to listen to the argument. Like Timbo was asking you about plumb lines and whatever. I wasn't listening at that part specifically, but whatever evidence that you were bringing, but you yourself don't understand the data or how, because these guys actually go out and work with these things, right? So
Mhm.
for you to come along and say, oh, it's the on paper it says this, therefore the curvature exists, and they're telling you no, this is not how it actually works, then you have to go to an actual surveyor and an actual builder, right? An actual person who uses these equipments and try to compare what they say against what people say in here.
Okay.
Right?
So when I go to that surveyor, and because like in science, right, you want to repeat things, right? So if I go to that guy, right, and I do the thing myself and I get the same answer, what am I supposed to make of that?
Okay, go to that guy, do the same thing, and come back and let us know what you get.
All right, because it's gonna say that it's a globe, but yeah, I'll go do that. I'll go do that. Thanks for talking to me today.
Wow.
Yeah, you're
I mean,
welcome.
I wouldn't bother because I'm not sure. Flat earthers would accept that. Satellites
If
can tell you anything.
Britain,
I mean,
if
I'm not
you're
sure
talking,
what flat earthers would accept. Because like every time that something is presented, right? Like it's like, okay, I have this, and this problem, right? But then like if you say, okay, well, there's this model where like it says this, and this, and they say, oh, well, that's we don't know or whatever. I don't get it. Like that there's a system that you go by to make prescriptions about the
Yeah.
natural world.
It's the
And
I don't know
scientific
why if you did
method.
this, and this, you would
yeah.
expect anything different. You should expect the
Like,
same result, but what does that mean?
Hmm?
I mean, if you repeat something perfectly, like somebody's making a cake, says put 2 eggs and 1 thing of flour, I get a cake every time. I mean, that doesn't really mean anything in the same way you're describing.
Well, that means that the ingredients are doing their thing every time, right? So like
Yeah. So what ingredients are being added to this observation that's giving you these results? Like what is the cause of those results? How did you subscribe Earth curve as the cause?
Well, I think that the approach is kind of like with this kind of question, I think it's best to falsify rather than to prove, right? And obviously, if you can get a true dichotomy between flat and curve, and you can establish a true dichotomy there, which I think we all agree you could, right? Then
Yeah.
falsifying flat would be much more appropriate than trying to prove a globe, right? I think you're going to be in all sorts of problems if
Your mum's flat.
Yo.
Yeah, she is actually. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that like here's an observation that I make. Like if I watch the Red Bull video, right, and I were to time lapse that, or like you look at a live feed of like the
Is that a man?
which parts are
Can someone mute
lit
Splobs,
up.
please?
Like if you watch a live feed of like what's lit up and what's not, right?
Yeah, right. Does it
If I
bother you
take
that
an
the Earth?
orange and I do the
go ahead.
same thing, if I take an orange and
Go
I
ahead,
do the
orange.
same thing, right? If I keep turning that orange, I'll see different sides of it. And if
I don't know
I
where you're going
let
exactly.
the time lapse keep going for the Earth, right, I'll see
Oh yeah,
different faces
I
of
did
the
hear you
Earth.
say that. Yeah, I did hear you say that earlier. That you believe, right? You've never witnessed it, but you believe that if you were in the Red Bull space jump, that you would see the Earth spinning beneath it,
No.
completely independent from
I'm
the
not
Earth.
saying hypothetically. I'm saying if you watch the live
You're not
feed.
saying hypothetically. Oh, okay.
I'm not saying hypothetically, but it starts with if.
Well, if is a
All
is a
right.
hypothesis,
So
right?
I'm watching the live feed. I'm not going to use it. I'm watching the live feed. If I let no, it keeps going, right? And I see different faces of the Earth, right? And I take a ball and I do the same thing. I see different sides of it as I keep turning it.
I hear you. So you have like a choice there. Is this thing in the sky
Wait a
moving or?
second. Wait a second. I just want to. I want to touch on what I just want to touch on what you just said. You're talking about faces, right? Well, the only shape that does not have a face is a ball. It's a sphere. It's a fact. You can look it up.
Okay, so if I take no, can't say it. I look at Mars, and
Are you looking at it right now?
Hmm?
Are you looking
No.
at it right now? Oh, all right. But if you were, go ahead.
Why do I literally have to like be in the action to say anything?
It's just because that like several
You're
times
making is unfalsifiable. You can't
Yeah,
just say things and then not have us be able to actually verify the things that you say. The things that you're saying you can't verify. So the only thing that you're talking about right now is a light in the sky, and you're reifying it into something different.
In her defense, say to, I think what she's saying has falsifiers, right? It's not like she's saying something that can't be falsified.
So we can all go to Mars and affirm what she's talking about.
No. You don't have to be on Mars. Do you have a telescope?
Yes, I've owned one previously.
No. Says who? Do you have a telescope?
No, what would that help with? Me seeing a light in the sky tells me what about the surface of the Earth?
Right. So if can't say if I look at Mars and it twists and I see different monuments as it turns, right? So
the reason people tell me about the surface of the Earth. Why are you saying that the thing in the sky is the same as the thing that I'm standing on? That is illogical.
Well, I'm trying to like do you know what object permanence is?
What does that have to do with what I just asked you?
Well,
what's object permanence?
Do you want to know or like?
Yeah, tell me what object permanence.
Tell me all about it.
Yeah, I want to know. Let's sit back and listen to wax philosophical for 30 minutes. Go for it.
That's what you're.
I've been enjoying this for like an hour and a half. So continue, please.
Great. So,
object
permanence.
Go on.
Go ahead. He wants to hear you.
Okay, so object permanence is this idea that when your mom leaves the room, you don't know that she exists, and when she comes back, oh, there it is. So if I look at a ball and I don't have object permanence, what I see is a flat disc. However, if I start turning it in my hands, like a striped ball, I'm going to see the different colors of it as you turn it. When I look at Mars and it turns, I see different faces of it. Oh, that's also a ball.
But what if you're not looking at it? You still see different faces. What if?
I watch the Red Bull jump. I see different monuments on the Earth at different times.
Like Planet New
that's
Mexico.
a ball too. It just logically follows.
Okay, sorry. Can I take this very quickly? Do you remember earlier we were talking about the standard of the scientific method to understand that standard when we're told about science? So
Yeah,
with regards,
and you said some weird stuff about like manipulating the cause, which didn't make sense.
that's a
But
fucking
go on.
experiment. Do you know what an experiment is? Where
Yeah.
you vary your presumed cause to see if it has the effect. I hope that rings true for you.
And they were moving the balls, so
that's not you very manipulating your fucking cause. Anyway, when we're talking about observing Earth curvature from an altitude, we must understand the mathematics that would be involved. For a radius value of 3,959 miles, when you're 120,000 feet off the surface of the Earth, you should not be able to perceive left to right horizontal curvature. So, with regards to the Felix Baumgartner jump, we all know who Neil deGrasse Tyson is. And with reference to this, he came out and said that Felix was not far enough away from the surface of the Earth to perceive left to right curvature, even though we all saw it on TV. Now we understand that lenses can distort horizontal lines. For example, when we're using GoPro cameras, which is what he used. So, with that premise in mind, if we understand the mathematics involved, then we should all be able to discard Felix Baumgartner straight out the door, because he's not high enough above the surface of the Earth to see left to right curvature. However, if that was curvature of the Earth, all we would have to do is complete the circle to get a general idea of the circumference value of the Earth. And we've got an Earth which is only slightly bigger than the Moon, if we were to complete that circle. So we have to understand standards to hold claims to. This one's a mathematical standard. The mathematical equation for that altitude, you should not be able to perceive left to right curvature.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm not saying that I'm perceiving left to right curvature in the video. What I'm saying is that if I keep going on a time lapse, I'm going to see different parts of the Earth at different times.
So
That's what I also see when I do it in my hand. Oh, it's a ball.
So is that with regards to, say, the International Space Station and the live stream that we see on YouTube?
No. This is the most basic observation that I could possibly make. I'm not interested in curvature. I'm not interested in any of that. If I watch a time lapse of a balloon looking straight down at the ground and I just let it keep going, what I see it do is the same thing as if I was looking at a ball and twisting it in my hands.
Awesome.
Ooh, that kind of sounds fun.
Well, at the end of the day, we can all be on a flat surface, travel across that flat surface, and notice different landmarks as we move across that flat surface, right? If we were to travel in a circular path, we'd come back to where we started from.
Yeah, but I can't, like, if I were to do the same thing on a flat Earth, I'd be able to see the edge.
Why? You would have to get close enough to the edge. You know how far away the physical horizon would be on a sphere at a distance of 35,000 foot above the surface of the Earth? Got any idea?
No.
229 miles. You'd have to get really, 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 really high and really, really close to Antarctica if the presumed limitation of the environment was there. Why do you expect to see it within the Northern Hemisphere? I presume you're in America. How high would you have to be above the surface of the Earth to witness it in its entirety? Do you know? Because if you don't, you don't have a standard to hold. Again.
Well, hang on. If I go to, like, the Himalayas, for example, on a flat Earth, and I take a telescope to the top, I'm higher than anything else. That means that if I look down, at some point I should be able to magnify Antarctica into existence, but that doesn't happen.
No, do you know why?
Probably the excuse of atmospherics, but that wouldn't apply on a flat Earth. Like, if
hold on, why wouldn't that apply on the flat Earth when we're always looking through the atmosphere? Is the atmosphere only attributed to a ball?
No, you have an atmosphere in a.
Thank you. So,
in the
atmospheric
dome,
attenuation of light would happen through the atmosphere whether the Earth was a sphere or whether the Earth was flat, right?
So, if nothing is obstructing my view, I can't see it because of the atmosphere.
Am I correct? The atmosphere exists on most conceptualizations.
Yeah. So what you're saying is that I can't see it because of
that,
right?
You're going to have to recant on your statement then, aren't you, for what seems to be the 5th time in conversation with me? Because you keep making baseless fucking claims. Now, do you understand the attenuation of light? Do you understand that the atmosphere with distance becomes, what, less transparent? You understand that we have ocular devices because we have limitations in ocular devices. Your eyes can only see so far, so then we invented binoculars. After binoculars, we then invented telescopes, and now we've got high-powered zoom cameras, but they still have a limitation to how far that they can resolve angular distance differences at distance. Then you're going to compound the issue of the Himalayas is nowhere near fucking Antarctica. And also, we're going to have to look through how many thousands of miles of atmosphere. And you still expect to be able to resolve an object that is far too small to see with current technology. We're not going to go to a hypothetical now. You're making a baseless claim. Or an ignorant one, I think would be a better term.
Yeah, I'll
I mean,
admit
we've
that.
been
Sorry about that.
really patient with you, but my goodness me.
Well, at least I can say sorry.
No,
At least I can admit when I'm wrong.
that is true. You can do that, and I will accept your apology. It's just, it bugged me. So I do apologise for coming across as harsh, but that bugged me. Because obviously the
You're
atmosphere
fine.
does.
I understand, like, but asking these questions when, like, the honest answer is I don't know, like, that's completely fine. I understand. I would probably also get miffed myself.
I mean, we can be in an aeroplane, right? We can be at 35,000 feet. We can use an infrared camera, for example, and we can see a horizon that is 1,000 miles away, where the geometric horizon should be 229 miles away. Now, with just that direct observation, we can demonstrate that the Earth at least appears to be horizontal and level and flat, because there's no curvature to be observed, especially when we're looking over distances of water. There's no curvature involved. You shouldn't be able to see a geometric horizon beyond its geometric limits from an altitude of 35,000 feet. But hey, what do I know? I'm just a flat earther, right? Still not going to see to Antarctica.
Yeah, good. Great. I
And
accept that.
even with the International Space Station at what, 250 miles above the surface of the Earth, maybe I'll give you 3. Mathematically speaking, again, you're not high enough above the surface of the Earth to observe left to right curvature from that altitude. So why would you suggest that you can just go to the top of a mountain and see the limitation of reality when you can't and shouldn't be able to see it from high altitude at the International Space Station, mathematically speaking? I get this is just probably a massive learning curve for you. You've only been in this for a few months.
Yeah. So, what keeps the ISS up in the sky?
Absolutely no idea. Don't even know what the International Space Station is.
Yeah, so when, like, if I look through a telescope and I see what they call the International Space Station, do you think, like, that's just, like, trash up there?
What do you mean by trash?
Like, I don't know, like, why is it there? Like, is that a part of the projection? I also have questions about, like, the stars being projected again onto a dome, but that you don't say that, so.
No, I think Lulu touched on this earlier. Sometimes it's kind of hard to go onto YouTube and see flat earthers making claims that they can't verify. It's kind of one of the thorns in our side on this server because we don't make claims that we can't verify, and we kind of pour scorn on those flat earthers as well because they ill-educate people like yourself who seem to think that this is what flat earthers say. We don't. But with regards to the International Space Station, I wouldn't say it's a projection. I would agree that it appears to be something in the sky. We can watch it transit the moon. We've got apps that track it, and we can go outside and observe it when it's due to pass overhead. But that doesn't mean that it's in the vacuum of space orbiting a ball. It could be a high altitude piece of equipment that could be lower in altitude and therefore to cover the distance be going at a slower speed because the arc's not the same. So it could be many things, but it's not in the vacuum of space.
Yeah, okay. So you said that when an eclipse happens, the moon transits the sun. Do you know how far away the moon or the sun is?
No. And I also don't make knowledge claims as to what the sun and the moon are. Don't know their size, don't know their distance, don't know what they are. The reason why I say that is because I can't vary any of my speculations to be true. I might have guesses, but I couldn't verify them because to verify them, I'd have to go there. And this is the kind of situation that we're all in, right? We all stand on the surface of the earth. We all look at the sky. We look through telescopes and stuff, and we see exactly the same thing. The only difference between me and you is you'll superimpose a story over the top of what you see because of an authority telling you what you see. In all honesty, we don't actually know. We just rely on others to tell us the story. For example, when we look through a telescope and we see Jupiter, for example, right? Now we see the same thing, but you will believe that that's a giant uncontained ball of gas in a vacuum. I understand that that can't be true. You'll counter me by saying gravity, and then we'll start running around this little conversation again. Well, I will try to help you understand that gravity's never been scientifically proven, and even when I give it to you, it doesn't attract gas.
Okay. I'm sorry,
do you
I
mean?
didn't. Okay, so I never wrote down those three things, and I want to go where open up TXT.
It does sound like you have a fundamental misunderstanding of what gravity is.
Can you give me a sign? Hold on. You can wait for 2 seconds. I'm going to give this lady the 3 points that she wants to write down, and then we'll get back to you. Is that all right?
That's fine.
Good. So, Dog Pill, you got a pen and bit of paper when you're writing this down on your computer?
Yeah. Okay, so
Cool.
I'm ready. 1.
So 3 points. Well, we're told 3 things about the Earth: what it is, what it does, and where it does it. 1, that the Earth is a ball. 2, that this ball is in motion. And 3, the ball in motion is in motion in the vacuum of space.
Right.
Those
So what are your 3 things?
Our 3 things are: there has been no physical measurement of curvature of the Earth. There has been no direct measurement of the movement of the Earth.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is that point 2?
Yep, no motion. So no direct measurement of motion of the Earth.
No motion. And 3?
And 3, there's no demonstration of gas pressure without a container.
Thank you very much, guys.
No problem. You type pretty fast. It's pretty cool. No worries. Again, apologise for my harshness. I will take that back.
I accept that fully. Thank you very much.
No problem at all. Right. We've spent quite a bit of time with you. If you want to sit back and you want to listen, you want to go and do some research.
Yeah. Someone else. Yeah, please.
Yeah. Yeah, no worries. Right. My guy, I don't understand gravity. Give me a hypothesis that I can test to prove it. Go.
What do you mean? What kind of hypothesis do you want?
I want a hypothesis that proves gravity. Let's go.
I don't know. I don't know if I have that offhand, to be honest with you.
Okay, well, you said that I don't understand it, so maybe you can explain it to me.
Sure. When I say you don't really, it seems like you have a misunderstanding of gravity. You said that gravity doesn't attract gas.
Yeah, right. Doesn't change the path of gas molecules.
That's not true. Gas molecules are matter and are affected by gravity just as much as any other matter is.
Awesome. I'm going to post you. Well, I won't post you everything to prove that you're incorrect, but what I will do is I'll post you kinetic molecular theory in the side chat. I've posted it at 3 minutes past the hour. What you can do is you can read off, I don't know how many postulates are there, all 6 of those postulates for the class, and then you can maybe readjust your assertion.
Okay, hold on. So let me read this real quick.
You made the assertion that gas is matter and gravity attracts all matter. You'll understand that if gas is matter, and you're suggesting that mass attracts mass, you'll understand that within observation and description of gas movement, gas doesn't attract gas. So you're going to fail on that one. Also, the mass of the container, any mass doesn't attract gas to it. Even if you put the container on the floor is not going to attract the gas to it.
So a few things here. Gravity is not an attractive force. It is a bending of space-time. So if you're going to have single particles of mass or single particles of gas, their gravity is going to be largely gravity is a weak force, right? So they're going to have a very.
You said it wasn't a force. Now you're saying it's a weak force.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is its effects on things like particles is very small, right? So when we're talking about these things, there's much more relevant forces that act on these gas particles than gravity. So we're talking about things like electronegativity. We're talking about things like the pushing and pulling of hydrogen bonds. we're not really talking that much about on a molecular scale of gas attracting particles affecting space-time and warping them and causing gravitational attraction between them.
Okay, so can you show me mass attracting gas?
Yes.
Okay, where do we observe this? And please don't beg the question when you do so.
The Earth and other celestial bodies.
Do you remember the bit where I said, please don't beg the question when you do so?
But I'm giving you an example of matter. Hold on.
Sorry.
I'm giving you an example of matter attracting a gas.
Yeah.
You just asked that.
Yeah, I said don't beg the question. So that's the very thing that's in question at the moment. That there's a vacuum of space up there, and we've got gas pressure here, and that gas pressure isn't dispersing into that vacuum of space. You're just saying, well, I believe there's a sky vacuum. I believe there's a vacuum out there surrounding Jupiter. Jupiter's made of gas. We've got gas pressure, and that isn't dispersing into the vacuum of space. There's my fucking evidence.
You're under the assumption that gas needs to be in a container. It doesn't need to be in a container.
It's an assumption. It's a necessary antecedent consequent relationship. The consequence of putting gas into a container is the gas is under pressure. Unless you can demonstrate to me gas pressure without a container, without pointing to your fundamentalist sky religion about a vacuum.
But that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about gravity affecting the gas in the way that it creates an atmosphere, which then creates pressure.
Okay, so you're just going to keep begging the question. That's fine. Can you give me the scientific?
It's not me begging the question. It's me pointing to fundamental.
It is. I'll tell you it is.
It's no, you guys say it is, but I'm pointing to fundamental facts about like gravity and
give me a fundamental fact about gravity. Give me the scientific hypothesis that I can test that proves mass bends space-time.
Well, there's a number of ways of checking if gravity bends space-time. Hold on, I'm trying to give it to you. So the way that dude, you have to let me finish what I'm saying.
As long as you give me the one thing I'm asking for, that's fine.
I'm trying to give it to you, but you've interrupted me 4 times now. So can you let me finish? Okay. So the most prominent example that I can give you, and the one that Einstein used to prove his theory on gravity, is that during a solar eclipse, particles light that you shouldn't be able to see that is behind the sun was bended around the sun during a solar eclipse. During a solar eclipse, light was bended around a sun so you could see what was behind the sun.
Yeah, I told you weren't going to give me what I asked for.
That is an example of gravity in space-time. What do you mean?
It's like I have to repeat everything I said. I asked you not to beg the question earlier, but you still fucking went ahead and did that anyway. I've just asked you for a hypothesis that I can test, and you haven't given me one of those either. Do you understand what natural science is?
I don't need to give you an exact hypothesis, right? I'm just giving you the evidence. You asked me for evidence that gravity is
for a hypothesis.
Okay, if you're asking for a hypothesis, the hypothesis is if gravity is real, during a solar eclipse, you should see a bending of space light, a bending of light through space, and you should be able to see things behind the sun that should not be visible. They tested this and found that it was true, proving Einstein's theory of gravity.
Not a hypothesis.
That is a hypothesis.
No, it isn't.
Okay, what form do you want a hypothesis in? I can give you a form of hypothesis.
Cool. So what's a dependent variable? What's an independent variable? I want them correctly situated so I can vary and manipulate the independent variable, see if it causes the phenomena. So with regards to Einstein, what's the dependent variable?
Okay, so you're asking for a very specific hypothesis. I'm giving you a generalized
asking for fucking natural science.
I'm giving you a generalized hypothesis of gravity. I mean, I can read you Einstein's verbatim.
I don't want a generalized hypothesis. I don't want
you asked for a hypothesis, though.
I don't listen to me, sunshine. Right? You're turning into a ghastly little man, and it's starting to fuck me off. I've asked you for a hypothesis. We're going to be doing natural science here. A hypothesis is a supposition into a cause and effect relationship that I'm going to be able to construct an experiment upon where I vary and manipulate the presumed cause.
You don't.
That's what I want. That's what I asked for right from the fucking beginning.
That's not true. You're
What do you mean
again,
it's not fucking true?
because you're offering me like a like high school
Oh
understanding
my
of
goodness, dude!
natural
You don't know
sciences.
what you're talking
Thank
about,
you.
man. It's
Thank you.
painful.
Thank you for
It's
interrupting
fucking
me.
painful. It's just the
Maybe
scientific
maybe you
method.
know just
You
don't
don't
have
know
your
what
mic
you're
on
talking
like
about. You're in
full
the
blast so
wrong
I can hear myself
conversation,
talking.
bird lawyer.
Like
Bird lawyer, you're in the wrong conversation. You do not understand what's going on here at all.
I do understand what's going on here. So again,
You don't. You're demonstrating that you don't know.
Thank you. I'm not done. So when we're talking about these things, we're not talking.
Yeah, you're fucking done. You don't know what a hypothesis test is, and trying to bullshit your way through it to a room full of people who do is obviously not going to work. So why don't you humble up, fucking idiot?
Oh, fucking hilarious. So anyway, as I was saying before, a understanding of a hypothesis as only a connection between a dependent and independent variable is unironically a high school understanding of natural sciences.
Awesome. So I better get onto Richard Feynman and Max Born and the chair of physics at fucking Rochester University when they described to me what the scientific method is and the process of experimentation. Because at that point, you will
But
not
you
be
already had it
explained to you. Fuck up. Listen, you will not be arguing with me from that point onward. You will be arguing with Nobel laureates. Would you like to do that?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Awesome stuff. What I was going to do is provide you with at least 30 citations with regards to natural science, the scientific method, the constituent parts of an experiment, scientific theory, and so on. When I have done so, you're going to either have to recant on your statement of a high school understanding of science, aren't you? Because you're not arguing with me. You're arguing with Richard Feynman, Max Born, to name but a few. You know, people who actually do science.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
Okay. Cool.
So what?
Well, you're incorrect.
You want these like very give me the independent and dependent variable. Again, that's not what we're talking about when we talk about scientific hypothesis.
Yeah, it is.
That is a very no. That
You're
that is
fucking
a
crazy.
very
That's
high
exactly
school,
what it is.
That's a very high school understanding.
He's going to need those citations because he is just not getting with it.
Okay, so I can read you like the definition of a hypothesis, right?
That's what we're going to do.
A hypothesis is a testable prediction that seeks to explain a phenomenon or state between relationship between variables.
Testable prediction. So an experiment then.
Yeah, so I gave you a hypothesis.
Making my fucking point for me.
I gave you a hypothesis.
A testable prediction where you, the researcher.
Einstein's prediction about the bending of space-time during a solar eclipse, you can redo that experiment.
Okay, dependent and independent variable, please.
That's not what we're talking. It's
yes,
you can't just say a dependent and independent variable. We're talking about. Okay, so we're talking about.
What a hypothesis test is, scientifically speaking.
Okay, I gave you a hypothesis of what I'm talking about, and you're like autistically asking me, well, what's independent?
You're trying to give us a pseudoscience. It doesn't fit the scientific method.
It's not a pseudoscience.
And you know what's actually kind of funny? We can just take what you said. Oh, that's just like a high school version of science. Well, because you can't even meet that criteria, your gravity claim, according to you then, doesn't even rise to the level of high school science. That's how stupid this is.
Okay, but you realize that every single scientist accepts like Einsteinian physics when it comes to like gravity.
Okay,
right?
cool. What's
the hypothesis is that during a solar eclipse, you will see light from the other side of the sun that you shouldn't be able to see.
It's not a hypothesis. What's the deep variable?
Independent variable.
What's the dependent variable?
The dependent variable would be the light coming from the other side.
What's the independent variable?
The time at which you're measuring that light.
So the time of which you're measuring that light is causing the phenomena. You're an idiot.
No.
Yes, because you've given me the independent variable as time, the cause of the phenomena. Fucking idiot, dude. Try again.
Can you
try again?
What? Okay, so what would you call that? Like, if it's not an experiment, what would you call that?
Dude, repeat for the class what your
Observation?
independent. Repeat for the class what your independent variable.
He's not an idiot. He's a datum.
What?
What?
I'm a what?
You're not an idiot, dude.
You called me something else. What would you say?
I don't need people sidetracking the conversation where I'm trying to get this gentleman to understand that he hasn't given me an independent variable. Remind me what you gave me as an independent variable.
I think I said time.
The time of which you made the observation.
Well, yeah, that would be the
presumed
it's not really
cause.
an independent.
Sorry. The cause of the phenomena was the time you took the observation.
Well, it would be the blocking of this. I don't. Again, it's not a.
Help?
It's not
to
a.
help.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Okay, so dependent variable will be the phenomena, and the independent variable will be the cause of the phenomena.
So the blocking of the light from the solar eclipse.
So the blocking of the light from the solar eclipse.
Yeah.
Causes.
If you don't have the
causes the blocking
yes,
of the light from the solar eclipse. So the moon blocking the light on the Earth from the sun is the cause of a star being projected from behind the sun.
Well, you wouldn't be able to see the light if the light wasn't blocked, right?
I'm trying to figure out why the light is being bent around the back of the fucking sun, sunshine. You could at least have said fucking gravity. That would have been more helpful.
Gravity is the thing that is bending the light. That is Einstein's hypothesis.
What's gravity?
Gravity is a bending of space-time by large celestial objects.
You do understand that we're doing natural science here, right? So all things must be physical and natural. I must be able to impart energy to them, impart a force to them, stick them in a bucket, paint them red, and set fire to them. They must be physical, right?
This is what I'm talking about when I'm talking about a high school understanding of physics and
high school understanding of physics. I'm talking about physical things. Things must be physical, so why the researcher can impart
gravity
energy.
isn't a force, right?
So it's not a force. It's a bending of a space-time fabric, isn't it?
It is.
So is space, height, width, length, absence of anything physical?
Is absence of everything physical?
Yes. Is space, height, width, length?
That sentence doesn't even make any sense.
I know. I'm just about to demonstrate to you that Einstein's reifying non-actual things into existence, but we'll go slowly because you seem to have a cognitive disposition. Is space, absence of anything, the concept of height, width, length, physical?
The absence. I'm sorry. So you're asking is what?
Oh, goodness me! Trying to ask you.
I'm trying to understand your question because it seems to be from nothing.
Yeah. I mean, this is me pointing out the reification of nothing into something, but you can find it ridiculous. I'm glad that you're following along. So, is space, absence of anything, the concept of height, width, length, physical?
I don't know what you mean by space.
Absence of anything, height, width, length.
But okay, but what do you mean by that? When absence of anything?
Yeah, so
I don't know. That's why I'm asking you.
Is nothing physical? Is no thing physical?
That's more of a philosophical question than anything.
Well, I'm trying to figure out if it's physical or not.
Is nothing physical? I don't know.
Really? You don't know if no thing, not physically there, the concept of height, width, length isn't physical? Shit.
I don't know. I really don't know what this has to do with gravity.
We're going to be pointing out of a reification used by Einstein, non-concretism, the reification of non-physical things, giving them physical attributes, and then bending them and warping that space-time fabric that he's cobbled together from nowhere.
I don't even know what that means. Okay, so like when we're
Let's do
talking
this.
about
Let's do this one. Is time physical?
Is time physical? Not really.
Awesome. So not physical then. So being as we're doing natural science, physical things where I must be able to impart energy or a force into a physical object that has
That's
constituent
not a
parts.
good definition of natural sciences. That's
Well,
that's a very narrow view
the
of.
natural world. Are you sure? You've just
Yes.
demonstrated to me that time isn't physical, but we're going to be bending and warping that non-physical thing with a mass.
Yes.
Do you understand how this is a reification fallacy? Or do
Well,
I have to
I said that like that's more of a philosophical question than anything.
Well,
We
it's not
do know
natural
that
science question.
gravity bends space time.
No, we don't.
Yes, we do.
Because space time's not physical. As I'm taking a very long way to demonstrate to you that it's a reification fallacy. Taking non-physical things, giving them physical attributes, and bending and warping them with math. Not physical.
So
Definitely not natural science.
That's what you think that
No, that's
natural
what I
science
know.
is, but we know this is true.
Oh, do we?
That's what you
Yes,
said, Bird. You
we do.
admitted that it's not physical. I'm on your side.
Wait, so again, you're just asserting that non-physical thing or that physical things can't warp or bend physical thing or non-physical things.
Yeah, non-physical things. You're going to tell me that they are going to interact with physical things. You understand that time isn't physical.
Well, time is an abstract concept that
There
like
we go. So we're not going to be dealing with
but
concepts here.
that doesn't mean that we can't warp time through physical
a concept. So I can warp.
Your assumption is that we can warp time. We can't warp time through physical means. That's your assumption.
Well, at the moment, time's a concept, isn't it?
Well, time is a concept in the sense that it's like human made, right? We can have like different assumptions of time, but time still moves forward.
Is it a concept then? Does it have physical attributes?
I don't. So you're using these terms like incredibly interchangeably. I don't know what you like. Are you talking about a science
topic?
Are you talking about a scientific understanding of time, or are you talking about a human understanding of time?
We're talking about natural science. We're talking about physical interaction.
That doesn't help me. That doesn't help me.
Obviously, it doesn't seem to help you. I don't understand why. Maybe the word physical and natural aren't big enough descriptors for you.
Yeah, because again, you're using a lot of these terms interchangeably and like switching between definitions whenever you
I'm sticking to the same
necessary.
definition. I've been sticking to the same definition the whole time. I'm trying to demonstrate to you that Einstein reified non-physical things into existence and bent them and warped them with math. So not natural science.
What do you mean?
Because
bent them by math.
Oh, do you not understand Einstein's field equations and shit? What's going on?
I understand science equations, but I'm talking about how did he bend them by math?
Mass.
He didn't. Oh, mass. Oh, I didn't think. I thought you said math. Sorry.
Well,
go ahead.
He bent and warped those physical things with mass, with mathematical equations. I have said mass and math the same within the same sentence, and I'll give you that confusion. That's fine. But they're still not physical things. Time and space. Height, width, length, that's conceptual.
I mean, space is a physical thing that exists in the world. Like we're talking about that. Again, your assumption that like physical things can't bend non-physical things is an assumption that you're making.
At the moment,
and not one that I agree with. And
sounds like a burden reversal, you clown. Show us that non-physical things can bend physical things. That's your claim. What's wrong with you?
We've seen that gravity bends. I'm giving you that example. We've seen that.
Not.
I absolutely am. We've
seen
that
the
gravity.
hypothesis for it.
We've seen that gravity bends space-time, so that's
no, you haven't.
The example.
You just made the assertion that it's done that. You haven't even shown us space-time, manipulated it, done anything with it at all. You just made the assertion that this is what's happening. That's literally all you've done.
How is it that we can see light that should be behind a sun during a solar eclipse? How is that possible?
That would be your claim and your cause claim as to the bending and warping of space-time, and every single time we try to parse this out scientifically, You don't even give us the correct independent variable for your conclusion to follow
I'm
from.
asking you a question. How would we be able to see light
And
behind
I'm
a sun?
telling you that that's a burden reversal because that would be your claim, your cause claim,
I'm asking you.
your evidence that you're presenting to us in support of this bending and warping of space-time claim that you have.
I am asking you the question, right? How is it possible?
Why? You have the answer. It's supposed to be space-time. That's your claim. So how are you
Yes,
going to demonstrate
that is my explanation, but I'm asking your explanation for it.
I don't have one because it's not my claim and not my argument. It's yours. So you're
I'm not
supposed
asking.
to
Wait,
validate
I'm not.
that.
I'm asking you about evidence that we have observed in the natural world.
You've observed something and declared cause that you can't physically test or verify.
I'm asking you your explanation of this.
Why? For the 5th fucking time. It's not my explanation. It's not
I
my
know
evidence.
it's not
my
your
argument.
explanation. So you don't have an explanation for this physical phenomenon?
No, it's yours that you brought to us in support of your bending and warping of space-time fairy tale, and we can't get to the logical conclusion of bending and warping in space-time.
So do you not have an explanation for this phenomenon, or do you have an explanation?
How many fucking times do I have to tell you the same thing? It's like you're brain damaged.
I just want to get you on record by saying that you do or don't have an explanation for these things.
I'll tell you who doesn't have an explanation. You, not a valid one that you can test and verify scientifically.
Okay, so
let's get that
again,
on record. Well, we already did.
I do want to ask. Do you have an explanation for this phenomenon?
How many fucking times am I going to answer the same stupid ass question?
So just answer it once.
It's supposed to be a phenomenon that you have figured out the cause for scientifically.
No. I understand.
You don't have a valid hypothesis test to support your claim.
So you don't have a explanation for this.
It's not about whether I do. It's about
I'm just
whether
asking
you do,
if you.
It's your claim, and you
I know it's my claim.
No,
that's the claim.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
No,
I want to see this. I want to see this light bending around the sun.
Sure. Give me a second. I can find the paper that I'm talking about.
Well, it's just going to be a phenomenon that you're going to declare cause for. That's all it's going to be. You're just going to declare your cause over and over again. We're going to try to parse it out with a hypothesis test. You won't be able to give us the correct variables. And then you're going to flip it on to us to explain what was supposed to be your evidence. Pathetic.
Yeah, I thought that light came from the sun. Like, what's this about light bending around the sun? What the fuck is that?
Yeah, I don't get it.
You haven't heard about this before? Okay, yeah. So I'll give it like a little bit of explanation.
I've heard about it, but I've never seen anything with concrete evidence that that's what's happening.
Like if I think correctly,
I've seen a paper that describes what you should be seeing, but no one sees it.
So like what I think you're talking about is gravitational lensing, but we see that at a galactic scale. Supposedly, right?
Again,
so why talk about the sun about that?
Well, because gravity is like exceedingly weak. So when you're talking about these forces,
now it's weak, but it bends light around it. You fucking idiot.
Yes, because it is a huge. We're talking about huge objects. Like if you're talking about the mass of a small object.
How big?
What?
How big is that object?
The sun. It's huge. It's ginormous.
How
massive.
big?
How big?
I don't know the exact.
Ginormous isn't really a number. It doesn't tell me anything. So how big is it, and how was that measured?
Well, I don't have the exact metrics.
So just more claims on top of claims, huh?
I mean, I can pull up the size of the sun for you if you want me to.
Okay, and then I'll ask you how that was verified.
Size of the sun. Give me a second. It's about 865,000 miles in
yeah, how'd they get that?
Diameter.
How'd they get
measured
that?
How?
Well, there's a number of ways you can measure it. You can measure it by measuring gravitational pull. You can measure it by...
How am I going to do that? You haven't even verified that exists yet.
Well, you have verified that gravity exists.
It's not even pull, according to you. That would be a force, and you've spent all this time telling us it's not a force. It's a pseudo-force bending and warping of space-time. Another claim you haven't verified at all. So what the fuck are you talking about?
Well, you could still measure gravitational attraction and pull.
Give me the method for that. Attraction. It's not attraction. That would be a force again. What are you talking about?
I'm using these terms in like a kind of a
interchangeably. Oh shit.
No, not interchangeably. In a kind
You
of
can't do
layman's
that,
terms
Jedi,
of
but he
this.
can do that.
No, I'm using these terms in kind of like a layman's speech, right? If we're talking about
Yeah,
like
because that's
very
what you are.
specific. Well, I mean, everybody here is a layman, yeah. I admittedly have a little bit more scientific. I have
definition for a
admittedly a
layman.
little bit more scientific understanding of these things than a layman. I mean, I've been to school.
You still
for it,
couldn't
so-
describe what
What is a
physical
layman?
about space. Like what was
A
physical about
layman
space?
is a person that is like not
Okay. This is a bunny
what-
trail. We don't need it. You were going to tell us how you
Somebody
were going
asked me what a layman is. I'm just trying to answer their question.
you were going to measure gravitational pull, which goes against your claim of gravity being bending and warping of space time to get the size of the sun. Go ahead and give us that method. What are we going to do?
Okay, so anyway, a layman is a person that is not like very
come
well.
on, man.
Why are you answering that?
I'm trying to answer a person's question.
It's
dude.
Why are you
incorrect.
answering that
It's
question?
incorrect.
No,
Just
no,
get
no.
on with
Ignore that.
what we were
Ignore
asking
that and
for.
go on. Yeah,
Okay.
ignore layman.
Okay, sorry. Did you? Okay, whatever. Okay, where were we at? What were we trying to discuss?
I really want to know what layman means.
Okay.
You were going to tell us how you were going to. Yeah, who's talking about that, dude? Just drop the layman
Somebody
thing.
asked
You're
me.
going to
Somebody
tell
asked
us.
me a question.
You were going to tell us how
Gotta
you're going to
give them a-
measure gravitational pull, which goes against your claim of what gravity is, in order to get the size of the sun.
Well, again, we're talking about these terms. We're talking about like a fundamental understanding of gravity, right? We're talking about like a bending of space time. We could talk about how fast that bending of
That's not
space
a
time.
pull, and this isn't the method for getting the size of the sun.
I know. I'm not
Bunch of
saying that
BS.
it's a
Try
pull.
again.
I'm talking about these. I'm talking about like other things that are involved in this, right? When we're
Why?
talking
You're
about
supposed to talk about this one thing and how it
when we're
gets you the
talking
size
about
of the
a
sun.
bending of space time, a good way of visualizing this is if you have like a kind of what's the best like a sheet of paper that is like suspended, and then you put like a mass in that piece of sheet. It bends the paper around it, right?
That's
And
paper.
then we can.
That's not space time. Start over.
I'm trying to give you a visualization of what I'm talking.
Yeah, you're trying to give me a visualization of what you imagine is going on in physical reality, but what I'm asking for is the demonstration in physical reality.
The demonstration would be the sun, or sorry, the planets moving around the sun. That would be a demonstration of this.
Where do you see that?
In the world around
I don't
us.
even see the planets at the same time as the sun. What the fuck are you smoking?
Okay.
Yeah, show us the planets going around the sun.
But what do you mean? Show us
Yeah,
the planet?
yeah.
Like,
in the real world, show us the planets going around the sun.
Okay, so we have the sun, right? And then the planets move around the sun. They come up at different times during the day. They disappear behind the sun at other points. They're on the opposite side of the Earth at some points in time. Like what do you mean?
So where in all this did we see the planets going around the sun?
I mean, we can test their distances from the Earth, right? And see where. Well, we can look at the light that's coming off of the planets. We can tell the distance between those, that light, how intense the light is. There's a number of ways of doing that.
Light coming off the planets gives you the distance to the planets. Elaborate.
Yeah. But by the cube square law, right, the intensity of light coming off of a planet or reflecting off a planet will give you a rough estimate about where they are in the sky, right?
Yeah,
we can
okay,
use
give
more
us the math of
precise.
that. Yeah, show us exactly how you're going to do that.
The
Just
math,
using light intensity.
I can't do that. I'm.
You need a distance for that.
Yeah, you're going to need a distance or a size. Yeah, you're going to need a distance or a size.
Do you know what the
together with
cube
its angular
square
size
law
to get
is?
either of that.
No, you don't. You can just use the cube square law. You can use that to determine the distance between those objects.
Grab a citation of who's used the cube square law to get the size and or distance of any planet in the sky and post in the chat.
I don't have that offhand.
Because you're full of shit.
Well, do you even know what the cube square law is?
Yeah, it's your claim for how they're going to get the size and or distance of planets in the sky. That's what you've said, so post a citation of anybody doing that in the chat so we can look at what they did.
But do you know what it is? I'm just asking if you
No,
know.
you'd need a size for that. If you're gonna use it for distance, you need a size. If you're gonna use it for size, you need a distance. So no, you can't do that.
You don't actually need it for size. You can use relative distances when you're talking.
But you don't have a distance because you're trying to work out the distance.
Again, I'm trying to like prove this to you.
Fucking hell, man.
I'm trying to prove this to you without using gravity, which is admittedly hard.
We're all
but
aware
it is
of a
something.
square law of light, but you can't use it, man. Move on.
Your claim was gravity.
You know
Your claim
even
was
know what the
gravity.
cube square law
so
is?
we're gonna shelve gravity because that was
Do you
your
know
claim.
what it
you were gonna
is?
use that to get the sizes and the distances of all these things. That's out
What?
now. So now you're going to go to the cube square law. So what I'm going to get from you is a citation of anybody using the cube square law to get the distance and or sizes of planets in the sky. Go ahead, please.
I don't have that offhand. I already told you
Okay,
that I don't
well, we'll
have
shelve that one then too. Next.
Okay.
I have a question.
Right. Go ahead.
If Earth was flat, how is it that people can fly planes straight and end up in the same place as where they started?
You just said straight. They wouldn't be able to do that if they're flying over a curve. Globe
Well, you know what I mean. You know what I mean, right? You're being semantical. Just listen to the actual meaning of the question, right? How can a plane go one direction, right? And it start from finish. It goes one direction without stopping, and it can end up in the same place. How is it
You're
going?
gonna have to. You're gonna have to give us an example of when someone's done that.
There's been several cases when people's done this almost every single day. Airports, right?
You can post a plane leaving New York, heading straight and ending up back in New York. Have you got that one?
Yeah, let me give you video. Just a moment.
Dude, there is no such flight plan. Even if you look at the airways, there's no such flight plan given where an airplane does this type of routing, man.
Like, what are you talking about?
They never fly completely in a straight line.
Yeah, people want to leave New York. They buy tickets all the time. They want to leave New York and come right back to it. It's a common flight, apparently. People are paying thousands to leave and come right back.
So I do have a
Let's
question
get
for
back
you.
to Bird Lawyer. Let's get back
Yeah,
to Bird
sure,
Lawyer about his evidence of how he's
Sure,
got distance,
sure.
because I'm interested in that.
Yeah, great. So I do have a question for you then. Like, if we want.
So you're not going to give us the answer of what
I
you were
do
claiming
have a
before, or
question.
not?
I would like not to be interrupted, but I do have a question for you.
So you're not going to give us the answer.
I do
are
have
you?
a. I do
Don't
have a
the
question.
answer.
I
Is
do
that
have a
right? You're
question.
not going to give us the answer
Are
of
you
what you
gonna
were
let me
claiming
finish?
before, or
Are
not?
you going to let me
Are you going to
finish?
give us the answer of
Are you
what
gonna
you were
let me
claiming
finish?
before,
Can
or
you
were you
please
just going
stop
to move
interrupting
on
me?
and you're going to concede?
Can you
Are
please
you going
stop
to concede or
interrupting me?
not?
Can you please
Because
stop
we can't
interrupting
move
me?
past this point until you
Can
concede or
you
give us an
stop
explanation of how
interrupting me?
you got
But can you stop
distance
interrupting me?
and light from the squared law.
Okay, I'm just
Go.
gonna ignore this guy. So anyway,
You can
when we're
ignore me
talking
if you
about,
want.
okay, that's fine. I'm just gonna.
Yeah.
Okay. So if we're talking about these things,
Okay, so you're going to ignore me, so we're going to ignore you. Good. We're not getting anything out of him anyway, so.
You're not going to ignore mods in this channel, Bird Lawyer. If you want to try again, I'll take you off mute, but you're not
Yeah. Go for it. Maybe he's calmed down.
Wait a second.
Bird
I have
Law.
a question.
I mean, I
what
was
is your proof that the
completely-
Earth is
I was-
flat? What is your proof that the Earth is flat?
Well,
I need
I
something
just
for
wanna-
that.
I just want to
Can
ask
we
my
finish,
question.
guys? Can you
Can I
just
ask my question? So again,
Nah, we're going to ask the
I've-
questions. You've been bullshitting long enough. So curvature of the Earth, given that it's a globe, who measured that? When, where, how, what'd they do? Go on.
I mean, there's a number of ways to measure the curvature of the Earth. The most archaic way was using two sticks and measuring the distance between those two sticks, a known distance between those two sticks, and then measuring the difference in the length of the shadows. That's kind of unimportant, though. I do want to
differential shadows.
I do want to ask you.
Shadows.
I do want to ask you a
Okay,
question.
so my question is that shadows
hold on,
diverge
I
on both
wasn't
curved.
done.
No, hold on. I got it. I got your claim. Shadows diverge on both curved and flat surfaces. How did he know which one he was on to begin with?
I'm sorry. So I just had a few questions beyond that.
No, I'm asking the question. So you made the claim, differential shadows over a distance on the face of the Earth, therefore it's a globe, therefore curved. Okay, yeah, but shadows diverge on curved and flat surfaces. So how did he know which one he was on?
It does not diverge. It would not diverge on a flat surface. But
What
again,
are you talking about, dude? I got a light source here in my bedroom. I've got two objects of the same varying distances from that light source, different shadows. What are you talking about? It's not a ball, by the way. It's not a ball.
We do know that the light sources are when you're talking about that, you're talking about a light source that is relatively close to the thing that you're talking about. When you're talking about the sun,
My source is sorry.
When you're talking
My
about the
source is
sun,
in the chat.
when you're talking about the sun, you're talking about a light source that is far away and creates parallel lines of light.
So he knew it was far away enough to begin with that it would create parallel lines. How did he know that? Who measured that?
Why do you keep muting me, dude? Okay, so again,
so I can get because you just waffle on for too long, and I just need to get these questions in here so you don't steamroll them, because your tactic seems to be to over talk them so that you won't have to answer to them, but it's not going to work. So how was the sun's distance and size measured to begin with to determine that its light was parallel?
Okay, but we can measure that light rays are parallel. We don't need to actually know the distance between
how
between the
are you going to do that?
I don't mean to be rude, but
What
the
do you
source
mean?
of the first plane to fly around the world straight is in the chat. So anybody that's interested, go ahead, look at that.
Thanks. How are you going to do that? Measure the parallel rays without assuming the curve that you're trying to prove in the first place. That is, go ahead.
We can measure that light rays come in parallel.
How are you going to do that without assuming the existence of the curve in the first place? You're going to need to explain differential shadows if
No, I don't.
If the light's parallel.
You do a light slit analysis and look at that light comes in through parallel rays. So again, I just want to ask you, and
what kind of distance are we looking at?
Dude, please, this is not how a conversation.
So what kind of is this what Eratosthenes did? He did a light slit experiment first before he went out and tried to measure curve of the Earth using shadows.
I mean, so Eratosthenes doesn't have to be the one that does that, right? We can
get us the one who did it. Yeah, because you've got presuppositions baked.
So again,
you got presuppositions baked into your claim about the parallel rays that are coming from the sun and whatnot that you're going to need to explain the differential shadows. So how was that established to begin with?
Okay, so again, I have a few questions that I want to ask the chat.
Could you address the plane that flew around the world without stopping? Because
we'll do in a minute. Sorry.
No, we're not going to do 10 different things at a time.
Yeah, we'll get to you in a minute. I've got my argument already in the fucking barrel, sunshine. So you stay on my sights. I got you.
I do want to ask a few questions of the chat, right? So I'm gonna.
Questions are on the table for you right now, buddy. You need parallel sun rays in order for your conclusions and interpretations of shadows to follow. So how was that validated to begin with?
So I'm just going to ask these few questions that I have.
You know that what we're using you for is to demonstrate that your globe religion is utter bullshit. And every single time you obfuscate from the point here, you're helping us with that cause. So I'll ask again, how are the sun's rays measured to be parallel before you interpreted shadow angles to mean that the Earth is a globe?
It's so a few things here that we have to understand, right? This is not how we really conduct conversations. I'm just trying to have a conversation. You seem to.
I really don't care what you're trying to do. All I'm trying to do is figure out how sun rays are measured to be parallel in the first place.
Okay, so again, I just wanted to ask a question to the chat. So I'm just.
Oh man.
I'm question.
Just get rid of him.
What's he trying to do? Take a fucking poll?
Heretic, why are you letting this guy talk? He's clearly a globe religious zealot. It's what a nonsense position to have.
I believe that what every single major government has ever believed that the Earth is round.
Okay, so you just defer to people believe, religion, organizations, things like that. All right, that's fine, but it's just a religious position that you hold. It's not one that's empirical.
I guess so. Yeah, I guess so.
Okay, fine. We got to the end of that. We can go on to the next guy's thing about planes if you want.
See, every time you talk to these globe motherfuckers, they keep sitting here just totally obfuscating and being unwilling to actually explain in an intellectual or intelligent manner. What kind of...
Yeah, that's fascinating.
Why? Wait, that was a good troll. I don't know why you muted them.
I'm not fucking trolling. Why would I be fucking trolling about the truth about the Earth?
Nobody cares about your opinion.
Why would I be trolling about the truth about the Earth?
The
Bert
flat
lawyer.
Earth, that
No,
flat
Bert,
Earth and
Bert
being
lawyer.
sexist.
Explain the
Lark
slit
here.
experiment. Explain the slit experiment without acting like a total fucking idiot.
What the fuck is
We're
shaking it? Hold
lightly
on. My
Man, what an
pleasure.
add-on.
Sit in your fucking seats. Don't make me put you down. We have moved on to the next person. He's got a flight plan. Awesome.
Yeah, I got 2 different planes that travel the world nonstop from start to finish in the same spot. It's impossible to do this on a flat Earth basis. I'm trying to get some explanation behind this.
Okay, cool. Would they be traveling east or west?
I believe one started in the desert and traveled east.
Awesome stuff. So you understand that east is a circular path around north, right?
No, I don't. Explain.
What you don't
Like
understand how you don't understand
like
what a
5.
compass is? So excuse me.
No, I know what a compass is. Yeah.
Awesome stuff. So you understand that points north to a magnetic point. We call that magnetic north, right?
Yeah.
Awesome stuff. And east to west is just a circle around north, right?
Sure.
Good. So I can put a magnet on my table. I can get a compass. It will face the magnet. I can walk around the table going east or west and end up where I fucking started from, because I've traveled in a circular path around a central point. It doesn't just happen on the globe surface. It can happen on the flat surface if you're just walking around in a circle.
So I guess it's moving in. That's interesting. I've never heard that point. Yeah.
That's fucking refreshing right there. I'm telling you, Hairline. Thank you for just saying that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Finally,
wow,
honest fucking Glober. Finally.
Well, duh. I'm not gonna like go back and forth. I never heard that. Man, I can't even refute that. What would even lead to that? Like,
I'm sorry, but
damn.
could you repeat that point though, so I can write it down?
Okay, so lots of people come in here and they say that circumnavigation is only possible on a globe Earth. This isn't true. When we talk about going east to west, we understand that we are referencing magnetic north. The compass points north. East or west is a circular direction around that central point. You can do this on a globe. You can do this on a flat Earth. You just go round in a circle.
Yeah, like east isn't a destination, west isn't a destination. It's just a direction.
Yep.
Wouldn't that imply that in order to do that, you would have to go like around the North Pole and the South Pole, based on that logic?
That's a bit retarded, bro. Imagine the North Pole is in the middle of the map, right? Just imagine it just for a second. You're going east around that circular point. The only thing that's a destination in this context would be magnetic north, and east is just the pathway that you're going around it, right? It doesn't have to be a globe.
So wouldn't you be turning at all points in time when you do that?
Okay, you got my plain argument there. Is there? I want to ask another question that's on an unrelated note, but I don't want to I want to be in the queue. Can I ask another question here?
Yeah, man, go on.
Okay. Do you believe do you believe in space, like travel, interspace travel, or interspace travel?
The vacuum of space, no. We don't believe, quote unquote, in the vacuum of space. We know that it can't be a medium that exists.
You can't acknowledge Jupiter, Pluto, other planets then, right?
So we see things in the sky just like you do. We just don't believe the superimposed story about what those things are, primarily because they're in the vacuum of space. And every single one of these things that we look at, say Mars, Venus, Jupiter, the Earth even, is an uncontained body of gas. So if we have uncontained bodies of gas in a vacuum, we have 2 problems. One, the definition of gas pressure is the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container. If the Earth, Mars and Jupiter are without containment, then they would not be able to achieve gas pressure. Problem number 2, if there is no physical boundaries. Thank you. Second point, if there is no physical boundary separating the gas pressure here from the vacuum of space, entropy will increase and the gas will fill the space. So space can't be a vacuum because it breaks the second law of thermodynamics, kinetic molecular theory, and 6 or 7 known laws of gas.
I respect that you acknowledge thermodynamics, but you can't acknowledge gravity and gravitational pull.
Okay, so two reasons why I won't acknowledge this. One, because there's no scientific
Because you know that the
experiment.
Earth is round.
Excuse me, my friend. I'm trying to answer
Come on,
this
man.
one.
Let him talk.
If you want to sit patiently, we will get to you. You don't have to interrupt.
The Earth is round.
Good. Well done. You can believe that, mate. No worries. So, two things with regards to that. One, science has never proven gravity as the cause of any phenomena. There's no hypothesis that I can test to vary and manipulate gravity as the cause. But two, I can give you all the gravity that you want, but we don't have the observation of gravity changing the vector of gas molecules. Gas movement is free and random in all directions, having elastic collisions with other molecules of gas, or physical containment, or a wall, or your face, or your hand, or a brick. So those are the only things that changes the path of gas molecules. There's no gravity observed.
So are you
again? You're
sorry,
talking about these things on a micro scale. You're not looking at them at a
Can
macro
you shut the
scale.
fuck up and let me talk to
Yeah,
the
I was engaging with him actually. Hold on, give us a second here, my guy. So we're under the assumption that Venus, Mars are made of gas molecules. Well, what's to say that it's not made of solid matter and not gas molecules, such as the Earth?
Well, Venus has an atmosphere, so we're told. Mars has an atmosphere, so we're told. Jupiter and Saturn are giant uncontained balls of gas. If you're going to say that that's something different, then, mate, you can have all those opinions. But we're not arguing with your personal opinion. We're arguing with the current scientific rhetoric about what the vacuum of space is and what it contains.
Okay. Fair enough.
I mean,
I think that's all I wanted to ask. Yeah, you kind of gave good answers, so it's hard for me to refute those for now. I'll have to think about it.
All right, hey guys, hey, I don't mean to be like, a head ass, but I just joined, so I just want to know what type of like headline are we on right now? So like, yo, who the fuck?
So
I bet you he's going to take the topic real serious. He sounds like he's like completely like committed.
Who are you talking about? Me? Are you talking about me?
So Jedi. So again, you're conflating a lot of these things, and every single time you do, you act as though that, like, oh, this is all just taken for granted.
Okay, wait. What is
actually
deflating?
It's
What is
actually
deflating?
a lot of things. The whole gas being needing a container. He's assuming that's necessary to contain gas, which is not.
That's demonstrable. That's not an assumption.
Yeah,
it is true. It is true.
Can literally demonstrate this to you. You can't, however, demonstrate gas pressure without a container unless you beg the question like he did earlier. Assume that there's a vacuum up in space and gas isn't increasing in entropy into that vacuum of space.
Well, because there's things that fight. There's things that fight entropy, like the gravity, the bending of space-time.
Again, you would have to give me a scientific experiment hypothesis that I can test to prove gravity in the first instance, or to even
I already gave you one. You rejected
no, you
it.
didn't. You failed because you gave me the cause of you observing it during time, you idiot. Do you remember that?
You rejected it. You just said
because it
outright
was
that it's not
malformed.
true.
It's incorrect.
It's not malformed.
Dude, I had to walk you through the fucking steps to get to some kind of cohesive argument. I literally had to hold you by the fucking hand and drag you.
No,
now,
you just
came in, my friend, you came in here with some kind of arrogance saying that you know a little bit more about science than the rest of fucking us.
Yeah,
but it was
that's
me
true.
that had to walk you through the fucking steps to make your argument somewhat cohesive and coherent.
I mean, I gave a cohesive and coherent argument. You just rejected it because I didn't give you an independent variable.
It was
so
incoherent.
I do want to ask you a question.
You want to do it again?
I do. Well, I just want to ask you a question.
We've got more people in the chat now. Would you like to go through it again?
Can I ask you a question before you go off on this tangent?
No.
So
yeah, no. So
I just
the question was. So the question was gravity changing the vector of gas. You say you gave us an experiment for it already. Was was gas pressure the observed phenomena?
I'm not talking. Wait, no, I didn't say that. I gave you.
No. So yeah, you didn't give us anything relating to that at all.
Yeah, because that was never my claim, right?
Yeah,
so
it was. The question was demonstration of gravity changing the direction of gas.
What?
What the fuck, dude? Why can't you keep up? The question was demonstration of gravity changing the direction of gas.
You can't expect Globers to keep up.
I'm talking about a bending of space-time through gravity.
Okay, you idiot. We're looking for a scientific demonstration of gravity causing gas pressure. Because you said that that's possible.
Well, the example would be Earth, right? But when we're talking about these things, gravity, gas is has mass. It is matter. So if gravity affects matter, and like
okay,
does,
so gravity can contain air pressure then.
Well, no, it affects matter.
No,
and pulls matter.
Okay, so no. So there goes your whole claim of atmosphere. All right.
No, it pulls gravity. Gravity pulls things inward. Right?
Hold on.
Conflating
terms, dude, my friend. You're saying
I am using these things colloquially. I don't actually mean that it pulls things. It is not a force. I am again using these colloquially.
I don't care about colloquially. Words have meaning. We need to understand so we can have a proper dialogue. Every time you use a colloquial sense, I'm going to jump all over your fucking face because I want specificity.
Okay, I understand that you want specificity, but you understand what I'm talking about when I say these things. And jumping over me every single time I use a colloquial term is not helping the conversation. It's just dragging it down and making it take longer.
Not helping you.
Okay. Can I just get to my question that I wanted to ask like half an hour ago?
Let's put it like this. We're at the end of every single argument that you've got waiting with a fucking 2-bore shotgun.
I have to go in like 3 minutes. Can I just ask my question real quick before I have to go?
Not until we get that experiment for gravity causing air pressure.
Can I ask if he Jedi?
No, I just told you. Not until we get that experiment for gravity causing air pressure, unless you want to concede no such thing exists.
Sure, no such thing as this. Can I answer my question now?
All right. Okay, so bye atmosphere. Bye outer space.
That's fine.
Go ahead.
Yeah, that's fine. Let me ask my question then. So if you're talking about, like, let's say that the flat Earth was real, right? And every single world government is lying about the flat Earth. Hold on, wait. Let me ask this question before you say no. So every single world government is lying.
Let's say reality is real. Go on, yeah.
Well, yeah, okay. So let's say that your reality is completely true. Like everything that you've said in this conversation is true. The Earth is flat, everything like that. Okay. Why? What's the point?
Oh dear. What do you want? People's speculations.
Ask the people on TV that draw pictures of globes why they do it.
But if you're talking about every single world government, every major educational institution, every major scientist in the world all agrees on this one thing, and they're really just hiding the evidence and obfuscating. What's the point?
Please, that they all agree.
They do.
I mean, even as someone who isn't a flat earther, I could give you plenty of reasons. They want you to believe other stuff, like in addition to that. So, like, if they can get you to believe this, then, like, to use the Republican line of thinking, then they can convince you that you should, like, mutilate your kids, type of a thing.
Why would I just not lie about something?
Look, Bird Lawyer, you're not going to be satisfied with the answer because one way or another it's going to be speculative. Like, you could just say, you could say there's reason, like the other person said, you have this line of arguments that people stop believing in other things like God or whatever. You could say, for instance, that there's a method of control, make people dumber. If you're dumber, you're less able to act in such a way that would be contrary to your government, right? And just being incredulous and saying, look, it's impossible in your mind to think that every major government could lie about such a thing. I mean, like, that's fine. You can have that there.
Well, so like a lot of these governments
but what's more important? What's more important, Bird Lawyer, isn't what the speculative sort of what can governments do and not do in terms of lying, but more so what are the facts about the shape of the Earth, right? And that's what is more important than our speculation.
I think it's pretty important to understand.
Isn't.
I do. I mean,
well, first of all, you have to establish.
Hold on. Wait. Hold on. So again, I don't have
You
a
two
lot of time.
Globers stop fighting with each
I
other.
only have a minute left, so I gotta get this out real quick. So if every single government in the world all come together in this cabal of lying to every single person on the globe about this, we're talking about groups with incredibly varying
Yeah, okay, you're incredulous about it.
situations.
That's fine. Just be
Okay,
incredulous.
so
That's
you're
fine.
just not gonna.
Well, you're
I'm
doing
trying to
exactly.
get
I
this
get what
out.
you're saying. It's incredulous.
I'm
Yeah,
really
sure.
trying to get this out. I'm just really
Yeah,
trying to get
look,
this out.
Bro,
you just want to make a
I'm
you want to
really
make a
trying to get
you
this.
bird lawyer. You
I'm
just want to make a
really,
speech. You just want to make a speech so you can leave straight after.
I have
No
like
one cares
30
about your
seconds.
speech. Yeah,
I have
then
like 30
leave.
seconds.
No one wants to hear your speech if you're just not going to hear the
I just want to
response.
finish. I just want to finish. real
Nah,
quick.
you can
don't let
leave.
him finish now.
Be
You can
gone,
leave.
globe
Don't let him finish.
sycophant.
Fuck off.
I just want to finish.
Nah,
Please don't
you
let
can
him finish.
leave.
Somebody
Just
needs to make
making a speech and doesn't want to hear the response. This is bullshit, bro.
Yeah, he can leave. See ya.
Yeah,
Use
like
your last minute to say your farewells and then leave.
yeah, like so
Fuck that.
if you have every government on the earth, right? And like suddenly Russia like exposes the lie, all everyone else has to do is point and laugh. That's all. Okay, he's gone. But yeah, that's all you have to do is point and laugh and go ha ha ha, they're stupid. Like the fuck.
Yeah, that's a good viewpoint on it. Yeah, sure. That it's actually put there to take down other governments who oppose them. Yeah, it can be used as a weapon. That's pretty fun to think about.
So it's so weird.
Not even,
Like
they don't even have to. Yeah, they don't even have to truly claim to subscribe to a flat Earth. You could just put propaganda out and say Russia's a bunch of flat earthers and take them down.
Yeah, exactly. So does anyone
A
else
long
want to go?
time.
Because I had this question about like complete worldview. Is there anyone else that has like questions or anything? Okay, cool. So Jedi, are you there?
Yep.
Okay, so I wrote down those three things, and what I'm looking for is like a complete worldview. So like, what are things that you would say that you know to be true, other than like those 3 points and then the laws of thermodynamics? I know
Okay,
that's
so
a really broad question. I'm really sorry to ask it, but
well, yeah, it's quite broad, and that's fine. I mean, things that I know to be true, I understand and know that the Earth is observed, measured, and practically used as a flat stationary plane. I know that laws of nature that happen on the Earth are applicable everywhere, and that the vacuum space violates those laws of nature. If you're asking me what I think the Earth is, that's unverifiable to me. I don't know the quote unquote shape of the Earth, but I'm probably not answering your question correctly.
yeah, okay. So when I'm looking, all right, I say complete worldview, and I know that that's super broad. So like okay, so laws of physics are true. That's fine. But like, would you say that that's all that you would claim to know? Like, but is there like other things that you would claim to know? Like, what would be an example?
Yeah, give me an example.
Okay, so like different observable phenomena and their causes. So like you don't know, like, okay, so you know that the moon transits the sun and that's why an eclipse happens, but you don't know that you don't know the distances. Like you don't claim to know the distances.
Yeah, so there's definite gaps within my knowledge. I
Yeah,
don't know,
so
and I'll be speaking for everybody else. I don't know
yeah,
what
of
the sun
course.
is, its size, its distance. I don't
Yeah,
know what the
right.
moon is its size, its distance, and everything that's in the sky that I can't verify, I have
Yeah.
no first-hand knowledge about.
Yeah, the way you pose that question, you said that's why an eclipse happens. We could say that's when an eclipse happens.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. And gaps in knowledge is completely okay. I have that too. I think that answers my question then, just like laws of physics and then those three things. I don't think it would be useful to claim anything else. All right, well, thank you.
No problem. I mean, somebody else can also answer this question as well. Maybe you'll get a different answer from somebody else.
Would you guys like to go back to the totality path thing?
Oh, before you do that, Jedi, are you a Christian? Do you hold to a religion?
Oh, so I was kind of smiling until you said religion. I was going to answer this earlier when somebody came in and asked why would they lie. I'm a follower of Jesus Christ, but that came after my understanding that the Earth was flat. I wasn't.
Oh yeah, and I'm not linking those
That's
two
fine.
things at all. Yeah, no.
No, that's
Okay.
fine.
Thank
And
you.
the reason why I say it like that is because people like to build straw men,
Yeah,
as in
right,
regards to
right.
flat Earth is just a religious idea.
Yeah,
Now,
yeah, right.
because of my own personal study, I'm 48 years old, for example, so I've been studying this since I was, I don't know, 17, 18 years old. Not flat Earth, but other topics, and religion has always come up. I do not follow any man-made religion. That's not something that I do. I wouldn't put myself in a denomination, for example. I just read the Bible by myself and take from the Bible whatever I can take from the Bible, and that's
Interesting.
basically my religion.
So you would say you're a non-denominational Christian?
Yeah, absolutely, because I understand that religion is man-made and also part of the deception.
Okay, cool. All right, thank you.
No problem.
I just don't want to talk about anything about like eclipses, personally.
He's going to show that they can predict something about them using a globe. Globe modeling, 3 bodies in space. That's what you're going to do.
With the 70-mile wide moon.
Yeah, just
That's
go
what I
ahead and
did.
post whatever your globe modeling is.
All right. Give me a second.
Post it.
Get the link.
I was going to say parallel sun rays gives you shadows, and then non-parallel moon shadows gives you tiny moon shadow. I don't know what so I'm interested.
Oh, well, I was only concerned with the totality, the path of totality, so the sizes don't play a role in it.
Like converging or rays, or what do you got there?
What do you mean? I didn't model the shadows. It's just the position of the sun and the moon, and when the moon gets exactly in front of the sun, a particular point on the surface, that's where the totality is at that moment.
I got you, an angle. I got you.
Yeah. So that match to that was like an exact match to time and date. I was very surprised, but it was even better than expected. I did a bit of a lazy interpolation for the moon data, so I thought there would be some discrepancy, but it was pretty much an exact match.
So I'd have to download your app.
It's online. It's well, my last link, you can just click on it and it will show you the path. If it doesn't, just refresh the page. Sometimes that happens. But the other link has the source code. If you want to download, or you can just read the source code directly in the repository. It's very simple code. Like it's just this one file where I did the whole math. This is very little amount of data have you used. Pretty much just the GPU of the moon and the sun. And 5 or 6 points on that day. They just interpolated between them. That was enough. Not sure how that would work on flat Earth, or if there's a flat Earth way to do the same thing. That'd be nice. Hello? Mic check.
We can hear you. I also find epistemology really interesting, and stop me if that is not okay, but Bacon, I have a question. How do you know that something is true?
Good question. Well, try to think about what you should expect if that thing were true, and what you should expect if that thing wasn't true. If there's something different, you should expect. Depending on whether or not it's true, that's a way you can test it. So, for example,
can you give an example of that?
Yeah, the totality path I just gave, like if it
Like
was
confirmation bias.
if it was true that like this heliocentric model has like sun at this far, the moon this far, then if I calculated where exactly the shadow would be in the case of that being true, and that were true, then that should be where the shadow is, and it turned out to be where the shadow
where
was.
are you calculating it from?
The ground position of the moon and the sun.
Yeah, what's the original? Where are you getting all this information from?
Nautical almanac.
Is it? Yeah. So
Sorry,
what
I
are you
said the nautical
calculating
almanac.
then? So what are you
I'm
calculating?
calculating which positions on the globe would have the moon and the sun perfectly aligned on the
You
sky.
did these calculations?
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you show that?
I already did. It's on the chat. I posted the link on my source code.
Okay. And then what have you got from that? So you've got the distance, and then what about the shadow being too small on the ground?
Well, I was just calculating for the path, not for the size of the shadow.
Well, these paths have been, you're not really calculating for it because they're known paths.
Well, I didn't use any known path. I just used the GP of the moon and the sun. I calculated what the path should be given the ground position of the moon and sun. I didn't use any previous data of any.
What
solar
did you get from the
eclipse or any
almanac?
path.
It was just the GP almanac, the known position.
Yeah, the GPs, the HP of the moon, and that's it. Yeah, very little amount of information actually I needed to get this working.
What about the sizes?
Well, the sizes affect whether or not it's like a total or an annular, for example. But if you make the moon and sun larger or smaller, the place on Earth where they would be exactly aligned would be the same.
Yeah. Okay. So you didn't really come to a definite conclusion, did you?
What do you mean?
Well, you said it can work on both situations, yeah? Make them smaller, make them closer, have the same path of totality.
Oh, not
Works,
closer.
yeah?
If you play with their distance, the
How'd you get the
path
distance?
does change. Well, I used the values claimed by the heliocentric model.
Oh, so reification fallacy.
No, I was testing it. If I test using values that are not from the heliocentric model, then I wouldn't be testing the heliocentric model, right?
What if you test it and then you get a shadow that's only 60 miles wide? What happens then?
Yeah, what does that mean, Bacon? Yeah, he
I didn't
keeps
compute
bringing
the
that up. What
width
does that
of the
mean to
shadow.
you? Like, how do you make that make
It
sense?
means the Earth is a
60-mile shadow on
donut.
the ground. No, I'm asking Bacon. Like, what he keeps bringing that up. Like, what's your refutation or reasoning behind that? Why would you? I mean, if you have parallel sun rays coming in, why would you have a 60-mile wide shadow? Wouldn't that be a 60-mile wide object? Or what do you got for that one?
I didn't use parallel light rays because I wasn't using an approximation of an infinitely far sun. I actually used the exact distance for like of one astronomical unit, which is the distance the globe claims the sun is. So I did more accurately than if I assumed parallel light rays.
Okay, and that's what gives you the smaller shadow. That's what I'm asking.
Oh, the size of the shadow is not in my calculations, just the totality path.
Yeah, but that's like you did a lot of work, you did a lot of code, you got the almanac data. Like nobody's gonna be able to really refute you exactly on those, like any of those points. But he does keep bringing up this moon, the shadow size. Is there anything you could say on that?
Oh, I can do that as well. No, that's just not what I did. I could do that. The size of the shadow as well.
Just really quick, could you explain to him your reasoning behind a small path of totality? Is it because it can't be because light rays diverge, making a smaller shadow, right?
I don't get why you keep referring to the size of the shadow. That's not part of what I did.
No, I know. I guess I don't know if maybe I'm wrong. Maybe somebody can refute all the data you collected, but I just don't think anybody at this moment can just do that, or check out, verify it, or anything. We can just ask you, what did you do to verify it, and then believe you or not believe you.
Oh, my data just compared to time and date, and it was like an exact match. I don't know. Like that people use time and date to see the full eclipse. Didn't see anyone complaining. I believe it's an accurate reality path. I mean, there are even some photographers that plan themselves to make like this awesome solar eclipse pictures. I think they would be really pissed off if the information time and date were not accurate.
I mean,
it's funny nobody decided to get a good picture of this last eclipse, though.
They did, yeah. There's like one in Brazil that was like awesome. Let me show you, like a surface guy.
I've been waiting for people to post this eclipse. I haven't seen it yet. That's all.
I saw a little bit of
I'll post it.
NASA had some of it, right? And then I don't know if anybody saw it, but something like happened on screen.
Yeah, I don't want the NASA one. I want some guy in his front yard.
I know. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I'll get it. This is in the guy's Instagram, but I think there was like I think his photograph appeared in a couple magazines because it was very posted in chat.
Where do you get the cape?
And that's not a cape. That's a surfboard. Even documented how they did it. I have a couple of friends that also took picture of the eclipse. Not as good as that one, of course. That's just an awesome picture there.
How hard is it to point a camera at the sun and do a time lapse with a filter on it? Can't be that hard. I've done it before. It rained here.
I mean, look at how far the camera would have to be to have the eclipse looking like the sun. The sun covers basically half a degree of your field of view, and the guy's like much smaller than that, right? So he's less than a quarter of a degree. You gotta be very fucking far away from that guy, and to get a crisp image like that, I don't know. I don't think that's that easy.
I'm talking about everybody that should have seen this eclipse. Where are all the pictures and video at? Not one professional guy.
Oh, I can point to my friend's pictures. I see the partially this eclipse because I wasn't in the totality path. I live too south in Brazil to see the total. There are some people in the north I know that they got the picture. Let me see if I can get some here for her.
And is that actually like the topic that you're like bringing up? Is that or is that like you're saying why do some people not see it at their angle? Was that like your earlier part of your earlier demonstration? the angle of who would see it, who doesn't see it, and why?
I don't know.
No.
I was
Okay.
just my point was just the totality path matches the globe prediction, even if you don't use previous data. Just the ground position on moon and sun on a globe that would force the shadow to be in a particular place, and that was pretty much where it was.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I mean, I really wouldn't expect anything different. I'd hope they do a really good job of you know, hijacking observations taken with angles.
What? Okay, what is hijacked about the data used?
Nothing. It's just hijack is just taken from a you know from a baseline and projected onto a globe. I'd hope they do a good job of it.
Oh, I mean, if that's the case, I don't see why it wouldn't be that hard to do the same thing on a flat Earth then.
Well, you see, the thing is that your data is coming from Brazil, and we know information over there is hijacked all the time, kind of like the last election. And now you got Lula in charge, and clearly that was a rigged election.
My information didn't come from Brazil; it came from the Nautical Almanac, as I mentioned before.
Yeah, I don't know. I would just do it whatever Fred Espinock does. Yeah, no, I mean it's cool to be able to work with these things. Big, and I don't want to put I'm not putting you down for any of it. It's great that you can input data and in a way that people can view it. There's nothing wrong with that. It's interesting. It's more about the origins of that data and how it's accumulated. That's what really interests me. The elevation angle to these celestial objects, how they're plotted out, latitude, longitude, the origins of all of it put onto a spherical model. You can model it out, sure. Yeah.
Right. Well, just expect if that was the wrong Earth, the way I model was the wrong way to model it. But expect at least there should be another way to model it. Also works.
Yeah, I would do whatever Fred Espinock did. Yeah.
I wonder what the sun is, though. I guess without understanding what the sun is, then it would be kind of hard to model an accurate representation of knowing what the sun is. I mean, I guess if we had, I don't know, a clock on the ceiling and a colony of people on the floor underneath that clock that could never reach the clock, they could make models of the clock. They can make the hands go round, show you hours. But without actually getting to the clock, they've got no idea how the clock runs. They can make the clock run with hamsters in the wheel. They could put batteries in it. They could have solar panels. But without actually going to the clock that's on the ceiling, they won't actually know how it runs. They can make the arms of the clock look black, for example, and they can make the face and the numbers alternative colours. But without actually going to the clock, they wouldn't understand what those hands, numbers, and the face of the clock were actually made of. Interesting. I can still make a fucking clock, though.
Not making sense.
Sorry, dude. I've really got to stop fucking doing that, haven't I? Been an interesting, feels like forever. I don't know, 3-4 hours though. It's been fun. I used the word fun in its broadest possible sense, of course.
Where'd all those young guys go?
I don't know.
They sounded they could have been interesting.
Yeah, I think they spazzed out and ran away. I know the guy that I spoke to about circumnavigation and the vacuum of space. He sounded pretty cool, but he must have dipped for a reason. Maybe we're back another time.
I don't know how to read Hebrew, but Hebrew guy, are you there? Oh wait, he left. Never mind.
It's EXO. You can call him. He goes by EXO most of the time.
Oh, thank you for that.
Now he'll tell you he's not a flat earther. He'll definitely say that over and over again.
Yeah, I was wondering what his take was, because it seems like a lot of people have different takes. It's very fascinating. I want to know what his take is.
I mean, I don't want to speak for him, but the guy is, he's not everybody's cup of tea, but I have a lot of respect for him. He has a very strictly biblical cosmology from his personal experience and personal points of view and understanding of the Bible. So, yeah, he wouldn't call himself a flat earther, though. And maybe you'll get into a conversation with him and he can, tell you why he wouldn't class himself as a flat earther. But he definitely doesn't think the Earth's a ball spinning in the vacuum of space, that's for sure.
Why is it so quiet now? What did I miss? I was taking a shower, man.
Oh, you missed measurements of Earth curvature, actual rotation, and a demonstration of gas pressure about a container. We're all now contemplating what the fuck we do now.
Oh, wow. That's amazing.
Yeah. You know I'm fucking lying, right? Been doing this for 9 years and that's never bloody happened.
I know, man. You would sound differently if that would ever happen.
To be honest with you, I don't know, I might even be quite excited. I mean, look, if the Earth's a ball spinning in the vacuum of space, then if there's evidence for it, I don't think it's going to change me too much. Just going to go where the truth takes me, mate.
I actually just want to have that space coffee, man. If the chuck.
Space. Final frontier. These are the voyages of the Starship Enterprise. Our continuing mission. to seek out new life, new civilizations, to boldly go where no man has gone before. This is Jean-Luc Picard.
You know what they're going to do for all the space travelers out there? You know, all the space lovers. They're gonna merge virtual reality, and then just call it space travel. You know, so you're just gonna plug in your VR headset and you're just gonna then explore planets and stuff. And then people will be satisfied, because I mean, look at what point we are already when it comes to self-awareness. Some people don't even know which gender they are. So much to say to self-awareness. Absolutely dumbfounded society. Like, literally, has any one of you seen the movie Idiocracy?
Can we get off that topic and back to flat Earth?
Yeah, electrolytes. It's what plants crave.
But you would agree we're like in the first stadium of Idiocracy, right?
No, we're past Idiocracy.
Oh, I'll tell you what though, XO has rejoined us. XO, are you with us, buddy? Maybe you're not. Maybe you've just rejoined and you're not close to your microphone. The dog pill was. Oh, yeah. No, you are still there. The dog pill was interested in your personal perspective of, you know, the flat Earth, globe Earth argument. So I don't know. Dog pill, you still there? I think the XO's still around. If you're
Yeah,
around.
yeah, we were just now talking in DMs a little bit.
Oh, sweet. Fair enough then, guys. That's no problem.
Yeah.
Apparently, Godless Girl's out there somewhere. Did you have a question?
I wonder
Go ahead.
where she is. Yeah, I honestly wonder where she is. I haven't seen her in years.
Years? Okay, go ahead. That's okay.
So, okay, so I was told that you have quite a biblical outlook. What's your take on the general shape of the Earth?
Well, I guess that's the problem, is the question is already wrong, because there's no such thing as objectifying creation, and Earth is part of this creation. So when you say that term Earth, like what's the shape of the Earth, you're actually cutting out most of creation. So it's actually a false dichotomy. So as I understand creation, when you come to the ends of the Earth, the water continues. It's called a beach. You've probably ever been to a beach or the shoreline. That's where the end of the Earth is, and then the waters continue. So I don't think that Earth is an object. It's not measurable. It's probably a lot bigger than everybody can ever imagine, and it's surrounded by water, is what all of creation tells us, and that matches the Bible, of course. Psalm 24, the earth is the Lord's. That's always the answer. And the fullness thereof the world, and they that dwell therein, for he hath founded it upon the seas and established it upon the floods. So actually, all these paradigms are not biblical. The Bible clearly shows that the Mayim, which is waters in Hebrew, the waters were always first. And not only is there water under the earth, there's water above the heavens, Psalm 148. The waters that be above the heavens, that King David tells us. And you may have heard of this little thing called the Ten Commandments. Pretty much the only part of the Bible that we know of where God personally wrote himself, and it's Exodus 20:4. It says, "You shall not have any graven images of anything of any likeness, and the heavens above, or the earth beneath, or the waters under the earth." That doesn't say waters in the earth, you see. It says the waters under the earth, and that conforms with everything else of the Bible, showing that the earth is not holding the waters of creation. Genesis 8, it says the waters went off the earth. Where'd they go? Off the earth. The book of Isaiah will give some more answers to this. Isaiah 40:22 says it is he that sits above the circle of the earth. Doesn't say the earth is a circle, so it looks like both sides got that wrong. It says the earth has a circle. So I would say that there's a biblical truth for everything, and there are going to be secular opinions or secular truth movements, that might unravel some deceptions. Flat earthers are right about some things. They know that outer space is fake. That's a big deal. That really is. That's a huge deal. That's one of the main things that keeps people in the deception, is thinking that, we're able to leave this place and travel to some other world, and we can destroy that place as well, maybe in a few thousand years. And that's literally just because we were raised by television. So yeah, it's a great deception. That's my synopsis thesis. Yeah, I call it water world. That's what the Bible shows us. Again, I can go all day about the Bible, but I'll leave you with this. Genesis 1, it says, darkness was on the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. The only way for that abyss to be deep is because it's filled with water. So the waters were always there. So it's a water world, and you're breathing water. Water is the most plentiful thing in creation. Water is the most abused. Water is the most necessary. Water is the most powerful. Come back. You can. It's going to evaporate, but if there's a water cycle, you can't explain water either. Clouds aren't even explainable. We don't even understand how clouds work. So men are just not as smart as they think they are. So when men don't understand how clouds work, but they're telling you they're in outer space, you're in a great deception. Baruch Hashem.
Interesting. And yeah, I've read the Bible before. You said something about not being able to measure. Are there things that we can measure in the world, or are there, like, what other things can we know to be true, like the ocean being such and such amount deep, for example?
Yeah, you can't. That the ocean is something you can't understand at all. In fact,
You muted yourself. I don't. Okay.
Yeah, I don't hear him. Maybe he's on a call or something like that. Joe XO. This happens from time to time. Maybe he's gone out of signal range, or he's on another call or whatever. So just give him a couple of moments and hopefully he'll be back.
Yeah, of course.
Just on that speculationary front, being as XO was bringing up the waters of the earth. Obviously, if you've read the Bible, then you understand that it's not just the waters of the earth that we sail and swim in and where the fishes are. There's also waters above the earth, which is, the requirement for a quote-unquote firmament, so the waters don't come crashing down upon us. So it's possible that, and I'm strictly speaking from a biblical point of view here, it is possible that what we see up in the sky isn't a vacuum. It is actually something different, a material. That material would be described as a water.
Sure. I also found it interesting how he was saying, like, you're breathing water. I think that he's drawing a parallel between, like, air being a fluid, and he's right about that. Air is a fluid.
Yeah, sorry about that. I did lag out, but yeah, that conversation goes very deep, pun intended. And it's so big that I can't even describe it all. I actually have to sit down with other people sometimes and we talk about it for hours. And it's a biblical revelation that happened to me in the last couple of years. And we don't know what to do with it, because it's just there's so much behind it, and it's another way to repent and look at things very differently. And that's why when people ask me, what are you saying? Like, what is it? Well, it's not an it. That's the point. Earth is just one part of creation, and you can't summarize all of creation to an earth that has stuff on it. That's literally the same deception. And in many ways, flat earth, especially the bigger channels, nobody here is guilty, but the big flat earth channels are teaching massive deceptions, huge deceptions, egotistical weirdos that, come up to a little bit of truth and abuse it. It's such a big deception. It's not about like learning things about deception. It's more about you humbling yourself. When God gives you information, you just kind of have to be honest about it. Like, wow, if you get one piece of information, it might change everything. But the worst thing to do is to worship yourself because of it.
Yeah, that's something I definitely took away from today, was that big flat earth channels definitely aren't like a consensus or anything. So I'm just wondering about this measurement thing. Can you measure like the distance between two people on land?
You're limited, and it's not, and the reason it's not done often and why these questions are here is because it is difficult, because this is such a large creation. I have a channel, it's on my profile, you can click and see some views. I like to take photography from airliners and when I travel, to give people, I guess, a perspective, because you don't realize how it would be hard to measure 5 miles out in the desert. Right now I can see 3 miles down the road, there's a border checkpoint north of me. I'm in Sierra Vista, Arizona. I can see a border patrol checkpoint 3 miles, but that's a short distance, right? And I can barely see it. That's because it's clear out here. So as far as measuring those distances, yeah, you can do that, but that's not going to prove anything anyway, you see, because people have both paradigms are going to make sense to them. If there's a paradigm, if you already believe the paradigm, then you already believe it. So you would have to go much farther than worrying about you and your friend, walking down the street and measuring that. You would have to take some leaps and bounds and maybe get outside of your comfort zone and go, wait a minute, this might be all wrong. That means you can't continue to make the same assumptions. You can't go, oh, this works this way because they taught me such and such. And that's not how it works anymore. If one thing they said was a lie, then you actually got to start over, because there's reasons. The reason they told you all those excuses and I guess models and things like that, the reason they have to model everything is because it's not reality. That's the point. When people need a model, it's because they don't have the truth. I would never show a model to explain reality. We go outside and we record things outside. We start getting into the technology aspect. And that's where we come to kind of like a fork in the road, because people now have to either ignore technology or accept it. So the military has systems that are very long distance. The military doesn't measure distance between people. It measures the distance between a receiver, a guidance system such as lasers or radar, to a target, or a target indicator system that shows a display system. So that's what the military does, and they make really big claims about mileage and kilometers and distances and things like that, and nobody ever takes into account a curvature effect of the so-called shape, as my bunny fingers go up and down, the so-called shape of the planet. Yeah, nobody does that stuff in reality. That's just part of a belief system. Yeah.
Fascinating. So, okay, two things. You answered the measurement thing. Do you think that computers are witchcraft? It's a thing I used
I
to
don't
hear. I'm
think.
curious.
Okay, I would think that no, cartoons on TV showing them to little children, that's witchcraft to me. Yeah, showing children to believe something over and over again for 10 and 20 years, that would be witchcraft. Computers are just systems that we build to make things easier for us to, compute and hold data and play video games and all sorts of things we probably shouldn't do. But I'm holding one right now. But I think maybe that was slightly relapsing, but I don't think that was a real question, to be honest.
No, that you answered my question. Computers or systems. But cartoons and League of Legends is witchcraft. Okay, all right, I get that. Who is a heretic? Like, if I have a Baptist, right, and then I have an Eastern Orthodox guy, which one of those guys do I believe?
I don't take those terms into consideration. So I would stick with what I do, because God selected, I think, most people to do a specific job. And if my job is not interfering with somebody else's, and they especially are not interfering with mine, I'm not going to care about what they do until they interfere with me. So I'm not going to tell anybody else how to do their job. And that's the nice thing, is I get to be me. My favorite thing to say is, aren't you glad that you are you and I'm me? But until we interfere with each other, I'm not going to start calling names. However, the name that I would call would not be heretic. Heretic is much too soft. I would say people are Satanists, and when they attack me, they're probably some form of Satanist, whether they claim to be a Greek or a Gentile or an atheist. They're all Satanists. If you're doing something to me that's evil to harm me or my family, or to promote a lie, that's Satanism to me. So if it's evil, it's evil. I'm going to call a spade. So yes, I do that. But if it's somebody like Kent Hovind, since you mentioned Baptist, I would say Kent Hovind is confused. He's too long in the tooth. He's too prideful, but God bless him for what he's done. He has done some awesome things in the past, but his time is obviously not now, and he's in his years of being confused, I guess. So I can't help him. Heretic, he's confused. So God bless him for what he did. I can't help him, Hope that helps.
Okay, that I guess that makes sense. Well, I guess what I'm looking for is like a certain percentage. Like, what's the percentage of other like claiming to be Christian, right? What percentage of those people would you say are Satanists?
Oh, all the big ones that are obvious, the ones that have private jets, and that are abusing money. Like Kent Hovind has a 1984 like Winnebago, like you know what I mean. Like I would know them by their fruit. You're gonna, after you meet me a couple times, you're gonna make a decision. Okay, this guy is real, or you're gonna be like a very small percentage and go, no, there's no way this guy could be real, right? So you're gonna have the same evidence everybody else has. We're all gonna make our own determination, but I'm certainly not gonna tell you how to determine that. People are going to be who they are, right? And I can't, what am I going to do? Hold your hand and hold other people's hand and say, no, you can't trust this person. No, I actually let people get bitten, right? If I let my dog bite you, I bet you won't trust it anymore. Like it's that simple. So you got to find out these kind of things on your own. But listen, this is a great deception. And I see good men preaching lies because they're confused. Just like when I was 18 years old and I found out the moon landing was fake, and I went to work to tell all my father's friends because I was that kind of brat. And my father's friends put me back in my place and literally humiliated me because I had found out things that were going to interfere with their religion, about their great American country. They were all baby boomers, and they put me back in the assembly line for 20 years, and they were some of the greatest men I ever knew. God bless Al Bristol and Bill Light, my dad's friends at the shop, but they were wrong. They weren't Satanists. They're deceived. And that's why this is such an interesting topic, because this topic is kind of universal. I never use that word. And I'm not a flat earther, and neither are you. And there are people here that are finding out that we've been lied to, and they don't all have to accept the same title. I'm absolutely not a flat earther. It's just that simple. But in a secular term, yes, in a secular sense, that does make sense, right? If you don't agree with your Democratic Party anymore and you start to like the Republicans and they're looking pretty good, you'll become a Republican, right? And that's good for a time being, but that doesn't mean you're in the truth, and it doesn't mean you're home free. But you made a right decision in your life, and that's in the right direction. So this would be baby steps. I'm just trying to make things as simple as I possibly can for them, because in this world of deception, it's not about evidence anyway. So God bless those people trying, at least. Hopefully they as long as their heart is right, I can't complain. Again, my dad had no idea. He was completely deceived. He died not knowing any of this, but at least he tried to do something while he was here, but he had no idea. So, oh well, Baruch Hashem.
Interesting. So all right, can you name one person who is right? Or like so like Bible truthers.
Oh my gosh. Oh, Bible truthers. No, all men are liars, right? Every man's a liar. So there's no such thing as like men being right. Maybe some women out there got close. My wife gets close all the time. She's the best. But as far as maybe my wife, I would call her right all the time. I don't think anybody else is, except for, of course, my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. I just happen to have For some reason, he picked out a job for me. And yeah, I know some Bible things that are pretty awesome because he didn't show anybody else first. Yeah, I don't know why he showed me. So we all have our different jobs, but no man is right about everything. I mean, I love cats and I don't have a dog, so that's a terrible thing, right? So I'm not right. Okay, so there's no such thing as a man being right. That's why we have to be saved. So I don't think that question is in the realm of possibility.
Fascinating. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to cast out everything you said because you have a cat, XO.
I just had my last pet was a cat.
It was a funny comment to end all of that.
Amen. Hey, Baruch Hashem. This is a very different room of people. I actually have been banned from this place many times because maybe I should have been banned. It's that simple. Actually, every time I get banned, it's for the best. I'm usually getting way too comfortable anyway. So that just shows, again, that I guess people are waking up to diversity and wanting to have these conversations. But if you don't take it seriously, obviously you won't get anything out of it. Again, I'm not a flat earther, but if you do take some of this information seriously, you'll probably not only will you not be bored, it'll be more interesting for your daily routines to listen to that conversation, but it's actually going to start changing the way you think about things if you approach it honestly. And again, that's up to you. Some people don't have a choice. Like I didn't. I had to accept the truth. That's just my thing. But I notice other people have choices of wanting the truth or not. I didn't know there was such a thing. I don't have a choice anymore. So, but God bless you if you have a choice. And if you want to be honest with yourself, you're going to find out the government has been lying about a lot more stuff than you thought. Yeah, it's a great deception, but actually makes things a lot more interesting. It actually gives you a better purpose in life. And most importantly, it lets you know that you can only trust God. That's the most important part about it, is realizing that I can only trust your creator. And without that, there's nothing anyway. There are flat earthers that are still Satanists and atheists anyway. So that clearly isn't a solution if we still have, there are Republicans that are complete nutcases. So whoever thought that was the final solution, sorry, that's not the ticket. That's not the save all. So this is just one little tiny corner of the internet you're in. You might never hear me again, but you'll realize there are people out there that have found things out that are going to shock your worldview, and you won't be able to find any government officials to protect you, to save you. No Navy SEALs are going to come out of a helicopter and save you. There's not going to be the Mujahideen or the Spetsnaz. No, you're on your own, and that's why it's a perfect opportunity for you to let your guard down and go, okay, it looks like maybe there's something else going on here, and then it gives you a new opportunity in life. But it's not even about the shape of anything except your heart. That's it. It's a litmus test to your heart, really. Yep.
Not cutting you off, buddy. If this doesn't go well, then please feel free to speak again from your heart, as you always do. But we have got a couple of people that have joined the channel. We've got Kim Il Soup and we've got Melms, who have joined us over the last previous minutes. Welcome to the 24/7 Discord channel and the politics server. We say the earth is flat. You probably don't. What's up, Melms?
Hello, thank you for welcoming me.
No problem, my friend. So what brings you to our lovely little neck of the woods?
Honestly, I'm just bored and I'm just looking for interesting VCs to listening to.
Awesome stuff. Do you have any particular stance on the shape of the earth?
Not really, like I'm not a geologist or anything like this. But one thing that I do, like, since you asked for my opinion on this, like my biggest problem with the whole flat Earth theory, right, is that in order for the flat Earth to be true, it requires a collaboration of like states like North Korea, USA, USSR, Iran, basically any state that has a capability of like disproving the globe Earth or the flat Earth or whatever. And
No, it just requires a flat surface. That's all it requires.
Right, but like North Korea, which is an enemy state of the US, right? And if we assume that, USA is the hegemon and what we
All
know,
right,
we know because of the US.
let's
The
not worry
North
about
Korea,
that
which
for
is an
now.
enemy, and China, which is an enemy, and USSR, which is an enemy, also repeats the same thing. So either
Yeah,
they're
we don't.
collaborating together, which I
Sorry,
find
dude.
very
We don't know that, so we can't make assertions based on things. So let's talk about all as we need, because you said you need for the Earth to be flat, we need all of these people to work together. Whereas what we all as we need is a flat surface. Can you
right,
agree to
but we
that?
also need, yeah, but we also need like
Yeah.
the
So
countries that have launched satellites, right? Like we have countries that have launched satellites, and
let's
they have a position on whether the Earth is a globe or is flat. And North Korea, just like the USA, both agree that the Earth is a globe. So either there is a conspiracy that involves both North Korea and the USA, or the Earth is a globe. But that's just my way of thinking, just so you understand
okay.
where
So
I'm coming from.
if we have a flat surface, then what does that tell you?
I don't understand the question.
So, if we have a flat surface that we can detect, that we can observe, then does that tell us the Earth is flat, or are you still saying that it's, even if we detect a flat surface, the governments are still in cahoots together? What are you saying?
I don't know about the flat surface. Like I'm only making a statement to the collaboration of like enemy states of the DPRK, USSR, and USA, right?
Okay. In any way, do you see a curved surface that would equate to this ball that we live on?
For the sake of simplicity, I'm just gonna answer with I don't know because I haven't run any experiments to one or the other end.
No, I'm not asking right now. I'm not asking for experiments. I'm just talking about everyday observations. Yeah, you go outside. Do you live near the water? I detect maybe a Spanish accent or maybe South American accent there.
I did used to live near the water, yes.
Yeah. So when you go to the water's edge, do you see it curving? Do you see a sphere in any daily observations? Do you detect spherosity of the surface you live on, or
Like
does it look
I
flat?
remember I remember watching a ship one day and beyond a certain point I cannot see it anymore, even with binoculars or with anything else, because I had like binoculars and stuff. But once again, like I'm not here to prove one way or the other. I'm just here to listen, but I find it very interesting, like what you're.
Yeah, that's all right, man. We're just having a conversation anyway. I'm not gonna start berating you because you believe you live on a ball. That would be not very nice of me. But you will admit in the end that it's just a belief. Yeah.
Right, from my perspective, absolutely. Like I don't, as I said, I claim to know a few things, but geography is not one of the things I claim to know because I never actually did any research into it. So I'm not like one of those guys that blindly says one way or the other.
So there's some claims that they've got some claims that the Earth is a ball with a radius of 3959. Yeah. That would give us distance to the horizon, drop over distance, all these things that come with it. There's also another claim that the Earth rotates on an axis. And then there's another claim that we live in an open system, gun of the moon and shit like that. Yeah, but we have gas pressure. So there's these three claims that we could probably talk about and work out if they're true or not. Or we could go there if you want to
Okay.
start
Look,
there.
I'm gonna be very open with you, right? Like when it comes to geography, I know some basic things that I learned in school, but I'm not that well knowledge. I'm more knowledge about politics and like going back to my original thing that I talked about.
I know we're
If
on
you
a
can get
politics
past
server, but
if you can get past the fact that you can explain to me that would give me a reasonable explanation to how the DPRK Soviet Union, USA, Russia of today, China of back then and today, and all of these different satellite states or states that have the ability to make satellites are all in cahoots in order to
So you're
protect
going to
whatever
look at.
fact.
So you're going to look at conspiracy instead of stuff that we can actually look at and measure instead.
Honestly, yeah, because politics I'm knowledgeable about, geography I'm not. If you had a
Well, you
geologist
think
before you, I'm sure that or a scientist in any way,
you
I'm sure
think you're
that they would be more efficient.
knowledgeable. You think you're knowledgeable about politics, but you're not.
Maybe not, but I'm more knowledgeable about politics than I
None of
am
us
about
are.
geography.
None of us are.
Mhm. I'm confident that I don't have all knowledge about politics, but I am confident that my knowledge of politics surpasses my knowledge of geography
Okay.
and
So,
geology and all these other
so
things.
because of that, you're willing to overlook empirical evidence, and you're going to replace it with just kind of coming up with a story about why they would do it. So if you
Well,
went out,
that's the thing, right? I'm not look from.
if you went to a
I'm not
murder,
in a position.
if you went to a murder scene, yeah, and then this guy goes, "Oh, okay, there's a body there, and there's been a murder," yeah. Do you straight away look for why, or do you look for evidence on who did it, and if there has been a murder and how did it happen? Do you look for a motive first, or
Well, there's two things, right? If we want to get a murder conviction, specifically a murder conviction, we need what is called the actus reus, so actually the guilty act, and then we need the mens rea, so like the guilty act as well. Otherwise, we only get like a manslaughter conviction.
But you don't need a motive to convict of murder.
Actually, you do. You don't need the motive to convict of manslaughter, but you do to convict of murder.
No, you don't.
I don't know how it is in American law, but I know that in British
I'm not
law, at the
American. Do
very
I
least.
sound American to you?
I don't know, man, but I know that in British law, you need specifically,
I'm not
for murder,
British
not
either.
manslaughter. I know, but I'm telling you that in British law, which I'm very well familiar with, you need specifically the guilty mind and the guilty act to convict of murder, but you
No, you
only
don't.
need the guilty act to convict of manslaughter. That's different.
No, that's incorrect. You can still get a guilty verdict without someone telling you why they did it. Yeah.
Might be able to speculate their motivation, but they wouldn't have to confess why they actually did it to stick the guy away for a term for committing murder.
That is correct. You don't need an actual confession, but you do need specifically a guilty, a criminal mind to have specifically a murder. Otherwise, it's a manslaughter charge. You could look it up, guys. Like this is like British law 101. Feel free. I can even find the paragraphs if needed.
Shit, I remember that. As long as I kill somebody with that umbrella, I'm fine.
Yeah, you just say, I don't know why I did it. I don't have a motive. And then it's just manslaughter.
Yeah, but that's the thing, right? If you're in front of a jury, if you're like randomly driving and you hit a random pedestrian on the road, it's pretty. You could probably get a manslaughter sentence. But if you're gonna kill your friend or your associate and you're gonna claim that it's an accident, it's gonna be a bit more difficult, right?
Okay, so we can prove things without a motive. This is what I'm saying, yeah? So you can prove a murder without a motive. So let's go back
No,
to
you specifically need a motive. You need to prove a motive, even without a confession. You need a motive for a murder, but you don't need one for a manslaughter.
Okay, so there's a guy standing there with a knife, yeah? He's just murdered someone. You guys go in, you arrest him. They say, why'd you kill them? He goes, I don't know. Doesn't say anything. Yeah? They can't find a motive.
If we look in reality, there wouldn't be a random guy.
Hang on, dude. Hang on, dude. Can that guy be convicted of murder without the motive?
If we're talking about reality, if there is a guy who's randomly stabbing people without any reason, then most likely we're talking about a maniac. But more in reality, most likely, if we talk about murders, we talk about robbery, we talk about something else. And all of these things are defined under law, because in
So
reality, you wouldn't have a random
no one's
person
ever,
randomly
so no one's
stabbing
ever
a guy out of without any
So
motive whatsoever.
no one's ever murdered anyone for no reason. Is that what you're saying?
Unless if they are specifically a psychopath.
So
Like if
you're
they're
saying it's never happened? Has it never happened? You're
if you
saying in reality, but I'm saying in reality it happens. Yeah.
okay,
As long
if
as
we
you
talk about
believe.
specifically murder, like you have a target to kill somebody and you kill him, that's murder. Manslaughter means you take away somebody else's life without necessarily a motive to kill him. The motive is what
No,
makes the
that's
difference
not true.
between this.
No,
Manslaughter.
manslaughter is accidental. Murder is intent to kill.
It's fine when we get to the motivation of why people have lied to us about the shape of the Earth. We can just turn around and say, "Well, that's it, cunts." There you go. Problem solved.
In it,
Okay.
So now that we've established that
And
you
if
can
we
murder
talk about
someone,
yes, and if we talk
so
about
now
the
that we've
motive,
established that you don't need a motive to convict someone of a murder, then we can go to the Earth and say it doesn't matter about the politics if the Earth measures flat and stationary. Can we say that?
we can say that.
Yeah. So we're just looking for empirical evidence on if the Earth is flat or not. We're not looking at why they lied. We're just looking at if it is. Can we talk about that?
Yeah, not with me though, because once again, I don't possess any scientific methods in order to measure anything or to make any
So we can't
conclusions
even.
on the Earth shape.
So
However,
we
I'm
can't
more
even.
than
We
happy to
can't.
talk
So we
about
can, now we can't
politics
even
because
talk.
that is one thing that I am actually capable of talking of, right?
Mm.
Like that's more of the thing of people seeking to their field of knowledge, which
So
I honestly
you're not
wish
even
that more
willing.
people.
So you're not even willing to have a conversation about whether it is or not.
I'm more than willing to listen to a conversation between two knowledgeable people about the shape of the earth, and I'm willing to listen and with an open mind. Always willing to do this, but I'm not willing to comment on anything that I have no knowledge. If we want to talk about politics, if you want to talk about politics, I'm more than willing to do so. If we want to talk about specifically geology, geography, and so on, I'm a
think you
stupid
might be
fucking
in the.
moron. I don't know.
You're in the
You
wrong
might be in the
channel for that.
wrong. You're in the wrong room, man.
Well, there's 27 or 26 other people listening to us right now.
Yeah, but I'm talking to you though. I want to talk to you.
And I'm pretty sure everyone else in here is in here for like the flat Earth and whatnot.
But out of curiosity, do you guys actually have an answer to like the whole quote unquote conspiracy of all of these different and quote unquote enemy states or whatever collaborating and hiding this from us? Because this is like the one thing that like oh, and I'm being honest with you, right? Like I could have bullshitted you and like told you about all of these things that I had no idea about. And I'm actually like being open with you guys. Like I'm telling you, like this is the one thing that is like preventing me from taking this thing like seriously, like the specific this thing.
Now,
Because
when
in
you
my
say
eyes,
states come in, go ahead.
Okay, I will elaborate. We have enemy states, right? We have the USSR and the USA. We have the DPRK, so North Korea, right? We have China of today. We have
Everyone
Iran.
gets it, dude. Everyone
We have
gets
all
it.
of these different states with satellites and the abilities to disprove the globe Earth, but for some reason they don't do it. And am struggling to understand the why. If
That
and if there
enemies
is a
could have treaties.
conspiracy,
You're struggling to understand that enemies could have treaties.
I understand that they
Yeah,
can have
have you-
treaties, but where is the
Have
benefit?
you-
Like, explain it to me.
Well, have you ever heard of the Antarctic or the treaty in Antarctica? You know, they won't let any country go there or anyone visit. They never told us why. You know, they just every country in the world signed on it and say, hey, you can't go here.
Yeah, allegedly it's for the conservation of the environment. Okay, I know this.
But I'm just curious of, you know, what are they guarding and what's past the Antarctica ice wall?
And you
know,
think
is
this?
it, go ahead.
And you think allegedly enemy countries and everyone else protecting penguins and the environment suddenly is not a weird story to swallow?
Oh yeah, no, them protecting like penguins and that, you know, I think they're protecting someone else or something else. You know, I think in my view, I think there's more land past there. There's more advanced civilizations and whatnot. You know, they just don't want us to how do I put it? You know, see these things and realize, you know, there's more advanced beings than us.
No, I'm just. I was just trying to.
Here's the thing, though. I understand the theory,
Melms,
and
1%.
you've got to realize something. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So Melms, you were wondering how all these countries can get together and agree on something, but they've got together and agreed on something, haven't they?
Yeah, protecting penguins.
Yeah. So they have done it.
Every country has signed off on protecting penguins.
It's very important, you know.
There you go. They have come to agreements on things, and they've come to an agreement on an everlasting, the only treaty in history that's never been broken. Amazing.
And then they make even like little bases all around Antarctica, and they give these bases very funny names like Troll or Deception or Dome.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though, right? Like,
why would you
North Korea, Russia, and China are not even in the position to violate the treaty, considering their geographical position to the South Pole?
Violate what treaty?
The Antarctica treaty, where they're not allowed to like build up Antarctica,
I
where
know.
Antarctica belongs to nobody. North Korea, China, and Russia don't even have the possibility to violate the treaty due to their geographical situation, right?
But Mems, 1 second. You need 1 second, Mems. You need to recognize this, right? You just said the only thing that keeps you from understanding that the Earth measures to be a topographical plane is the very fact that everybody needs to be in on it. But you just seem to overlook the absurdity of the story that you just need to buy by thinking that everyone has agreed upon one thing to keep peace about a region that is just basically made out of ice just to protect the environment. So nations that are obviously openly at war against each other, even to this point today, have no problem with being in peace about a piece of ice and penguins. I mean, isn't that very much a big red flag for you and anyone else?
It would have been a red flag for me. It would have been a red flag for me if I have also seen different kind of like, if we talk about today, if we would have seen like Chinese bases, North Korean bases, and all of this different stuff.
Huh? What?
Like who if you talked about the bases in the South Pole, those are American bases, Western bases, etc. Yes,
I didn't talk
New
about
Zealand
any bases.
America bases.
No. I talked about the funny names they give these stations. For example, they call it Troll or Deception or Dome. Why would you give these weird names to these stations to a proposed place where everyone agrees to just protect some pieces of ice and penguins? Even if they're nations that are in disagreement against each other. But for this very one specific reason, this very region that would just disprove the globe, they seem to protect all protected. So pretty weird coincidence, isn't it? It kind of plays into the cards of the flat Earth.
Okay, so I want to say something. First of all, right, when it comes to science, like the international community typically stays together. For example, during the Cold War, right, in the 1980s, I believe, the Apollo Soyuz mission between the Apollo astronauts and the Soviet Union to have a capsule that meets up, right? And then, like, if you look further, right, with atomic resource, right, with combining items into new elements, they work together,
Sorry.
right? They send like material across countries and
Keep it on
whatnot.
there.
When it comes to right this like ice and bases, why do they exist, right? They exist for scientific research purposes, right? Like typically telescopes is in Antarctica because you don't get light pollution. Studying the Earth environment, like studying the ice, is there and whatnot, right? And quite
Yeah.
frankly, we do not need to exploit Antarctica for its resources because A, we have the ocean, which is closer, and B, there's easier things to get to. You're speaking about kilometers worth of ice to dig through. I mean, like, that's not a
Exactly.
easy feat.
Yeah, that makes sense now. I totally get it. And now I understand why they need to be all in on it. It's all about science. Sorry, Nate, I was completely wrong the whole time. It's all about the penguin, science, ice, and the greenhouse effect.
Hey, Mlems, or Melms, are you there?
I am there.
So, do you think that certain groups of people could possibly control more than one country?
I do.
Absolutely, but I will be surprised if those same groups of people control both the US and North Korea, which are, from my perspective, completely opposite interested countries.
Yeah, gotcha. Have you ever heard of Judaism or maybe the Rothschilds?
I have.
Okay, what if I told you that at
Nah. Back to the topic.
For the record, I see no connections of the Rothschilds to North Korea. Absolutely,
Doesn't
far as I
matter.
can see.
It's not the topic. Who's got globe proof?
Hey, Mems, I sent you a documentary. You
Okay.
can watch that if you want to. The title is Everything is a Rich Man's Trick.
Dude, would you believe me if I told you I watched this documentary?
Oh.
And I actually agree with both JFK and the 9/11 parts.
Oh, that's cool, man. So you should actually get kind of how the world then works, right? It's all about money at the end of the day.
Yeah, of course.
And I think the heliocentric model would be the best Ponzi scheme to literally harvest trillions of dollars out of the gullible people, because there's always a new spectacular thing to finance in a place that you just can't even verify for yourself, right? So
Here's the thing, though, right? I
rob
agree
you.
with you. I agree with you. This whole financing system is a whole Ponzi scheme, right? Like the whole banking system of the world is a whole Ponzi scheme. That's fine. Explain to me specifically how they
what's that got to
profit
do with your
from
globe
globe.
proof, though?
Yeah.
Okay,
Explain to
here we
me
go.
specifically how this is related to the Earth being a globe or being flat.
Obviously a tax scam. The amount of money that goes into NASA and space agencies is one.
Yes.
Yeah, but the space agency could still exist under a flat Earth system, right? You could still have an agency that wants to research.
It does.
Stuff. Yeah.
You know, it's the ultimate Ponzi scheme if you think about it. Not it robs you. It robs you financially, and it robs you mentally.
How?
It robs you mentally by lying to you that there is no creator, that there is no ultimate reason for you to exist. You're just made by accident and so on.
By the way,
one second, let me finish. And then the other thing is, it's the best way of telling you that there's always a new adventure to finance. Let's go this place, let's go there. And a reason for them just furthermore get money out of you, right?
Mhm.
A form of fraud in which belief in the success of a non-existent enterprise is fostered by the payment of quick returns to the first investors from money invested by later investors. It's just literally, yeah, a method to
So
rob everyone.
I do have
One
a
second. I wanna address. So, by the way, I'm an atheist, right? You could still have a
I
creator
know.
within the framework of a globe model, right? You could still argue for a
Yeah,
god or a creator
that was
within a
just
globe
part
model.
of my
And
explanation.
if we talk about a new adventure to finance, and I'm no fan of bankers or investors or all these guys, right? You could still find a new adventure to finance within a framework of a spherical globe, right? So none of those two things specifically talk about the flat Earth as a whole, if you get what I mean.
Yeah, but trust me, man. If people, if the whole world would be full with truthers, people understanding that they're not living on a spinning, wobbling, tilted space ball flying from the ever spinning void of darkness, then they could not use this Ponzi scheme of robbing people day by
Okay,
day.
explain it to me, please, because like, and I'm not trolling. I'm just honestly trying to understand. Let's assume that tomorrow we wake up, most of the people on this world are truthers. What specifically changes? What outcome would be on the society?
Power would go back to the people. That's the
How?
most specific outcome for me.
What specifically would change?
That we personally would not. I mean, this is just all hypothetical, right? It's just my own belief. My own belief would be that people would take things more in their own hands in communities and so forth and be more sovereign. Oh man, I can't say the specific English term. Sorry. Anyways, they gonna first of all get a new banking system at hand, which is not in private hands, and you know the whole conscious awareness of money in general, you know, it wouldn't, people would not feed in this whole materialistic society anymore, because you know, if you talk to a lot of people in here, you will realize most people on here do not care about materialistic things, neither do they really care about, you know, what job you have or what car you drive or who you are. It's more about really establishing the fundamental importance of truth, that people are not deceived, that we're not lying to each other, right? And that is fundamentally a healthy society, and the opposite of what we see nowadays. You know, people are constantly lying, constantly are fearful against each other, and you know, are, you know, lost in the sauce when it comes to materialism and so forth. That's the world we live in right now. But it's all manufactured, you know.
So
It's all
Clay,
by design.
first thing, I 100% agree that the banks should not be in private hands. It should be publicly owned. I agree with all these like first things that you said. However, and this is a however, I still fail to see how, even if people do realize that they're being fucked over, how they would all of a sudden make a difference. Because like I suspect, at least most of the people that I talk to, they realize that they are in one shape or form being fucked over by the current status quo. But none of them are actually doing anything against it. Even if they found out, okay, they've been lying to us about the shape of the earth. What specifically would change? Like, this is what I'm feeling to
Bro,
understand.
if you find out, if you have a wife, as an example, it's just hypothetical, if you find out your wife has been cheating on you, and you have 100% definite proof that's to be true, man, you're gonna take measurements the same day. You know, it will change a lot in your life. You're not just
Dude,
gonna
I
play
understand this,
along.
man. Like, I'm also like of a fringe ideology, right? I also realize that the mainstream, whatever, that all of this thing is a big scam, right? But
here's okay,
Mhm.
sorry.
Go ahead.
So here's the thing though, right? Just because they lie about almost everything, right? Lying about the office flat, like it doesn't really have to do with money per se. I don't see how it will benefit them. And it had to um to cover that up, right? Because you cannot lie. I mean, you cannot make a fake story. You cannot make people delusional in this sense, right? Because people have equipment. It's not like, oh, capitalism, everyone is free, liberty for all type of thing, right? It's not like that. And so yes, I agree that the elites lie through their teeth, get people go to war, lose their life for their benefit, loot the whole road, right? Create a pyramid scheme where our resources come back to them. I agree with others, but where I don't agree, or where I don't see the point why they would lie that the earth is flat. I don't see any reason why they do it. Even though they lie about 99 other things, I don't see it for this one.
Who cares? Is that a refutation against the geometric proof against the globe?
Yeah. Just because
No,
you don't
what I'm saying is just because they lie about almost everything else, that doesn't mean that they lie about other things.
But guys, we've been just talking about like the specific like political Antarctic treaty and all of this. Like we're not talking about the geometric thing. Like we've been talking about this before, and I said that I'm not a scientist. I'm a stupid fucking moron when it comes to geology. I don't know if you guys want to talk about this. I will mute myself. That's fine. But like I would rather we stick to the politics of this because this is what I find interesting.
That's
This
the
is
whole
what I'm
problem.
knowledgeable
That's
about.
the whole fucking problem right there. You're not talking about the geometry, which is the whole entire point. So that's the problem.
Yeah. That's fine, but I didn't study on this. I am well studied on politics, at least from that perspective. I'm more than willing to talk about politics, but I'm not willing. I mean, I'm willing. I'm more than willing to listen about geology. I'm more than willing to listen about a discussion between geologists who know their shit to explain their shit. I'm open for discuss. But
Yeah, it's a
if you want to
category.
talk to me, yeah,
It's a category error.
Yeah, but if you
It's
guys
a category error. Our arguments are geometric primarily. So trying to refute those with something political is a category error.
But I'm not refuting it. Like I'm just explaining to you because you guys were asking me at the beginning. Like I told you guys, and I'm being very open about this, that from my perspective, because I'm first and foremost a politically minded person, not a geology minded person, this is what is keeping me from taking like the flat earth serious, and it's specifically the political thing, right? Because with geologists, you could have a sphere earther telling me shit, you could have a flat earther telling me shit, and to both of you, I will tell you, I don't know my shit.
Dude, it's a geometric claim, so just look at it that way.
But this geometric claim, once again, entails for countries like the DPRK and USA and Russia and all of these enemies to be in cahoots.
Listen,
and so we go back in whole circle.
Listen, Melms,
We
right?
don't
The
care.
issue here is no matter what they're telling you, global flat, right? What's fundamentally the issue here is whether or not what the truth of the matter is. Well, no matter what a politician has told you or how many governments seem to agree on this particular issue, what the people in this room want you to do is give an argument for your globe, right? Because then obviously everything else follows.
Well, I don't have an argument for either.
If we found out that the globe wasn't true, then everything follows from that, not the other way around, right?
Oh no, dude, I agree with you, but then comes back to the fact that I'm not in a position to argue one way or the other.
Look, to
if
avoid
you want, I will mute
speculation-
myself. If you want, I can mute myself and I will let like you guys talk.
well, I mean, look,
but if
to
you want to
avoid-
talk to me, I'm not in a position to argue for one or the other position because once
But
again,
do you have a
I
position?
don't.
Here, let me do it for you. There you go.
fuck. Does anyone have any globe proof?
No. Well, if he had a position, right, and the only thing that was keeping him from going one way or another is what seems likely to him, it's very strange, right? I mean, you should, if you don't have a position, you should just be agnostic about whether or not the Earth is a global flat, right?
Yep.
I mean,
Sociological
what
proof
he
for
was saying
geometric claims.
It's interesting. Could we unmute him? Because I want to have more about the
Do you have any globe
politics
proof?
side.
No, you can talk to him yourself. Private message him.
Oh, globe proof. Okay, right.
He's got
So
a
I
bunch
do
of
have a
political
question.
look, he's got a bunch of political and sociological arguments, and it's a geometric question. So, I mean, what are we supposed to do with that?
Yeah, but it's the geometric questions be manipulated, right? So, like, shouldn't we,
Well, no, because
focus?
everything follows from the science, right, of the matter, right, or the geometry of the matter, not from the politics of the matter. The politics of the matter comes afterwards, right? Like it's not much of a concern until you've established which one's true or not.
I think it's actually reversed because if I make up a lie, let's say I said that the Earth was like a pyramid shape, or it's a pyramid shape, right? It doesn't
Yeah,
matter if I knew it
you'd
was true
need
or
to
not.
provide evidence for that. Yeah.
Because someone knows the truth, so you can just go after the person that knows the truth, you know?
So,
like I don't need to analyze. I just need to
yeah,
poke
look,
the person that's
let's
lying.
say you have this situation where you're in a room with people and
Mhm.
everyone in the room is telling you that Heretic is the most beautiful man you've ever saw, right? But you haven't looked at Heretic, right?
That's true.
You could, I mean, yeah, this is the point. You want to do your
Got a
measurements.
citation for that?
You'd want to do your measurements of Heretic and see if he's the most beautiful person you've ever saw, right? Not to say you're just going to sit and say, well, everyone said so, so I'm just going to believe it, or nobody's saying so, so I'm just not going to believe it, right? You want to do your measurements.
No, we got
of
to
Heretic.
look at the we got to look at the politics of whether Heretic's the most beautiful man on the earth.
I mean, I would first look at is there any reason to lie for thousands of years? Because
That's
the
fine, but
question,
like everything follows from the geometry, so like you're just going to keep banging on about it, like it's not relevant.
what like something that I have always found interesting, right? Is this right? It's got like an airplane and going
Right.
around the South Pole, right? Going from Australia to South
Right.
Africa to Argentina, right? That takes a lot shorter than it should if the Earth was flat.
How many
So
drinks
so
you
so
had?
so is it like increased winds that carries the airplane faster? Like what is it? I mean, and there's also flights that will take over across Antarctica, right? I've looked at them.
So what? Just a bunch of ice.
Yes. What you know, we can actually test it. We don't need a measurement tool. All we just need is a boat or airplane and like tools to make it across the ice. To see if there's an in or not. See if there's a cliff. And like people have done that, right? Like the Norwegian explorers that successfully made it to the South Pole. And, you know, like imagine.
Where's the South Pole?
Antarctica, obviously.
How do you get there?
You can take a boat. You can take a plane.
How do you find it?
You use a compass.
Compass points south or north?
Well, they're pointing both directions, the magnetic poles. But yes. And then you can use stars, like what the Polynesian used to do. You can use other references,
So
but yes.
the Polynesians went to the South Pole, did they?
Oh no, they used these stars in the night sky, didn't they? And
Yeah,
where
of
the
course they
bird was
did.
flying. So there's more than one way to do it. You know, there have been
Yeah,
great
but
explorers.
so birds can fly on a flat plane. You can look at stars on a flat plane.
Mhm.
Yep, none of these prove that the Earth is curving.
What if the Earth was flat? I mean, I really think it's one of the same person personally, because you know you can have a flat surface, but the flat surface could be you know, transformed onto a three-dimensional surface, right? Let's take a pyramid. You know, from one of the sides of the
Yes,
pyramid
it's
is flat.
three-dimensional surface. Yes, it is a three-dimensional surface. We live in reality. We live in 3 dimensions. Yes.
Very good, very good. And,
Very good.
so like.
So now a curve or what?
It could be made out of multiple flat surfaces, like eventually curves.
Multiple flat surfaces. So when
Yeah,
you get
yeah,
to
yeah.
the edge of a flat surface, what degree does it take down to get to your next flat surface to make up a sphere of flat surfaces?
perhaps 1-2%, like it's marginal. But
So where do
anyways,
you
right,
see
right, right.
that? So you're sailing, for instance,
Well,
you're
well, there's
sailing along
hills,
the
there's
ocean, and then
valleys, there's
you're on
plateaus.
you're on a flat you're on a flat surface sailing along the ocean, and then all of a sudden you have to get to the other polygonal surface. So you take a steep angle down to the next flat surface. Do we see this in reality or not?
No. Not
We don't.
like steep. I mean, we do with like mountainous plateaus, even these between the ocean from continents and whatnot. Right, it's steep, right? But personally, right, is how could you keep something in secret?
Sorry, mate. Can you repeat that? I got no idea what you fucking said.
Okay, I said personally, how can you keep something a secret if it was as simple as someone taking a boat and a team to explore the ice wall?
You can't go there.
Yes, you can.
I mean,
Nothing prevents me.
Hey, Britt, now, do you want another 4-hour conversation about this?
If you say the Antarctic Treaty says you can't go there, I'm gonna have issues with you, young man.
I mean, you can go there, but you're gonna get shot.
I can't go to the ice. I can't go to Antarctica because it's cold and it sucks there.
Exactly.
It comes down to economic reasons. You don't typically have enough money, but people that have boats, like in the Arctic region, can definitively, or Polynesians can definitively go there.
I can't go because I don't have the money for it or the will to, so I can't do it.
Okay, well, you know, if you truly want to know the truth, then why not go on it exploration? I mean,
Just go to the beach to find the truth.
They won't let
I
us.
can just go to the beach.
I mean, what do you mean? Like, there's no military ships.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. What are you going to find? What are you going to find out there in the barren, like, Iceland of Antarctica anyway?
You can map it. You can sail around Antarctica. You can make a map. See if it repeats.
Oh, yeah.
If the office run, you can draw it in like lines of grids, right? You can actually map up the place. See if it's flat. See if there's a cliff or not. Whatnot. Hire a map.
I'll get right on that.
Or learn the skills by oneself, right?
I mean, I would just say measure the curve of an ocean or lake. You don't need to go to Antarctica.
Well, I agree with you there. I mean,
seems like a red herring.
But yeah, I mean, there have been private pilots that decided to fly over Antarctica.
You'll get shot down if you go there. That's why the treaty is in place.
Don't make silly positive claims like that. What the hell is wrong with you? You don't
No,
need
no,
to say
no,
that,
you.
No, not you. You don't have to say planes will get shot down. Right? That was unnecessary.
What do you mean planes? No, everyone can freely go there. I mean, there's nothing.
Oh yeah,
preventing
people
you.
do that all the time. Yeah, vacation time, everybody hits Antarctica for sure.
Because the infrastructure isn't there. The infrastructure isn't there.
Nobody wants to fucking go there, dude. Wouldn't even matter either way.
Well, yeah, I mean, I would personally love to go there. I have low internet. I would love to go to Antarctica, but
Well,
yeah,
you go to Antarctica, you record it, and then you come back on Discord. Actually, no, do it live stream it when you're there. We'll talk about it then.
I mean, I mean, why not? I mean,
yeah, have fun, enjoy yourself.
I mean, you can either map up like Australia to see if it's like on a flat plane or whatnot. But yeah, I mean, that is an equivalent. See if it measures the flat Earth or if the shape measures one.
Well, instead
I mean,
of
you
going
can
to
even do that
Antarctica,
with the
why
car.
don't you just give your measurements for your curvature?
Yeah.
Fair enough, right? But anyways, right? I'm really confused on this, right? It's like, what is the incentive to lie on this? Can you tell me? Like this, regardless if it's run or flat, what is the incentive for the elites to lie on this? Because
Does it matter?
I'm still confused on that.
Yeah, well, you can continue being confused on it. You know, maybe even the flat earthers in this room are confused by it because it might not be clear. You could speculate, spitball it all day long, but like I said, everything follows from the shape of the earth, not the other way around. Can't work backwards on this.
Yeah, but it's only one topic. I mean, if we want to find the absolute truth, we need to find the reason why they would lie and perhaps predict the lies. So
Do you think? Yeah. Do you think? Like, you know, when I said that hypothetical with a heretic being the most beautiful man in Discord, we could talk about what it means for society, or why did all the people tell the truth, or why did they lie, or whatever, right? But at the end of the day, right, if you want to know for sure what the case is, you're going to want to take your measurements, right? And find out the truth. So
I mean, even if you know,
your questions are important questions, but if you're a glober and we say, well, this is a reason why they might lie, this is another reason why they might lie about it, then have you stopped being a glober? No, you still are, right? So we've got nowhere close to resolving the matter, have we?
well, I mean, people have sent out like cameras into like 80,000 kilometers up into the stratosphere. I mean, to
That's a
me
nice claim.
personally, it looks like Ron, but it could be optical illusion. How do I know? I haven't been up there. But anyways, right? The thing is, right, is that the truth, right? Why not? Like people will protect the economic interest, right? Even if that means lying. What do you mean, left?
Left.
Left what?
I'm just going the opposite way from you, right?
Okay. What I don't know. I mean, if the truth is right, then what? No, then love is not the truth. So yeah, I mean, I guess you could say that. But anyways, right? The
left.
Okay, shut up. The thing is, right? Yeah. People have a concrete financial incentive, right? And
Okay, you know what,
obviously
Matt?
the system.
I'm quite well trained on politics, especially international relations, which is convenient for you. If you have any questions about why this might be the case, I could speculate in your DMs all day long. But for now, do you have any globe measurements?
Globe issues. I mean, I already brought up some, right? I mean, your is tunnel vision is like me, selling you poison food. I mean, you need to know why it's poison.
Do you know what a measurement is?
I do, and there have been many scientists that have done it.
Have you got any globe measurements?
Not offhand.
No. Do you know anyone who does?
Yes, many scientists.
Hey, can you bring one up?
Not right now.
Why would you say? Sorry, why would you say a scientist who deals with cause and effect relationships has got a measurement of the shape?
No, there's more than one cause and. I mean, science is not only cause and effect.
Yeah,
It's
natural
also explaining
science.
like shapes and whatnot.
Yeah, we're not. When we're dealing with shapes, we're going to be primarily dealing with mathematics and geometry, right?
Yes.
Cool. So not science. So this is why
That is
10 days.
science as well.
No, mathematics and geometry and science are different things. So, but besides that point, I don't want to get waylaid and sidetracked, my
You
friend.
need to predict, yeah.
Yeah, we're asking for a direct measurement of the surface of the Earth to display its convexity between point A and point B, where there is a rate of change of slope.
I
Do you
mean,
know
you can
how
see
that's
the
been achieved?
horizon line. I would just say the
Sorry?
horizon line blocks view. Because if
What?
the Earth is perfectly flat, then you can see infinitely far.
No, if the Earth was perfectly flat, we would still have a limitation within our eyes of how far we could see. That's why we invented binoculars, for example, to increase our ability to see further. Right? So even if the Earth was flat, we wouldn't be able to see forever, like one side of the Earth to the other, because we would have to be looking through an awful lot of atmosphere. Sorry, say that again.
As a haze, fair enough. I mean, but
Yeah.
there's certain spectrums that it can penetrate, like infrared could penetrate the haze.
Yes, yes. So you are correct. When we use, for example, infrared technology, we don't observe that curvature that you are suggesting is blocking our ability to see boats at distance.
I mean, VHS, right? The VHS I think it's VHS with boats, right? They use satellites to know the positions of each boat, right? Each boat has a transmitter, and since 2010, I think, or 2011, they install like a probe on the International Space Station, but then they pull that dedicated satellites to see where the position of each boat, because the boats do not know where they are, even if they have transponders on, because the curvature of the Earth blocks it, so it goes out into space, right?
Yeah, that's not what I was talking
And
about.
this is why we need satellites, right, to see, because if the Earth was
Do you know
flat,
if you put? Hey, did you know if you put water on the gremlin after midnight, he multiplies?
True.
Oh,
Yeah, that's my story in comparison to your story.
Yeah, but think about how many governments would have to be in on it.
Oh, VTS, my bad, VTS, Virtual Traffic Services. Yeah, I mean, like they have like a systems to know where every boat is, because by law, even in international
Well,
law,
do they do that
basically,
by
you
trilateration,
need a
maybe?
transponder, and that goes up to
Yeah.
a satellite, right? Is that like
No,
boats
that's
can
that's
track
the
all of
part
those?
you're adding in. That's the part
What?
you're adding in.
What?
You're adding in. It goes up to a satellite. So
It
these
does,
things can be done on the
objectively.
ground. Yeah, these things can be done on the ground surface, on the surface.
Yeah, for certain distances.
Yeah. So it can be done on the surface. Yeah.
Yeah,
It doesn't need to go to a
distance
satellite.
under the curvature.
Relay towers.
You cannot have relay towers in the freaking ocean. There's no surface.
Yeah, you can. They can bounce off buoys with receivers and transmitters.
Okay, well, that requires infrastructure, and like the Pacific Ocean is half of the surface of the Earth, so that would be
Yeah, they
very
fucking
difficult.
have it.
They do have it. How do you think boats get to where they're going?
They use the satellites, and they
No,
have
you're adding that
navigation
in.
system, and they like built into them.
Yeah. You're just adding that in.
It doesn't matter, but go on.
That's why I told the story about the gremlin. Yeah. Because I've seen it on TV. I saw that gremlin multiply after he got some water.
I
Now,
mean,
you've seen a satellite on TV, but you don't have any confirmation that these satellites are in the vacuum of space.
they're
So
not in the vacuum of the space. They are in of exosphere. But anyways, I don't like
now
censorship.
satellites are in the exosphere.
Yeah,
Are
because
they?
the exosphere goes to the moon, goes to Luna.
Oh, here we go. Another story. If you feed the gremlin, he becomes evil.
After midnight.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't like censorship. Why are we trying to censor someone? Could we unmute moms? Because I believe in free
because
speech.
he wants to talk about politics instead of
Yeah, we already got one of you guys that we can't get off that subject. Now he wants to have two.
There's part of the reason, like a possible motive, right? A reason why, the big cover up and all that.
Yes.
There's a sense of reliance. There's a sense of reliance they want us to have on them, on authority, right? So the more that we rely on them for, the more power they have, the more control they have over us. So you rely on satellite communication, something you can't replicate, right? Something you can't do. Only they have the power and the resources and the
No,
money
not
to do
really.
so.
I mean,
right?
you can.
Yeah, you do. You don't have power to put a satellite into orbit. You rely on their technology, on technology of multi-billionaire corporations and shit like that, right? Things that the average person can't do.
I mean,
and
you
can't
can still
verify
take
even
an
exists.
airplane.
You can't
can take
verify
an
those things
airplane.
even exist.
Yes,
You
we
can't
can. It's
verify those
by
things.
telescope.
No, you can't. You
Use a
can't
telescope.
verify
Yes, you
those
can.
things even exist in the place where they're claiming they exist. Sure, there's technology in the sky. They have atmosats. They're called pseudo satellites. Long endurance platforms in the sky made of gliders and helium balloons and blimps and even aircraft that can stay aloft for weeks
Yeah,
and get
hydrogen.
refueled in the air, and they can do all the functions which they are claiming satellites can do.
But
Not
you
better
can use
and cheaper.
telescopes to know. I mean, there's a controversy with Elon Musk Starlink, you know? Because it blocks the light of space telescopes. You know, telescopes have on the surface that's pointed to space. With Starlink, and so you can verify. I have actually seen the International Space Station through a telescope, so I know absolutely it exists.
There's something in the sky. You don't know how far away it is. You don't know how its mechanism for keeping it aloft. You know nothing about it. You've just seen something in the sky.
Are you sure it's not a hologram? I mean, you can't, like, you haven't been up there to feel it if it's a real thing. Just saying.
Well,
Weird.
I mean, use Wacom Razor. What be a good conspiracy that would be hard to keep secret?
Cost-effective balloons. That's Occam's razor. Yeah, not things floating in the vacuum of space, which
It's
doesn't
not a
exist.
vacuum.
Occam's razor. You can't have a vacuum. Sorry, you can't have gas pressure without a container. Or to have gas pressure without a container, you need to violate natural laws. I'm going to go with the simplest answer. You need containment to achieve gas pressure. Brilliant.
Yeah. Let's say that this is true. Who would finance this kind of information? Like, how would
Well, NASA already does it. NASA already admits that they put balloons up there. The T-Dub just told you about the platforms that are up there.
Mhm.
They've also said it's the gold standard of communication. They love it. They use it all the time. They send things up on balloons all the time, and they can manipulate which direction they go by increasing the altitude and decreasing the altitude to get into the wind. So
Okay.
there's videos about it. It's not a conspiracy theory. It's not something we made up. It's something NASA tells us.
Okay. So why would the elites fund NASA? Well, like, what is the point? Because to me, that's a bad return on
Control. They
investment.
control the fucking sky. They control the fucking sky. They control communications. They control aircraft paths and routes. Like, they control everything. They control the way you can do things and where you can go and how you can get there. And what you can use and what you can't use. You can't even launch a fucking amateur weather balloon up into the air unless you alert authorities and say, like, I'm
Well,
going to be
air
doing it
traffic
on this
control.
day at this hour. It's going to go to this altitude. Is there any aircraft or what? They'll say, no, you can't do that. You'll have to do it somewhere else or at another time. And
Yes,
you
you
have to
can.
arrange it with them.
No,
The Chinese did this.
because they are worried about a mid-air collision, right? With airspace, right?
Yeah,
So you
exactly.
need
They
to
control
gain
the fucking
because it
sky.
goes to control airspace.
They control the
right?
airspace. Exactly. They control the airspace. Exactly.
NASA
They got
controls
shit flying
Certain
around up in there.
airspace is not control. Certain airspace is control, right? You need to go through the different classes. Obviously, you cannot do it by airport, right? That's not an exception. They would never approve that. And so, right, you can do it. It's literally possible, right?
You can do it.
Ni hao.
Thank you.
Oh, I have a
You just
question.
admitted. Yeah, one sec. You just admitted what T-Dub was saying. Yeah, they control the airspace.
Well, if T-Dub said that NASA controls the airspace around the world, then he's going to have to answer to me.
All right, Melms, are you back in?
I was always here, guys.
Yeah. Are you going to talk about politics, or are we going to talk about the Earth?
If you guys want to talk about politics, I'm here. If you guys want to talk about geology, like I'm more than happy to listen like I was until then.
Okay.
Just have one
So
quick question.
We're gonna go ahead.
So, if I have high pressure gas and right beside it a low pressure environment, it will equalize over time, right?
Depends. If you leave it static, don't put any more energy into the system. Don't put any more cyclical gas production within the system. Then if it's not a diverse environment, then yeah. If, however...
So I have a box.
Good.
On one side, I have high pressure. The other side, I have low pressure. And if I don't touch it, it will stay this way?
It depends on how big the box is, what gas you've got in there. Are you controlling for temperature?
The temperature is relatively similar.
Relatively similar. So we understand that temperature has a profound effect on how gas molecules interact. Heat, for example, makes them, let's pull a phrase out, oxide more excitable, and less heat makes the vibration of the gas molecules less excitable.
That
but
just will change the time. Right? That will just, if it's cooler, it will just take more time for it to equalize. That's all.
Yeah. Well, if it's cooler and all the same temperature. But whatever the situation is, you're just going to be demonstrating a gas pressure gradient within a confined space.
If they have different temperature, the temperature will also equalize over time. Wouldn't you agree?
Well, it depends what you mean by the temperature. So if we have
Celsius.
No, I'm not talking about Celsius or Fahrenheit. I mean, if we have a constant temperature and the environment is all a constant temperature, then we'll have an equalization. But temperature variance will affect gas in a way. We understand about convection, right?
Sure. But let's say I have very cold air on the one side, very hot air on the other side, right? And let's say in this case, the cold air has high pressure or low pressure. I don't care. We can switch it out. It doesn't matter. Over an hour, the temperature and the pressure would be equalized, right?
Yeah,
in a box about 1 by 1 by 1 meter.
Yeah. But if we're
I
trying to
think
use
this is leading to a dome, by the way.
if we're using this as an allegory for the Earth's atmosphere, we understand that there are many other variables. He's preaching in the background. We understand that there are many more variables within the Earth's atmosphere. Heat, high pressure and low pressure, barometric pressures are one of them. Within the atmosphere, we can have sinking of high pressure systems under cold pressure systems. And sometimes that can take days or weeks to change or inverse that situation. We understand that.
I understand how weather works to a simple degree, at least. I also understand that these high and low pressure areas aren't like extremely far apart in barometric pressure, right? If one has like really high pressure, it will leak pressure to the surrounding area.
Yeah, this is primarily how winds are created, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Good. That would be that demonstration of high energy systems dispersing into lower energy environments. That's wind.
If we go higher and higher up a mountain, like the Mount Everest, pressure will become lower and lower.
Yes.
Why doesn't it equalize?
Because the reason why we have a gas pressure gradient is again because of heat. Primarily radiant heat from the surface of the Earth. As we go up in altitude, that heat becomes cooler and cooler. There is a direct correlation. Excuse me. There is a direct correlation between the heat gradient in the atmosphere and the atmospheric gradient. Within the heliocentric model, the reason why we have a gas pressure gradient is heat.
So if I make a huge fire on a mountain, right? I put a lot of wood into it, I make a huge fire. The warm air will go down.
No, hot air rises.
Yeah, but we are in a low pressure environment, and the hot air in a high pressure environment is down the mountain.
Oh, yeah, you're going to get in that environment high up in the atmosphere where there is not a lot of oxygen. You will get a rapid cooling of that heat. Yeah.
But it won't go down. The high temperature will go up.
Yeah, but the cooling effect of that atmosphere will disperse. So obviously, if you've got high energy temperatured gas surrounded by primary, I mean, I don't even fucking know how big your fire is at this, mate. I'm just assuming you've set the whole mountaintop on fire. That energy will dissipate. That energy, high temperature, will start turning cooler and cooler very quickly because of the not a lot of oxygen within the atmosphere.
The
and
temperature will equalize.
Yeah. Over time, very quickly, yeah.
But you're saying there's a correlation between heat and pressure, right? Because basically you're saying because it is hot down here, therefore we have a high pressure down here and in the mountain. Did I get that correct?
Primarily, yes. We're talking about radiant heat from the surface of the Earth. Within the heliocentric model, that's the reason that we're given for a gas pressure gradient. I'm just quoting from the model.
So when I make a huge fire on a mountain, gas pressure over the fire would increase, similar to what it would be on the surface.
Yeah. Obviously, because you've heated the gas.
It will just rise. It won't. The pressure won't increase over the fire.
What do you mean? The pressure won't increase. What happens to gas when it's heated?
It will do the opposite because if I make a fire on a mountain,
isn't that what I suggested to you earlier? Then you started confusing me with your words. Didn't I say that the gas would cool very, very quickly? Didn't I also say that hot pressure systems or high energy gases can get trapped underneath lower pressure systems? You said you knew how the weather worked.
To a simple degree, I said. So the thing is, because we make a fire, right? The air rises, and because the air rises over the fire, a small vacuum will be created. Because when the air rises, it will try to move the air from the left and right of the fire, from the sides, right? It will move that in. Right? So over the fire, over the warm air will be actually a vacuum, a small, at least, vacuum.
Be careful when you use the word vacuum. All that's happening here is as the high energy gas is moving away, the colder gas is getting pulled into that now bigger space for the gas to fill, because gas is leaving it rather quickly. Right? Hot air is rising.
Would you say if gas leaves an area, then the vacuum will increase?
Well, this is if gas leaves an area, then the vacuum would increase. What do you mean by vacuum? We're not talking about a total. We're not talking about a total vacuum here, where gas doesn't exist within a space, are we?
Vacuum just means lower pressure.
Okay, so a lower pressure environment. Obviously, like I've explained, the gas that's not being heated, that is around the fire, because there is quote unquote space where the high energy gas is being risen and leaving the space behind it, that gas will go quickly into that space. Vacuum, if you want to choose to do so. This is why we have things like backdrafts and so on.
Exactly. So your theory that temperature correlates with pressure is therefore disproven.
No, I'm talking about within the atmospheric gradient. The reason within the heliocentric model why there is a gradient is because of heat. I'm just speaking from the model. All we've done here is build a fire, energize the gas particles above the fire so they're hot. They move away from that area above the fire quickly because they're going to rise. And then the surrounding gas wants to fill that space. And what you're doing for me at the moment is actually proving my point, because gas fills space. Being as then you said vacuum, so the gas around it is trying to fill that vacuum, right? Right.
Yeah, right.
Good.
So
if
I
up
just
in the
Googled.
sky, excuse me, if up in the sky there's a vacuum, a space for gas to fill, would you agree that the gas will want to fill that space? You've just demonstrated to me that it will.
If there's no gravity, then yes.
There is. What do you mean there is no gravity? First of all, before we get into this, what gravity are you speaking about?
I will not talk about the topic of gravity because I just want to talk about air pressure.
Okay, but you brought it up. So if you're
I
going to
just
say,
brought it up. I just brought it up to just clarify the question, so I don't answer in a way that is a lie, right? I just wanted to say, yes, I agree with you. If there is no gravity, then your model works. Just quickly, in on the Mount Everest, it's about minus 26 degrees Celsius. Or can I change it to Fahrenheit? Or minus 15 degrees Fahrenheit. North Russia, in North Russia, it can go down as minus 58 Fahrenheit. It's in North Russia, very low.
Sorry, dude, I think you've got that the wrong way around. I think you're using Celsius and Fahrenheit the wrong way. The lower number, the minus number, would be Celsius. The higher positive number would be Fahrenheit.
No, not if it's not if it's below 0, then it switches.
Or if it's below 0, it won't be Fahrenheit then. If we're talking about the how cold is it at the top of Everest again? Is it minus 15 degrees Celsius?
Minus 15 is a higher number than minus 26.
Sorry, I might have misheard you. When you said at the top of Mount Everest, did you say it was minus 15 degrees Celsius?
No.
What did you say it was?
I said minus 26 degrees Celsius
Brilliant,
or minus 15 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yeah, no, I misheard you then, buddy. That's my fault. So, obviously, within certain places, let's take Antarctica, for example, if we're to believe the temperature readings from there.
Let's go not so far.
Somewhere between minus 60 to minus 75 on a good day.
Let's just go northern Russia. We don't even need to go to the poles. Just tundra, North Russia. It can go as low as minus 58 degrees Fahrenheit.
Still windy though. Still windy though.
Sure. But I don't see your correlation on Mount Everest. There's very consistently very, very low pressure, and in the tundra of Russia, there's consistently high pressure.
Where do you think the gas
compared
is produced?
to each other?
Do you think the gas is produced at high altitude or on and within the surface of the Earth?
If how gas is produced?
Yeah. So, for example, if we've
the
got
plants, like there's an infinite amount of sources where gas is produced.
An infinite amount of sources.
It's hyperbolic. It's hyperbolic. When I say infinite, it's a huge fucking list. That's what I mean.
It's a huge number, but it's primarily on and within the surface of the Earth, right? Evaporation cycles, oxygen, nitrogen cycles, those types of things.
Oh yeah.
So they take place on the surface of the Earth, right?
But not in the tundra of Russia because there is not.
There's
no plants.
No. So there is no raging heat from underneath the surface of the Earth at a depth of about 6 foot. I get that the top layer is frozen ice, but there is still heat within the surface of the Earth, right?
The heat can't go through. Like the temperature of the Earth, like near the surface, is similar to the air temperature.
Okay, that's fine. Still struggling to figure out where you're going here.
I'm going that your correlation doesn't make sense.
It's not my correlation, it's your model.
I never talked about my model, and this is certainly not my model.
I told you your model, the reasonable.
You told me my model. Then you're a dishonest interlocutor. I will stop this conversation. If you're telling me my model, then I won't talk to you. Goodbye.
Okay. When I'm talking about your model, I'm talking about the heliocentric model. That's what I'm doing. If you want to run away from the conversation, that's fine. I really couldn't give a fuck. Fair enough.
Any of you actually believe in this nonsense?
What nonsense?
That the Earth is
Oh,
flat,
no
even though
way.
it's literally mathematically impossible.
Well, it's time for the day.
You don't need to
How,
believe that.
how is it mathematically impossible?
Because, well, for one, have you ever used GPS? Yes or no?
Huge
Okay,
argument.
listen. I asked you, how is it mathematically impossible? That's your cue
I'm going
to
to
tell me how so.
explain it. I'm going to explain it.
Can't wait to
Have
hear
you
it.
ever used GPS? Yes or no?
Well, your mom tried to show me how to use it once.
I'll take it as you've used it. Yes, everyone here has used it. The
Yeah,
mathematics for it
I've used the
will
military
never work
GPSs.
on a
Yes.
flat Earth. You would end up thousands of miles in the wrong place if we were on a flat Earth using the current mathematics for GPS. The fact that GPS works and you can always get to your destination means that the Earth is round.
Yeah, that's a great claim. That's a great claim. Now demonstrate the mathematics and the coordinates and the plotting that proves you followed those coordinates to the location in question to prove your point.
Don't forget the orbital mechanics.
What?
Fact that GPS works for one, like.
Hey,
I don't know how else to
you
tell you.
already
If you're
said that. I just told you to validate that claim.
Okay, I will.
Yeah, go ahead. Yep, you just claimed that for some reason, if the Earth is flat and you use GPS coordinates, you can end up thousands of miles off. All right, go ahead, validate that.
Okay.
Hey, Super, I've
There's something
seen.
called Googling it.
He's gonna Google it. That's how you're gonna validate it, bro? I thought you
You could
already knew
fucking
this.
Google it.
I can
It's
or
about
you
having a fucking
can?
brain. It's about having a fucking brain. You
Hey,
are
hey,
obviously a
dude,
retard.
dude.
You are obviously a
Stop it.
retard who has
Stop it.
never ever. You sound
You're
like a
obviously
fucking
muted.
dick.
And hey, bro, you're done. Goodbye now. You had your chance and you failed miserably. Okay, Google it is not the answer to the question, Holmes.
He keeps on trying to leave and come back in.
You're freaking clueless, kid. Have you ever land naved across 3 countries to reach your target destination using great coordinates? The answer is no, you haven't. The answer is you've never traveled anywhere and validating anything. You just record your address and then you just follow the GPS where it goes. You don't know anything about GPS, dude. Nothing.
He keeps on rage quitting and then rage joining.
Little does he know, I turn my notifications off, so I can't hear it.
I can't hear it either. I just see him keep going in and out. So, Protein Addict, just stay in the room. Stay in the room, you idiot. Does he really think that? Oh my god.
Kid's got Tourette syndrome or something. Tourette's joining syndrome.
He's a crybaby. Real crybaby.
Well, since we've covered that, do you think we could cover that? Do we think that the sun is local and that the sun and the moon are the same size? Can we talk about that?
Sure.
Like a new topic? We haven't talked about that.
If you want.
The sun certainly are the same size.
Yeah, so yeah, I believe that the sun is local and that it's not going around or like under the Earth. It's just going around in a circle, and it's just perspective of it. Like sunset. It's just perspective of it going away.
Bro,
I want
you're
to hear
playing
you.
Roblox. No one wants to hear your opinion.
I want to hear your guys' thoughts.
What did you say? You said he plays Roblox. So
He's
nobody wants to hear
currently
his
playing it
opinion.
right now, yeah.
What's wrong with that, dude?
He's an adult.
So?
Well,
There's
fair, though,
nothing wrong with it, man.
To be fair to Brit, it's a little bit annoying when people aren't fully concentrating on the conversation. So, Kim, if you want
I'll drop it out right now.
Now that's a fair critique, but an adult playing a game is not that big a deal. I'm sure you do things that aren't very adult-like yourself.
Okay, fine. sorry, Dad.
Yeah, like hang out in Discord calls all day.
Yeah, that's a good point. Do you know how many teenagers are shocked that anyone over the age of 20 uses Discord?
Yes, I get told all the time that I'm too old to be on Discord.
The primary gamer base is like a median age of 35.
Right. And also, Discord's user base is like, last time I checked, it was like 300 million people. It's like, you're not talking about 20 nerds on the internet anymore.
Yeah, and Discord came out when I was 16, so I have every right to be here.
You know what I was playing last week, homie? GoldenEye remake on Xbox.
Oh my god, I remember that game. Or the original game, anyway.
I'm at the stage where you got to save Natalia while she hacks something or whatever, and I can't do it just yet.
GoldenEye.
What was your actual case there, Kim, by the way? You were trying to tell us about what you believe to be the case with the Flat Earth?
Oh no, I was just talking about like the sun being local and that the moon and the sun are the same size. So I just want to know your guys' thoughts on that and how you see that.
They
How do you
certainly appear
define
to be
local?
the same size.
Yeah, that the sun and the moon are the same size and they're both local. They're not like far away. 93 million miles or something like that. They're not that far away.
I mean, depends how you define local. They could be said to be local in the globe story, local to the solar system.
Yes. In fact, so much so that the grouping of our quote-unquote solar attracted orbiting, gaggle of planets and whatever the hell else they call it, sometimes is referred to as the local cluster.
I mean, I guess that's true how you could define local if it's inside the firmament or outside. I just don't know.
Yeah, what if they're outside the container? Would that be local? I don't know.
I think it's definitely above the clouds, though.
Well, I think the best thing you can say about it with regards to what we can actually confirm is that they have the same apparent size. Whether they're actually the same size or not, I'd be very cautious to give that answer. But they are the same apparent size, which if you were to suggest that one is a giant burning ball of gas in the middle of literal nothing, and that the other one is a rock floating in space, but they just happen to be the exact same apparent size, I mean, the odds of that are trillions and trillions and trillions to one.
Astronomical.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, just looking at it from that's one element of the heliocentric model that's completely impossible, but they say just happens to be true, right? And there's so many of those like coincidences.
Dude, there's like
What of things being the same size?
No, go ahead, brother.
No, two things can be the same size. It's like, do you want to repeat back what I said?
I'll say it again.
Right. See, this is why you shouldn't be playing Roblox.
Yeah, but to parry off his point, there's like greater than 20 numerical coincidences that the odds of them occurring are like greater than 1 in all the particles of the universe, right? And you need all of them in sequence to have the alleged heliocentric result that we have today, right? So it's literally like statistically impossible for heliocentrism to exist. Now, some people say yes, that's fine, but the odds against it and the fact that it exists might be evidence that it was intentionally done, and therefore, right, because of that, it gives credence to design, and so they like that. So they accept it because the grand story of heliocentrism, right, it has a beginning with the Big Bang, which also begs the question of design or a Big Banger, right? So they buy into this model because they think it proves their version of creation story, which, by the way, the globe model in heliocentrism, Big Bang cosmogony, is itself a creation story in its own right. So while some people in certain religions borrow it to prove their religion, it's a religion on its own.
Interesting.
And if you're gonna call it local, like
I think when you say something is local, are you not like assuming a physicality? Like, how do you know for sure that the sun is even like a physical object?
We don't know. I mean, it could. I mean, for all it could be a hologram. We don't know.
Right. So like to even call it local kind of gives it a position, right? Like I don't think it's on. I mean, I know it's not really part of the quote flat Earth claim to even say anything about the sun or the moon. Like, I mean, maybe if you want to try to defend like the flat Earth model or whatever, the straw man model, then yeah, you might have to say something about the little sun and the moon floating around inside. Yeah, the snow globe. But I mean, just saying the words flat Earth, you're not really making any claims about the sun or the moon.
So we don't know if it's local or not, and if it's even a real object.
Right. Yeah, we don't know.
Could be an effect rather than an object.
Yeah.
But you can't have an effect without a cause.
Yeah, so something would be causing it.
What's the cause eventually?
Yeah.
Yes, and the cause does not need to be known, by the way, to recognize the phenomena or the effect.
I mean, I don't know what that would be. I'm just spitballing, just abject speculation.
Well, but you can track the light back to a source, though. Well, if there is a source.
How
do you do that?
Can you track a laser pointer back to the source if it's being reflected off 3 mirrors and going through a hemispheric magnification dome? And could you track that back to its source? The answer is no, you couldn't.
Well, those are a lot of magnifications, but if you wanted to, you could. You could.
No, you couldn't. No, listen, hold on. Let me change that. If you didn't have access to those other things and you only had access to the laser point that you see hitting the wall, but you didn't know about all those other things, you would never be able to track it back to its source.
Well, 1 point. Okay, yeah. But it wouldn't be just 1 point.
You would only see the 1 point.
Well, how do you know it's reflected off of all the mirrors and everything then?
That's not the point, dude. The point is if it was, it would be impossible for you to know and track it back to its source.
Well, if you didn't know, yeah, I guess.
Right. So then you could start making claims about its location, right? But you'd be wrong because you didn't know. You don't know what's all going on because you don't have the proper vantage point to be able to tell for sure. So now if you make claims about the dot that you see, what it's doing, right, where it appears to be, right, the angle that you're looking at it from where you're at, all those claims you can make, those would be entirely, legit within your wheelhouse to determine. But the ultimate source you wouldn't know.
Yeah.
Now, the primary reason that people think the sun is a definitive object is because of the zoomed in shots where it looks like it's solid. Like, it's not, it doesn't just look like a glaring light. Like it looks like a something, right? Now, whether or not what you're looking at is a true image, right, depends on what image you're looking at. It could be from someone's telescope. It could be from someone with a solar filter. It could be some NASA CGI bullshit.
Well, you would have to prove that then.
No, the homeboy presenting it would have to prove what it is. I wouldn't have to prove anything about it.
Well, if you're presenting it as fake NASA bullshit, you would have to prove that it's fake NASA bullshit.
Oh no, dude. What I said is, whoever is presenting it has to prove it's the real deal. I don't have to prove anything.
Well, if you're claiming it's fake, you have to prove it's fake.
No, I don't. I said it could be any of those things. And that's the truth.
Oh.
It could be. The image that someone's showing me could be any of those things. How would I know?
Oh, so you're not definitively saying that it's fake?
Dude, there are definitely images out there that have the "this is the sun" attached to them that are actually not images of the sun. They're actually just fake. Then there's others that may be true images, right?
Yeah, that's...
I can illustrate that. Give me 30 seconds.
Can I share this? See if you're going to use your drawing program.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Dude, there's some crazy images of the sun that I've seen. So I seen one on these little YouTube short popped up, and he was talking about this object, like dark object, came towards the sun, right? While someone was looking at it through a solar telescope, and it came towards the sun, and then this little band came out from it, touched the sun, and then it looked like it was siphoning something, and then it went away. Right? Was that real? This large object went to the sun and appeared to tether to the sun and then suck something out of the sun. Okay? That's odd. Almost like it's being serviced by a craft. Or somebody stealing energy from it. I don't know. How is that less real than some bullshit? Oh, look at this solar flare that has a circle and it goes back inside the sun, and look at it. Oh, there it is. Like, which one am I supposed to believe, dude? I've never looked at the sun through any of those apparatuses, right? But there's one thing I do know, that if I'm looking at the sun through a filter, through a telescope, through sunglasses, whichever one I use doesn't actually change the shape of the ground I'm standing on. That's one thing I do know.
AI, check out the chat. You'll enjoy my legitimate NASA picture of the sun.
Oh, that's got a nice gradient to it. Dude. That's legit. And a logo, official. Blam.
That's their sun there.
Yep, that is the sun. It even says that in the text.
Taken from what? Taken from where, though? Like, this is the sun from where?
NASA.
Yeah, but I mean, like, is it in space being taken a photograph of? This is how you see it from the Earth? This is how you see it from Alpha Centauri? This is how you see it from inside the mind of a demigod?
Inside the mind of a Jewish pedophile.
Brilliant.
Oh, dude, you're so cool, man.
Right, let's add the. Right. Sorry, I'm improving this as we go, just like NASA does.
The sun's supposed to be white, bro. The sun is white, dude. What are you doing?
I thought it was
not
orange.
Yellow. No, dude. That's how you see it. That's not what it is.
Fine.
Make sure to do like a little description underneath saying it's edited, but it has to be.
Is it a sphere or is it an oblate? Is it oblate spheroid? The sun.
I like BritNet's one.
Dude, look, what I see there is I see a cardboard cutout of a white with a circle cut out of it over an orange thing. That's what I see. I don't see an orange spherical or orange circular object. I see a cardboard cutout with a circle cut out of it, and that thing that's behind it, although it is orange, I don't know what it is.
Right, I've improved it further. What do you guys think of this one?
So yeah, you got to make sure you include where the photo was taken from. Where was it?
Oh,
was
yeah,
your
okay.
backyard? Where is it? Your backyard or?
Well, where do you think it was taken from?
I don't know. Not really much to go off. I mean, that's
taken from.
Wow, crypto! You can see stars in space. It's amazing.
Yeah, okay. I'm just including where it was taken from. Give me a sec.
The FE Jedi space probe.
I mean, that
You
looks
can
more
only
like a.
see.
That looks more
only-
like a hexagon than a circle, but.
Yeah, but that's just the lens flare from the camera that took the photo.
No, the Scott Mackey probe.
Okay.
The Scott Mackey space probe. There you go.
How do you feel about this?
Still
It's got the BritNat circular reasoning orbiter.
That could be true. Listen, that could be true. His mom might have her ceiling painted to look like stars, and then she has a bright ceiling light.
Yeah, you know, there's like little lights that make you see the solar system. There you go.
How do we feel about this? Is this authentic enough? Do I need to add more?
Yeah, I think that's all right, Mike.
That's all believable, I think.
Not being funny,
Hey,
right?
dude,
I know I'm not being.
I believe in a hexagon sun now from seeing this image.
No, I'm
It
not
definitely looks. It definitely looks local. It definitely looks local.
There are no models of flat Earth.
Yeah, I'm not being funny, guys. Obviously, I'm being facetious, but that took me less than a minute to mock up. Like, do you really think they can't do a better job than me?
Oops.
How did you do it?
I just used Canva.
Canva.
Yeah.
Does it have like Photoshop filters?
I don't know. I'm sure. AI
You should do sphere eyes, but instead of positive, you should do negative, so it looks like you're looking at up into a hemisphere, big dome.
Right.
That would pinch the illusion.
Yeah. Let's see if there's actually any flat Earth stuff here. That's interesting. Actually, is.
Post the first thing that comes up.
I mean, it's really inaccurate, but it's not terrible, actually. Right.
Oh, we got what was that? Concave Earth right there, bro.
Yeah, I mean, it's not great, but it's also not horrendous. Obviously, it's still in a heliocentric cosmology. But...
Well, that's what. Whenever you Google flat Earth, that's the first image that comes up.
Yeah, that's what I imagine when you. That image there is what I imagine you will think.
Yeah, that's what they want you to think.
Yeah, that's
retarded,
definitely not.
dude.
Yeah, that's definitely not what we think.
Hold on, is that not what we think?
Yeah, no, I don't think that the Earth is the only flat planet in a heliocentric cosmology. But maybe just me. I don't know. It does blow my mind how often Globers they'll tell us we're wrong, but they don't actually know what we think or what we. They don't even think to ask. It's just like what you think is wrong. Do you know what I think? Nope. But what you think is wrong. Cool.
For example, in the globe, expanding cosmology, right? The available amount of free space is expanding, but the boundary of it is ever encroaching into a void, right? Which doesn't have available free space, so you can't travel in it. So when you reach the end of available free space, you couldn't travel past the boundary into non-available free space because it doesn't exist past that boundary, right? So there's nothing there whatsoever. There's not space to move in. There's not time to move in. There's not energy available, right? So in their paradigm, they have a region, right, beyond the scope of the availability where there's nothing, right? So why aren't flat earthers allowed to borrow that idea? And for example, why can't, let's just say for sake of argument, why can't the earth be so thick down and then after so much, there's just no more available free space and no more earth and there's nothing? Why can't we have that? Oh, because when we say it, we're stupid. But when you guys say it, it's cool.
Yeah. Yeah, and also it's actually even worse because they say that the volume of the known universe is increasing, but the actual so the volume is increasing, but
Yeah,
there's
faster than the speed of light, so no one could ever go there.
no, but then they say that it's not increasing into anything, right? Which doesn't make any sense, obviously, but that's what they state.
But yeah, Plum Bob, that photo you posted of all the it says no real flat earthers believe this bullshit. Now I'm a little new to researching some of this stuff, but if it's not that, I'm actually curious, what is it then? Because I know there's like an ice wall and whatnot, but is it like a fucking cone or I'm just curious.
There's a couple of things that have already piqued my interest about what you said. An ice wall is something that exists on a globe Earth as well. So it's not unique to a flat Earth. If you go south, you will hit Antarctica, right? That's not a flat Earth idea. That's a go south and you will hit Antarctica idea that exists on every conception we can think of, right? Now, I think that the Earth is literally like the floor of the universe. That's how I think of it, and that everything I see above me is literally happening above me. I don't believe there are stars below my feet. I don't believe there are people below my feet. I don't believe that there's anything apart from Earth below my feet. Well, maybe there's like lava or
It's
whatever.
procedurally generated. The further down you go, the more.
No.
So it's kind of like an oven, we're at the bottom and, there's more layers above us. Is that what you were kind of saying?
It's not like an oven, no, but yeah.
Well, it doesn't have to be like that, but, I'm saying there's maybe more, I don't know how to put it, but there's more, or not Earths, but, you get the idea. There's more things above us.
Well, there's Earth downwards and there's sky upwards. I mean, it's not. Whereas in the globe model, Earth is kind of in like a sphere shape, and the sky is everywhere else, which I don't really believe.
Would there be different dimensions though?
I don't believe you're a flat earther, Kim Il-suk, because you kind of given away the game. You're a globe earther.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, me too.
Oh,
that's why I'm trying to just understand some of this stuff. That's why I'm looking into it.
Are you actually a glober or?
I'll give him a benefit of the doubt.
I don't know what to believe these days.
If he's been watching Dave Weiss videos, then he might believe in the ice wall. But is that where you get your information from, mate?
No, I've been exploring on the website BitChute. I don't know if you know what that is.
Yeah,
like the uncensored YouTube.
I have to say this again, that this ice wall rhetoric is not flat Earth only. If you go south, you will hit Antarctica. If you want to call Antarctica an ice wall, go ahead. But that happens on a global.
Exactly. Yeah, the shoreline creates an ice sheet, and then the edge of the ice sheet comes a cliff, and it looks like an ice wall. We don't know if this is. Yeah.
The definition of that boundary as an ice wall was coined by the military, not by flat Earth.
Right.
So then what is at the edge then? Is it the firmament blocking the edge or just a little curious?
No one is allowed to talk about this, not even the military.
But regardless, I don't think it's. Yeah, I'll talk about it. I don't think it's knowable, but regardless, AI's already kind of been over this. Like, if you're allowed to have like an infinite universe that has no edge and expands into itself, which is completely absurd, then why can't we have something similar?
Yeah, it's procedurally generated.
That's definitely not what I said.
So are you claiming that the ice wall expands into nothing?
Yeah, man.
Well, it could just be that you get to a certain point and just reality just fades away, like in do you guys remember the Super Mario Brothers film of '93? This is like 30 years ago. Showing my age.
Yeah.
Come on, you don't really believe that this is a possibility, do you?
Why
Why
not?
not,
What the fuck you on about?
bro? There's no
That's how-
necessary reason why there's think about it this way. There's no necessary reason that there's an infinite amount of free space. Think about that. Now, by free space, I mean space available to move in, right? So it has length, width, height, and you could transpose yourself through those dimensions by motion, right? There's no reason necessarily that must exist ad infinitum in one direction. It's perfectly reasonable for that to just stop at one point. So you could just keep going, then all of a sudden you can't go anymore. There's nowhere else to go to. That's possible.
And also,
that problem, just one more thing. That problem, by the way, also exists in the globe model. It's the same problem.
well, yeah, that was the point I was making. I wasn't actually positing that that's definitely true. What I was positing is that criticism of a flat Earth is disingenuous, coming from a globe earther whose model claims basically the same logic.
Yeah, the only true difference is that they conveniently put it so far away that it's intangible to even think about accessing it. So none of them ever actually ponder it, except people who really set their mind to it. And guess what? The people that set their mind to pondering that problem in the globe paradigm, they write articles that have headlines like this: the terrifying consequences of the edge of the universe, the horrifying idea that the universe could be finite, etc., etc. They write it like with this weird melodrama of it's scary to think about the edge of the universe or
Yeah,
the
to keep you
boundary of
away.
reality.
It's like to trigger your already existent cognitive dissonance without you knowing it, that it is based on that.
Why would there have to be an edge in the first place, like for a flat Earth? Like, why is it that Globers they feel the need to talk about an edge when it's like, is it because they're confusing the word Earth, and instead of seeing the word Earth like lowercase
They're all
e,
thinking of a disk in space, so they're stuck in a paradigm that they live in a ever expanding universe, and the only way that we can exist is if we're on a thing floating in the vacuum of space. So therefore, they equate an edge with a disk that we're floating. That's why they say it.
I think the confusion comes with whether or not we're talking about the entirety of the Earth, right? Like if we say flat Earth with like capital E Earth, then it kind of implies you're talking about the whole thing. But if you just say
But what
flat
is
Earth,
what is the entirety though? That's the question.
right? But is saying the Earth is flat really making a claim about the entirety of Earth, or just an aspect of the ground?
It's just a description of where we live.
Right, but it's kind of talking about the ground, not necessarily the entirety of the Earth.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
So, like, since we're just talking about the ground or sea level, then why does there have to be any claims about the edge?
Because they just want to create a straw man and get you to talk about the edge instead of talking about the actual surface that we live on, being flat and stationary.
Yeah.
Yeah, try to.
I think it's worth
keep your mind away.
pointing out that no one has ever demonstrated anything to be physically infinite. You know, no one's ever shown anyone an infinite number of apples or an infinite number of buckets of dirt. And so, as far as anything physical goes, there's no logical reason to assume that anything can be physically infinite.
Oh, well, technically speaking, if they read the Bible, then it is possible for God to do this. But
If
regardless
you
of
read
this,
the
yes.
Bible, it is possible for God to do this, even though in the Bible it doesn't say it's infinite.
Yeah.
I'm still trying
But
to
he
demonstrate
created,
infinity. I'll get back to you after I'm done doing that forever.
Yeah, give me a minute or an infinite amount of minutes. Interesting.
So wait, so you're saying that because infinity can't be quantified physically, then therefore it necessitates an edge?
No,
you've only got
no,
two
that is
choices.
not what I said. Here,
How
I'll
did
say
it-
it again carefully. Listen carefully.
Okay.
If someone were to ever demonstrate, something to be physically infinite, like show you somehow, some way, show you an infinite number of apples, not 10,000 apples, not 10 million apples, but show you an infinite number of apples. Now, if someone were to do that, then you would have a logical reason to assume that it's possible for other things to be physically infinite, like the Earth or something else. But without that demonstration, there's no logical reason to assume such a thing is possible anywhere ever.
I feel like some physical laws would have to be broken for someone to do that.
Yeah, I mean, this is
So
space.
just keep in mind, in what I just said there, I didn't make any claims. I was just talking about logic, and that's it. I didn't make any claims.
It's either infinite or finite. You've only got two choices.
Technically, there are things that can be infinite. Is space physical?
Infinity is a concept that only exists within mathematics. It doesn't exist in reality.
So glad somebody actually pointed that out.
Well, what's the border of space then?
Sorry?
You said
Well,
order.
Why
the limit?
don't you go ask heliocentric cosmological priesthood their official doctrine on what's after the border of available free space? Why don't you go ask them and see what they have to tell you?
Well, according to science, yeah, we don't know if there's a limit or an edge or anything like
Right.
that in space.
Perfect. All right, stop right there. So if I don't know is an acceptable answer in your paradigm, then I don't know is an acceptable answer in the flat earth paradigm.
Well, it depends what you're talking about. I mean, yeah. For certain subjects, I don't know is acceptable, and for some subjects, it's not. Is that not true?
Wrong. I don't know is acceptable for all propositions that you don't know.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
So, for example, if some home slice asks me, where's the quote unquote edge? I might even not answer, I don't know. I might say, why do you assume there's an edge? And then they would have to parse it out to make an edge necessary, contingently so. And even if they could do that, their question would be met with, I don't know. Do you know why? Because I don't.
So, okay. I'm just talking here, by the way.
Yeah, fair enough, dude. I understand.
Well, if you don't know, then therefore it's a globe.
Yeah. Right. So that's the problem is that the argument goes
I
like
never
this.
said that.
No, I'm just
We're
joking.
not talking about you, dude. We're just talking about arguments, right? Don't take
Okay.
it personally.
Sorry.
So the argument goes like this. Unless you know where the edge is and can show it to me, then the earth can't possibly be flat. That's retarded.
Well, do flat things don't have an edge? I mean, I'm just trying to
Dude, it
find out
doesn't
follow
matter.
your logic.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It wasn't whether it has an edge or doesn't have an edge. It was unless you can demonstrate the edge, then it can't be flat.
This may be fallacious, but everything that is flat has an edge. It may be fallacious, but it's
No, that's
true,
not true.
isn't it?
No, that's not true.
Okay, what else is what? Can you give me an example of?
Well,
yeah.
Well, flat is an aspect of pretty much something that's 2D. like a square or a circle is a 2D shape that's flat, and 2D objects don't have. Well, I guess you can say they have an edge, but I think the type of edge in context here is like a 3-dimensional up-down edge. And when you say something's flat that has an edge, then you're kind of giving it a 3-dimensional aspect.
Isn't the vacuum of space flat for them?
The vacuum of space. Do you mean
Oh yeah,
Isn't that flat?
Do you mean the
in their
universe?
paradigm anyway?
The universe is flat. That's posited.
I don't know.
Space is a vacuum?
Space time is flat, allegedly.
Space itself is a vacuum?
Be quiet.
There's a theory that everything is flat and 3-dimensionality is only a sentient experience. It only exists in sentient minds. It doesn't actually exist in reality.
That sounds irrational to me.
Well, there's also something called I think it's the holographic principle, which hypothesizes that we could be living inside or on the surface of a black hole. I mean,
Well, there's lots of theories, but it's what they are.
Yep.
That kind
Well,
of
let's think about it
presupposes
this way.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so think about it this way. When you're dreaming, okay, and you're dreaming about an object, how wide is the object?
well, depends what object you're talking about. I mean,
No, listen, any object you dream about has the same width. Okay? Do you know what that is?
It's saying how wide is it? What are you
Yes,
talking
how-
about?
The answer is 0, brother. There's no space in your dream. It's just a perception in your mind. There actually is no 3-dimensional space in a thought.
It's well, you're technically still experiencing it though. So it's an environment made up by your mind, by your brain, yeah.
Right, yeah, so the experience of 3 dimensions doesn't actually require 3 dimensions to exist, does it? No, it doesn't.
Where did that land you?
Well, the experience might be made up, but while you're experiencing it, technically you are experiencing 3D, even though it may not actually be real.
Sure, so you can believe that you're experiencing something even though it's not the case. So, for example, people go out in the world and they believe they live on a globe, but they navigate the world that they're in as if it's a planar surface, as if up is always up and down is always down and level is always perpendicular to plumb. They see the world as flat and stationary, yet they believe they're experiencing something that's rocketing through space and that they're falling backwards over themselves to see the sun go down. That's all their beliefs. That's none of what they experience.
What do we have in our bodies to detect motion at the scales we're talking about? Not like whether we're
Dude, I don't
walking
care about
or
that, dude. I don't care about that. It's not about whether we could or couldn't. It's that we don't.
yeah, I don't. Okay, I thought you were saying we do. Sorry, that's my bad.
No. So check it out, Holmes. When I go out, I see the sun go down. I don't see myself falling backwards on a giant spinning ball.
Not sure why you would.
Well, yeah, because it's not
Exactly.
happening.
You wouldn't, dude. That's the point.
Yeah, or you're seeing thing X and then warping it in your mind to mean
No,
thing
even
Y.
if it was round, I don't know why you would detect or see that.
Yeah, but yeah,
The point
not understanding is
Yeah. The point I was trying to make is that the only time you see this globe and you on it is in the same mental space that a dream exists that has no dimensionality. It's entirely a mental construct.
Does anyone else think it's a bit ironic that Brandon Worrell is a glober and sounds like a character from Big Bang Theory?
Damn,
Now that you bring
is
it
that
up.
a compliment? That sounds like a compliment.
You sound like Bowie Quipke.
Yeah, if you ever like run into somebody who's like they could never lie to you on a massive scale, ever, right? Just check it out. That the Big Bang Theory is apparently like the #1 show, and I don't know like anybody who watches it.
No, well, I know a couple of people. I think it's mainly kind of middle-aged women, to be honest. Because I don't know anyone. I don't know any men that watch it, and I don't know any people under like 25 who watch it. So
Makes no sense. How could that be the #1 show that nobody knows anything about it, but it's always on?
Yeah,
it's always on. Nobody
Oh,
likes
was
it.
that an insult? Were you insulting me by saying that? Bastard? No, just kidding.
no, you do sound like
You,
Bowie
you
Quipke.
watch the show to know.
I was messing with you. It's okay.
Are you, in fact, Bowie Quipke?
No.
Yeah.
I did check out the Young Sheldon. It's pretty decent.
No,
No, I have
matters, Your Honor.
I have a speech impediment because I have cerebral palsy. That's probably what that Killjoy has too. I don't know.
I don't know. We did used to have a guy. Do you guys remember Earl? He was around for a while. You kind of sound like him as well. I haven't thought about it in years.
Yeah, Earl kind of took off after certain events.
Oh, I don't know, and I don't want to know.
That's the correct answer. Imagine wanting to know. Think about it. Oh, all this bad things happened in drama, and it hurt people, and it sucked. Oh yeah, give me some of that.
Yeah, right.
You can make a TV show about it called The Big Bang Theory.
I mean, has anyone talked about a vacuum pressure and how this works?
Vacuum pressure.
Yeah, vacuum pressure. It's measured in either vacuum percentage towards mercury, in psi, TORR, or micron, or kilopascal. So there's a list. Here I posted in chat, which is very interesting. Because I wanted personally to talk about this, because when you think about the sheer infinite amount of space that is about out there in space, how much pressure, actually negative pressure, which we would experience in bar, that would tear anything apart that is in any shape or form in gas and material, then how is it possible that a mere, I don't know how big the magnetic field should be, that it holds this these gases in place just by outstanding holding it against negative pressure?
Yeah, it's only 15 pounds per square inch, the differential pressure.
Wait, hold on. You said at the very end of that thing, negative pressure. There's no such thing as negative pressure. There's just very, very low pressure.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean that. I'm thinking of negative pressure because of the minus stuff here that is represented. Don't mind me. So has anyone thought about this, or am I the first one to really bring this up? Because it's actually valid to think about this.
Explain what you mean.
Yeah, I mean, when I look here in the list, how much bar you need, and the measurement that is used in terms of the material, which is mercury, to create these kind of measurements, then how is it? Yeah, I mean, just previously mentioned, how is it possible that a magnetic field can all this gas hold in here?
But yeah, I don't think a magnetic field could hold the gas. A gas is basically non-magnetic for the most part.
Are they though? Are they not electromagnetic
particulate.
chargeable?
Particulates,
If they can
I
be
think, could be
held,
magnetic.
yeah, if they can be held electromagnetically, yeah, then explain to me how they how is would be possible then?
Can you write what your question is down and try to make it more concise?
No, because I'm thinking about this right about this moment, so I can't really. Just go with the flow.
Well, dude, what they got to do, they got to create this big chamber, right? Then they create this like little spot inside it. And then they get a plasma going. And the plasma, which is like hyperionized gas, electrified gas, so to speak, that can be contained within the electromagnetic field. And that can then contain some gas inside it. Right?
Ah, okay.
So
Now we
this
go
is a
somewhere.
classic. Well, look, there used to be this argument, right? You know, you can't have gas pressure without a container. And so Globers used to bring this reactor called a tachomac reactor, which is essentially what I just said. And there's other such examples of similar thing, but it's essentially that. And they say, oh, look, this is gas being held not by a container, but by a chamber.
Okay,
by this great plasma field, which is held in an electromagnetic field.
Yeah.
Right? But it needs to be inside a bigger chamber, which is holding the whole thing.
Yeah, here's the illogical fallacy. The logical fallacy. They have to break through that in order to grasp what is going on. You know, it's like there's no tangible margin we can express to make them see what we see based on this.
But check this out, homie. You can have a flat object inside this reactor at the center. You could have a square object. You could have a circular object. You could have a triangular object. Right. So just pointing to the nature of the ambient atmosphere, right, isn't really telling you the shape of the Earth. Now, in the globe model, they'd like to think so, that they're intrinsically and contingently linked somehow. You know, that if atmosphere, therefore globe. And whatever such reasons, go ahead.
I was gonna say what they're saying is if atmosphere, therefore container, like something has to be holding it in. Yeah.
Okay, well, let's say that's
they might
true.
say globe,
okay?
but they might say globe, but they're saying container, meaning globe and gravity. Something has to be holding it in. Container.
Okay, let's say that's true. None of that tells you the shape of the ground. Right? Because we all know that inside one container, you can have an object of any permutation, shape, size. You know, it has to be smaller than a container, obviously, but other than that, it can have an infinite amount of sizes and an infinite amount of shapes. Right?
Yeah, but gas made here on the ground does go up towards a lower pressure.
Okay, and up is perpendicular to level, which is perpendicular to plumb, which is 90 degrees to horizontal. So if that's observed all over the Earth, then that means the Earth's flat.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with that at all. All right, but there's just as far as like the gas, we need a container. I've never seen a container. Like I'm not fully on board with a container. I see the gas mostly goes up. I get it goes in all directions, but for the most part it rises. Yeah, keeps going up to a lower pressure.
That's a classic globe argument. It's like, oh, there's a pressure gradient. It just keeps getting lower and lower pressure. Therefore, the Earth's a globe. Gravity. Because if the Earth was flat, it would crush in on itself. If the Earth was a giant floating space, record or frisbee, right, that was only 1 inch thick, it would collapse in on itself because of gravity. You're like, dude, who thinks the Earth's 1 inch thick, you do?
Well, they have a pulling force, but there's no such thing as a pulling force. But they have this thing pulling things down.
Well, that's what they'd like to believe. But that's actually not true, because what they'd like to believe is that it's something is pulling things inward to the center of a giant floating space ball. They don't actually believe in downs, they believe in inwards. They like to use down because everyone experiences down, and then they like to play this little shimmy sham. And while they're talking about down, they like to transpose inwards without saying it out loud. So they say down, and then they say down again. But the second time they say down, they actually mean inwards towards a giant floating space ball. So you say, I experience down, right? And they say, I experience down, but you're not actually saying the same thing. Because rest assured, nobody experiences inwards towards a giant floating space ball. Everyone actually experiences down. The Globers believe inwards towards a giant floating space ball. It's that. It's like we were talking about earlier.
A nice, concise way to describe the difference between heliocentric model and flat Earth. On flat Earth, the direction of down in New York and the direction of down in Los Angeles are parallel, and in the heliocentric model, they're not parallel.
Right.
Nice,
So let's absolutely. So let's parse it out even further. So in the flat paradigm, down is down just as it's experienced, and in the heliocentric paradigm, down is inwards just as it's not experienced. Great point, Matthew.
I don't know about there being a difference in experience. It's about if you have two different places on the Earth. The question is, are they the same direction?
Everywhere you go, you experience up and down in the same manner.
Right. No,
you have no functional way in your experience to understand that it's inwards towards a giant floating space ball. That only exists in your mind.
Yeah, you'd have to present evidence that they're different if you want to say that. So that's what.
Yes,
you're right about that.
you experience them the same, right? But the globe has an extraordinary claim attached to that experience, which can't be practically demonstrated in the first instance in present experience. It can't be. It has to be told, and it has to be believed.
Exactly.
Exactly. I'm glad we came to an accord, Matthew. That's why I have never banned you. I don't know. Some people don't like you, Matthew, but I find you very useful.
Thanks.
I don't know if that's a compliment.
So now that we've all agreed that the globe paradigm is an additional step that requires belief in the first instance beyond common experience, where's the proof that this thing that can't be experienced, that is claimed to exist, actually exists?
Yeah, I wouldn't call it proof. I would say in terms of evidence for that explanation rather than proof.
Well, I'm going to go in my house and sit at my flat table on my flat floor, erect, vertical, perpendicular to level, horizontal, which my table is. And I'm going to experience eating my cereal in a horizontal manner, in a vertical erect stature, on a flat floor with a flat table in a flat world. I'm not going to experience anything different. And whoever else is eating right now, they're experiencing the exact same thing, unless their house is crooked. Yep, and when I pour the milk in my bowl, right, there's going to be little air bubbles. Some of the milk may, stick to some of the little cereal bits. But once all the cereal's out, because my bowl is so big, the surface of that bowl, that milk, going to be flat, bro. Interestingly enough, though, if my house is crooked and it's not actually perfectly level like I claimed, my bowl will be sitting on the table at an angle, but the liquid inside will be horizontal. Because that's the way liquids behave. So if 70% of the earth is covered in this liquid stuff, and we know how it behaves, that it always maintains the horizontal, and horizontal means having a slope of 0, and it's axiomatic in the definition that it's level, then that means the earth can't possibly be a globe.
So proof by definition?
Was that merely a definition, Matthew? Or was it an explanation of how things are? To which the definitions are derived from.
Yeah, it sounded like it relies on the definition of the word level.
No. Horizontal, bro. Water lays level, right? Horizontally. And horizontal is having a slope of 0. Now, everywhere I go, I've never experienced anything otherwise. And you ever seen sloped liquid? Just chilling? You ever driven your boat up a sloped water hill? And you see, when people go out to the ocean, they get on their boat. Most people never think that this water's curved. Now, they may look out and think, oh, wow, that way out there is the horizon, and that's the edge of the earth that's curving away from me. But on their trip out there, towards where they were just looking at, they experience it as if it's level and horizontal. When they arrive where they thought the horizon was, the horizon is then somewhere else. And on their trip to that horizon, they then experience it as horizontal and level.
How would that differ from their experience if the Earth were a globe and they were going over a curved ocean where the direction of down changes as they move? Like, what would their experience be different? In other words, what part of your explanation contradicts the globe idea?
Consistent horizontal. That's what. In the globe, horizontal is a teeter-totter that's fixed on an infinitesimal point in free space that's constantly arcing in on itself. So there
Right.
actually
As
is
you
no
move, it changes.
horizontal. No. I want you to think about this, dude. A fixed point, right? As soon as you extend a line to define a horizontal at all, every point away from that point is at a differential in distance, right? So no part of that line is actually horizontal at all. Horizontal can't exist in a globe at all.
Yeah, I suppose you're right. I mean, it's horizontal at this point.
Yeah, exactly. Horizontal doesn't exist if the Earth is a globe. It's just that simple.
Yeah.
However, I do experience horizontal. I use it all the time. That's how I operate in my life. I have no reason to believe otherwise. Now, I do know that I grew up in a religious system which indoctrinated me when I was young that horizontal is actually an ever-changing line that just spins on itself in a million different directions because I'm floating on this giant space testicle. Which I'm not saying to be crass. You know, the idea of the Earth being a globule in free space as either a divine egg or a gonad, right, was postulated by philosophers before the idea that the Earth was even a globe was even thought to have been measured. Because they posited that if God creates perfect things, and these things are the perfect forms of creation, either an egg, a testicle, and like an egg like from a chicken or an egg from a woman, you know, just this concept of creation and divinity. Like that's what they think God would create as shapes go. The Earth must be this shape because God's perfect, and this is the perfect shape.
Yeah, I think they thought a perfect sphere was a perfect three-dimensional shape, and a perfect circle was a perfect two-dimensional shape. So that's why they thought the orbits were circles at first.
It's also easier to derive circles than ellipses.
That's true.
Anyway, if you said no to that question, are you Jehovah's Witness? I was going to say, well, you sound like a Globehova witness. You're always here to remind us of your Globehova belief. Some crunchy cereal. In the meantime, while I'm on mute, you preach to me the sweet, sweet truth of our one and only Lord and Savior, Globehova.
This must be quietest I've ever heard. This room is wonderful. Just embrace that silence.
We're all listening to the dulcet tones of AI.
Yeah, his mic's gone back to its usual shit. It reminded me of Monty Python, Life of Brian. There's a good little bit there. He said it. He said stone him. Are there any women here? No. I mean, no.
Are there any Globers here?
Yes.
Bacon's here. Let me scroll down the list, see if I can find anybody. So Bacon's here. I don't know what or who Carnivore is, or if you've spoken to that person. Kim Il-Suk.
He's a Glober.
Yeah,
He doesn't
awesome.
speak.
Fair enough, thank you. Kim Il-Suk is here as well. Manufact Titan's here. Obviously, Matthew Learns. He's on shift tonight. Skybound Explorer. Don't know if we've spoken to you. Voodoo Ranger as well. I don't think we've spoken to that person either. I might be incorrect though, but those are just the names that I do not recognise.
What about Skybound Explorer? Unless they've been speaking, because I haven't been watching my screen.
Carnivore is a flat earther. Just check out that screenshot there.
Oh, thank you. Well, usually I jump in and out of the server. If anything interesting is going on, I stay. If it gets a bit boring and quiet, I go. I think I've been on this server for what the fuck's the time? For about 7 hours, maybe 8 hours now. Maybe even longer. I think I've left the room once apart from connection, so it's been an interesting evening. You've got the Jedi seal of approval, guys. Well done. You kept me entertained.
What do you take the computer into the toilet with you?
I'm on my phone, so
You're like me.
when I go to
With
the
a headset?
Sorry, say that again.
With a headset or?
No. Just got it on loudspeaker.
Just on speaker. Okay.
Yeah, I don't care who fucking hears me, man. I ain't got nothing to hide.
I always find it's easier to talk when you got headphones on because you can hear the breaks and you can hear if people are actually talking over the top of you and it's a lot clearer. Maybe that's why you just talk over the top of people.
No, I'm just an ignorant cunt, but thanks for giving me your time. I think sometimes it's loud. I think that's the main issue. I sometimes hear myself through other people's devices and I'm about 3 seconds behind.
It's also when your mic is low coming in through the connection, when other people have a nice crisp mic, they cut you off. You immediately recede into the background of the audio, and then the good mic person is the only person who could be heard.
That's fair enough. At least I don't sound like a robot.
It's especially different when like the different devices, because some devices, like if you're listening to your car audio and you have a really nice speaker system, like the bass will overtake people, and people who have low quality, like their bass doesn't come through.
Yeah, no, that's very true.
Usually it's a noise cancellation problem that they should fix in their settings.
Fuck, Ripcord, turn your mic down, man. Fuck.
Yeah, I changed it, so.
Space Goat's got a good one too.
Dude, I buy the most expensive noise canceling mics there is. That's why you guys always think I sound like crap, because the mics think I'm the noise.
It cancels you out.
I don't know what was different the other day, AI, but you came through and your mic was exceptionally crisp and you sounded awesome.
I was only using the phone's native mic, not a headset.
What is your normal headset? Is it like a hash brown from McDonald's that you found under your seat?
Actually, quite funny.
Well, right now I have some JLab earbuds, Sport Active or something. They come in a leather-bound case that flips up magnetically, has a built-in USB cord. They're super slick and not too cheap, but they still suck.
Yeah, maybe you should try using the actual headphones as the mic and not the case.
That's a good one.
Is she calling you a
No, but
boomer?
I had this one Rand McNally driving headset for truckers, right? Advanced noise canceling. And obviously they would need it, right? That one didn't work out too well for for some reason it always drowned me out. That was like $250, $300. Then I had one that was an Xbox headset. That one was pretty cool. I think that one was probably the best one overall that I ever had. A Bluetooth one. But the best luck I've ever had is either with just a standard iPhone, Apple brand, corded little thing for $20. The little 2 earpieces and a little mic for $20. That thing's mint. And then just using the regular phone mic. Well, I got a Blue Yeti that's on my computer, but I don't like the computer because if you're doing push to talk, you got to press like a keyboard key.
I got two sets I use. The ones I got now are the my noise cancelling headphones, the Bose ones, 700s. And they're awesome to hear with, and they seem to come through. Even if my phone's in my pocket, the speaker picks up when I'm talking on the headphones. They're good. But then I got the earbuds, just like I think it's a JBL pair. And when I've got them in, I can hear everything perfectly. But when I speak, apparently it's muffled. So when I'm wearing them, I just don't talk.
For a while, I had a pair of DeWalt brand Workman earbuds. Those were pretty nice.
Oh yeah, I used to have the headphone ones, the ear muffs with the Bluetooth. They're good, but they squeeze your head a bit too much. So you end up with a headache at the end of the day.
Especially if you wear glasses.
Oh yeah, that hurts. squeezes into the side of your head. Welcome to 24/7 Headphone Earth.
I mean, I don't even know where we go from here, guys. I can't even segue from that.
I can
I
pull
see.
up a subject.
Go on then. No worries. I was just going to say hi to Gregory. If you could use words of less than 2 syllables, Gregory, then I'm sure you'd be less offensive to Britain.
I'm just magnificent.
You are definitely magnificent, sir.
Why, thank you.
Remember when they said, "Oh, you sound trolly and condescending, Gregory."
I remember.
Remember?
I remember.
What the fuck?
What are you talking about, man?
Yeah, that's what these guys jumped in and said. Why are you using those words? You sound like a troll and really condescending.
It just makes me laugh every single time people complain about Gregory's vernacular. It's awesome.
I'm glad y'all can laugh about it. Somebody
Yeah,
can laugh at me.
that's fine. Your condescending nature is one of the main reasons why I respect you so much. But we have a kinship.
But you guys can understand a lot of the words you use if you just like read some books once in a while.
Don't need to read
Flat
books. Just
earthers
listen.
don't read, mate.
I'm just teasing.
I guess I have a bit of notoriety or reputation going for myself.
Yep, that and the beard, mate.
I suppose I keep forgetting about that one.
Such a condescending beard.
Brilliant. Facetious facial hair. Awesome.
Okay, shut up. Almost made me chuck in my water. I'm gonna start saying that one now.
I think you should, mate. That's
Yeah,
my gift.
I'm gonna add that to my repertoire.
Oh dear, I really hope some Globe Earthers start piling in soon. We've got the whole team on board. We've got Timbo from down under, or over there, whichever one you'd like to prefer. AI's on is not so good, Mike, but we don't care. And Gregory, the facetious beards in town. We're set.
I posted some images a while back about 2 different explanations for a specific observation about the moon.
Do you want to walk us through them?
Sure. There are times where the moon is directly above one city, and at the same moment in time, it's only 30 degrees above the horizon in another city. And in my view, it seems like there are 2 different explanations for that. There's one. If the ground is flat, that could be an explanation for why you see the moon at different angles. But if the ground isn't flat, here's another explanation. If the moon is roughly the same, far away from the Earth, then the 2 different cities could be seeing the moon at different angles if the ground is tilted. So the question is, how would we tell the difference between these 2 explanations?
I'm assuming the moon's actually a physical object for this argument, yeah?
Yeah, probably so. If it's not a physical object, then who knows? All bets are off.
Yeah.
Well, If it was the second case with the curved surface and a closed moon, there's some predictions on how high the moon should look in the sky for other cities as well, right? Depending on how far they are from Guatemala.
Yeah, and that's
And
the
we
other
could test
part of
those.
this. Notice in the first diagram, the moon is twice as far away. That's why I picked 30, 60, 90 degree triangle. The moon is twice as far away. And so you might expect, if it were following the rules of perspective, that it should appear half as big. Whereas in the second diagram, the distances are almost identical. So from the two cities, it would have the same apparent size.
Look in the open chat.
Nice
Can you
job
imagine
reading
being
up.
this pathetic?
What, the horizontal planes as observers see sawing on? What are you talking about?
No. At the very bottom of the open chat. Can you imagine being that pathetic of a man?
I mean, I want to say that I'm surprised, but I'm not. One,
And
because
he's the former flat earther, right?
I don't think so, but maybe he says
No,
that.
I think he used to be
Yeah, he
flat
is.
earther.
I knew him when he was a flat earther. I used to debate him.
What do you guys think of volcanoes?
Ah, lovely.
Well, we had a subject already.
Yeah, I'm curious to hear what anybody would say about this moon observation.
I think volcanoes are hot.
Damn it, that's a
How would we store pressurized
I would have never thought of
molten?
that one.
How would we store pressurized molten lava in a non-spherical Earth? Where would that lava or molten rock come from?
Well, under the floor.
Doesn't
Okay.
come from a core, if that's what you think.
Why wouldn't it?
Because if it's flat, there's no core.
It
But
doesn't
why?
in your paradigm as well. It doesn't come from the core in your paradigm.
How so? Well, it doesn't come from the core. It comes from like whatever's between the core and like the outside, right? I forget all the
Mantle.
layers of the Earth.
The mantle.
The mantle. Thank you.
Dude, I think you're confused about the cloud pattern, and so you're asking questions about the flat Earth in light of your confusion about the cloud model. I think you need to clear that up first.
Well, I was just saying in general, it like seems to me that if the origin story for Earth was that it was originally much hotter than it is today, right? And then we have some aspect of that heat, right? Because essentially the theory is that the Earth cooled down, right? That the early solar system was much hotter. And, I'm just like curious, like, how do you guys reject the idea that there is like multiple layers of Earth and that, lava and molten rock are near the center, and then obviously the cooler parts of the Earth are further from the center, right? Like, how do you guys
What
think
if you
about
just
that?
remove the idea of the center and just have similar layers? So like on the top is the land, below that is like rock, below that is like a hydro
So you think
forest
the Earth
rock.
is flat? Because I've seen
what are you
different
talking
I've
about?
seen different models where it's like more of in a vibrational state, right? So like you're explaining, I don't know, someone posted on here the other day, it was like some M1 model where it's like this essentially is like a vibrating, undulating donut, right? It's almost like some kind of like weird function, right? It's like it's not, because like my issue sometimes, like a lot of people on here say the Earth is flat. A lot of people say it's just not round, right? It's not flat, but it's not round. It's like something else. So are you saying now that it is flat?
Let me ask you this question. Can you have something below a surface of any permutation of shape? The answer is yes, obviously you can. So there's nothing unique about the surface to whether or not you can have volcanoes.
Sure, but you're saying the surface is flat, totally flat.
Dude, who would ever say that the surface is totally flat? There's obviously topography.
Right, but you're saying it's not round, therefore it must be
So
flat.
for example, my table that I'm eating from right now, it's flat,
Right.
horizontal, planar in nature, but it's got little, it's got these little channels where the tiles are. The tiles are a little bit porous. The wood grains, have differentials and.
In your model, do people live on both sides of the plane, or just one?
Well, like both sides of the coin.
How would I know, dude?
I don't know. I'm just asking.
Well, the answer is nobody knows, dude. I've never dug through the entire Earth and popped out the other side. Neither has anyone else. Remember when you were a kid and they said if you dug a hole, you might end up in China? It's like, whatever, dude. Nobody's ever dug a hole through the Earth. The deepest hole ever dug is not even 9 miles deep.
Yeah, and then that's another question that I wanted to bring up is how do we know we have a core if we've only been like 8 miles down into the Earth?
So then, how do you explain like pressurized lava? Like, where would that come from?
I'm not. That's why I'm asking. I'm not sure.
No,
where does the pressure?
we were off on it, all of the data as we went down 8 miles from that we got from seismography. So that's interesting too.
Yeah, correct. So when they actually tangibly dug into the Earth, their predictions and thoughts of what the Earth should be was proven to be false. Now you say, where does the pressurized lava come from if the Earth's not a globe, right? It's like, dude, where does pressure come from in general? I don't know, tight spaces, something pressing on something else, an increase in heat. You can have heat without a globe. You can have tight spaces without a globe. You can have things pressing against each other without a globe. So all the things necessary to make hot lava be forced through the surface can happen without a globe. There's no functional necessity of the Earth being a globe for any of those mechanical things to occur.
Okay, so then. So, okay, because someone did post. I wish I had it. I should have saved it. Someone did post like this really interesting model of like a vibrating. Like I said, it's like a vibrating donut, basically. Does anybody here have like a coherent model, or do you guys just say like, oh, we don't have a model at all? We just know it's not round. Or you don't have any you have nothing to offer except criticism. You don't actually have any like paradigms in which we can solve problems, right? Because like a lot of the reason we have a globe Earth is so we can like use a model to solve problems and make predictions about how to like launch.
Like what problem? Then? What problem?
Like how to like launch spacecraft, like how to use GPS systems, right? Like how like when we spend like a bunch of money to like send satellites into space so we can have like better surveillance programs and like like the government can
So
use
it's a
like
military operation, is it? So
right.
it's a military operation?
Well, I mean, you can call it whatever you want, a government spying operation, a military operation, a technological.
The way I see it is they're going to do what they want anyway. They're going to take the money and do what they want anyway.
Right. So they're going to, what they want to do is like build the most effective technology to enslave people.
Yeah, cool. That's cool. So since it's a top secret spy satellite, why don't you give us all the data on it?
I'm just saying, like, why would they spend so much money like educating physicists to like learn these models so they can make money off them to make like technology? Right? Like, why would all these like greedy, self-serving people spend so much money to educate people in something they know is wrong?
Yeah, sure, but that's interesting. But I want to submit to you that so far you talked about a center which can't be accessed, right?
It can be.
And outer, no, it can't, dude.
Well, no, it can't be physically accessed, but for example, it can be implied, right? It can be inferred.
Right? Yes, it could be thought of, sure. But then you talk about space, but you skipped a step, the surface.
Well, the surface is just one thing that you guys like to focus on. You like to hyper focus on this one area where flat Earth may have an argument, but all the places where flat Earth doesn't have an argument, you guys fail to engage in those places. Right?
Okay, that's interesting. But you see, the thing is, friend, if the Earth isn't curving, then all the derivatives that require the Earth to be a globe in the first instance are automatically proven false. So if it's the case that it can be demonstrated that the Earth isn't curving, then that should be where the argument is focused.
Well, it's only a demonstration that you can't show that the Earth is curving, right? Just because you physically can't show something, right, doesn't mean it isn't the case, right? It just means you're incapable of measuring or incapable of measuring,
Tell us
basically,
who's
right?
capable of doing it then. Tell us
Sorry, what?
Tell us who's capable of
I'm not
measuring
saying that.
Everyone we've asked so far has failed.
I'm just saying that not being able to measure something doesn't mean that that thing you're saying about it isn't true, right? It just means you can't measure it, right? It's not
But
necessarily
you
the
can say that
case.
about any point that's been falsified. You can say that about any idea that people believe.
Sure, but I mean in
Right?
like a
Well, just
scientific
because I don't,
context, right?
just because I haven't presented an argument that proves my position true doesn't mean it's false. Right? We can say that about anything. What's the point in saying that?
Well, the point in saying is that usually in science you don't have like a way to, what's it called? Like in math, you have like you have purity in logic, right? You can prove something absolutely in mathematics, right? We don't really have that same standard in science, right? In science, it's more of a deductive, right? You start from an axiom, which you don't know is necessarily true, and then you deduce.
Couldn't you just use geometry?
Deduction is necessary conclusion. So you just contrasted necessary conclusion with necessary conclusion.
Science demonstrates.
All I did was describe like conventional, you know, methods,
Now,
right?
what you
Scientific methods.
what you did is you seem to have lumped all propositional truth claims as being arbitrated by science,
No.
which is false.
I'm just talking about in general, like the way we like get models, the way we get like scientific models, right? Functional.
Dude, what's a scientific model?
So, like for example, like the electromagnetic model, right? Like thermodynamic models, like things that we use to like make technology, like car engines and power lines, right? Like stuff like that. We have models for how electricity works, for how heat and pressure work, right?
Heat and pressure
And
can
Well,
be
what is the point right
experimented
now?
on, right?
The point is that science works in many ways, and the reason, you know, we have reasons to doubt that science is not good in an area or strong in an area, or it is strong in an area. So I guess I'm questioning,
Yeah,
you know,
perfect.
why you're
So,
questioning a certain type of science, right?
well, dude,
And not
if
other
there's
types
different
of
types of
science.
science, just hold on, dude. If there's different types of science, then the type you're applying to the question at play is of crucial importance because you might be applying the wrong one.
Right. But are you
Okay, perfect.
are you
Perfect. So
qualified to
what
make that
science, dude, what science is necessary to employ to determine the shape of the Earth? What say you?
Yeah, I'm not saying that I have like some amazing super science explanation. I mean, I've heard, you know, I've engaged in this debate before. I'm just saying based on kind of like
You know how to answer a
simple.
question? Painful, bro. Okay, check this out. Let me ask you a different question. It might help you. My table. Okay? We're going to talk about my table. What science do I need to apply to determine the shape of my table?
Do you think flat earthers have like a higher trauma, like where they traumatize these children more than regular people?
The direct question without talking about something else. So answer AI's question.
Okay, so you have a table.
Listen, friend. Now that you dodged my question with your Freudian slip,
I'll
actually
answer
admitting what's
your
wrong with
question.
you.
I'll answer your question.
Yeah, answer the question.
Okay, what was it again? Something about a flat table?
I have a table in front of me. What science do I need to apply to determine the shape of the table?
Well, none. You can use observation, which that's what your entire argument hinges on, right? Is the observation of Earth being flat.
No, there's other things I can do as well. For example, I can measure it.
Right, but you can't measure a quasar, right? But you have no reason to say quasars don't exist just because you can't measure it.
Whatever, dude.
Am I
Notice
wrong?
how I just want you to notice to yourself.
Right, that
because I
you
know what's
only
going
stick
on.
within a
Just
range.
hold on, friend. Hold on. I just want you to notice that the way you're arguing, constantly go as far away from the earth as possible.
Right, because I feel like there's multiple ways to argue a point, right? Just because you don't like my style of argumentation, that doesn't make it invalid. I'm just saying that if you
listen, friend, a quasar is intangible to be directly measured. A table is tangible to be directly measured.
That's
Now,
not true. We can measure it through telescopes, all right, and other
that's not a direct measurement, dude.
How is
That is
that not a
not
direct
tangible.
measurement? How is it
That
a
is not
telescope?
tangible.
Telescopes
My
are not
eyes.
tangible?
No, the quasar is not tangible.
Photons and light are not tangible?
Dude,
You are not touching the quasar.
Exactly.
So because you can't touch something, it doesn't exist.
Hey, bro.
That's not the point right now.
Get back to the
So
table, dude.
what is the point?
What do
Well,
I
he
need to
clearly
know?
said just several seconds ago.
Yeah, what do I need to know about a quasar that will help me determine the shape of my table?
But why wouldn't you be interested in other things besides a table?
Because
It's not the point
thing I'm
right now.
Exactly. The thing I'm trying to determine is the table. That's the point.
But why the table? Why not the quasar?
Because it's not his point right now.
Yeah,
Why?
fuck off, dude. Jesus Christ.
What is the matter with you?
All right, first, now I'm getting.
See, friend, we're standing on the Earth. We're not standing on a quasar. The Earth is tangibly accessible to be measured. Okay? So the most effective methodology to figure out what the Earth is, it would seem to be to just measure the thing.
But the sky.
You could directly measure my table. Well, you could measure a quasar. Like, okay, dude.
With your eyes.
That's a classic globfuscation.
I mean, just so determined to hang on to this cosmological paradigm as though it's necessary for his health.
Guys, no need to get emotional, right? It's just an argument. We're just having a scientific debate.
Oh, I'm laughing my ass off at you.
Well, that's you're free
No,
to do
dude.
that.
No, dude. You're under the assumption that you're having a scientific debate. We're
Well, I'm
sitting
not-
here knowing that we're not.
You're right. I'm not having a scientific debate. We're having a polemic debate, right?
Which is redundant.
With some science sprinkled in. All right, we're doing a little sprinkling.
Which is a redundant phrase.
It's a little seasoning. It is redundant. I could have just said polemic, right? But I just trying to open it up to a wider audience here. Okay, so bear with me. Right, not everyone is as well versed in the Socratian method as you are, right? And the high rhetoric that you are. So just trying to be more of a layman.
Clearly not everyone's as well versed in being able to understand that you can directly measure a table.
Right, but there's other things that can be measured besides things that are immediately observable, right? You're saying that you can measure a table. I'm saying, great. You can also measure things that are not measurable without precise and advanced instrumentation, right? And just because you're not familiar with the instrumentation or you don't know how to use it or you don't have access to it doesn't mean it doesn't exist and doesn't mean it's not accurate.
You don't need to keep saying that point. No one ever said that. The point that you're contradicting.
Yeah, everyone says the Earth is not round with certainty. With certainty, right? With like
How that sequitur
anger.
with what I just said?
Well, how did what you say sync with what I just said?
Because you keep repeatedly contradicting the idea that just because you're unable to measure or just because you're unable to do this task doesn't mean that the task is impossible.
Right. Or that it hasn't
No one
been
said
done.
that. So why do you keep contradicting that idea?
Everyone is saying that, though. You're saying the Earth is not round despite the task being undertaken.
His measurement method is wrong because you cannot use observation, vision, to make a measurement. To make a measurement, you need a ruler, an instrument to make that measurement. So the human eye is not a laser diode that can detect photons in the way a laser diode does.
So, country, what is your point right now? How does this relate to the shape of the Earth, or the
I
surface of the
was
Earth?
just talking. I didn't mean to upset anybody. I was just thinking out loud.
No, actually, you cannot use the human eye to measure a quasar. No man has never ever measured a quasar with any instruments, ever.
Well,
They only have
we need
been
to be a little more
calculated.
fair. We need to be a little
Yeah.
more fair. You can at least measure the angular size of something that you see in the sky, right? So that's at least
Yes,
one measurement you
yes,
can get.
Sorry, don't
yeah.
quasars rotate and give off like a lighthouse frequency of radio?
Yes.
Thank you, Matthew.
Yeah.
Just wanted to make sure that I had the right one because there's lots of things in the sky. But yeah, quasars apparently rotate upon their axis, give off, I think it's gamma rays or something like that, which we receive as radio signals, a little bit like a lighthouse. So when its beam is direct at us, we measure those radio signals.
Yeah, they emit they have an electromagnetic field, and by spinning very fast, it's like generating a pulsating electromagnetic field frequency, and that's considered a radio. Yeah.
Awesome. I'm glad we followed that red herring to nowhere. I don't think we were talking about things in the sky though when we're trying to apply how we can measure things that we can actually tactile touch, as in things that are accessible to us. So like AI's example.
Accessible to you, you mean?
Us. I mean, no one's going to a quasar now, are they?
Stop changing the sentences people are saying to you.
I'm just correcting. I'm not changing.
You changed his sentence.
Please change your tone. I don't like the way you're talking. You're being very.
I don't like the fact you keep changing people's sentences.
Well, I don't like the fact you're getting angry at me.
Because
Well,
you
dude,
keep
I'm getting
changing
angry.
people's sentences.
I'm just correcting
So,
them as I understand
okay,
them.
dude, if
Didn't
you're
correct
correcting
anything. He said
someone,
what he said correctly the first time.
yes. So if you're going to say that you're correcting someone, then I want you to provide for us the person who has access to a quasar.
Well, somebody was just talking about measuring gamma rays. All right, are you saying we can't measure gamma? Are you saying someone doesn't
That
have
was
access to the measurements?
sorry,
Radio
this is
waves.
wasn't
Yeah.
listening. So I was trying to bring it back to what we can actually physically access. So with regards to AI and his example of the table, we can tactile touch that.
Then who's we?
No one's going to a quasar to tactile touch it.
Okay, but who's sitting in that lab getting, reading
We
gamma
humans,
rays?
the rational beings. Humans, the rational beings that can perform tasks like measurements, taking a measurement.
All right, so it
That's
sounds
we.
like AI Overlord already basically said we can measure quasars, right? And someone else is saying no, we can't measure
No.
them.
We can measure the angular resolution,
Right.
which is dependent on light. Yeah,
Right. So we
properties of light. We
measured
can
that
measure
thing.
that, and we can detect it emits a radio wave. Yeah.
And we named that thing a quasar.
But the cause for that radio wave transmission is a presumption,
Sure.
assumption,
Of course. And so
which has not been.
on what evidence do you think it's a weak presumption? Like why are you saying it's weak?
You don't have a quasar in your room
Okay, so that
to study, to see that it's actually spinning very fast and it has a electromagnetic field,
okay.
which is wobbling.
Okay. You don't have an MRI machine in your room, but we
Yeah,
use
but you don't see an
electromagnetism.
MRI. You don't see an MRI machine in the sky, do you?
Well, you see the space station in the sky. You
You
can see the
can go to
you can see the
you
International
can
Space
go.
Station in the sky.
You don't see it. No.
Yes, absolutely.
Hold on, friend. Hold on. I'm going to correct you. You mean to say the International High Altitude Station?
I'm sorry. Yes, of course.
Yeah.
My bad.
And you don't see that.
Thank you. You can see it with the telescope.
No, you don't see it with a telescope.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure.
What about when it transits to moon?
Yeah, take a picture.
There's a few.
And
I'll
we'll
go
see.
for one if you want.
It's not an easy task to take that kind of a picture of
No, it goes fucking
ISS.
fast. I'll give you, it goes fucking fast, but
Yeah.
Wait, so is this guy saying you cannot see the ISS?
You yourself,
What?
I'm saying.
I don't understand.
You wouldn't know how to take a picture of the ISS.
Would I
That's
need
not
to know
like
how? I'm
taking a
pretty sure you
selfie.
can see it with your naked eye,
With your naked eye, yeah. Nice try.
right? Well, you can see a light, right? It reflects light.
Yeah. Can you see an ant the other side of the city with your naked eye?
Wait, are you saying you cannot see the light reflected from the ISS? Cannot be seen?
Sounds like it.
Hey, let me ask you a question. How far above your head do you believe the ISS is?
I have no idea, right? Many miles, many
240
miles.
miles.
So more than
So
200 miles, right?
Yeah.
Right?
So at how far is it across at ISS?
Like 100 meters or so.
All right. So you're saying that you're looking at something that's 100 meters across at 200 miles away. Your naked eye.
Are you saying you're not?
Yeah, that's right.
I don't believe that I am. I'm not saying I'm not. I say I don't believe that I am if I'm looking up at a light in the sky.
But if we
Allegedly, with the naked eye, you can only see the glint of light. You can't actually determine what it is. You need a higher
Yeah.
optic for that.
right, so but it
Right,
can be
'cause-
seen with optics. Then is that what you're saying?
Well, no, it's below the
That's the
angular
point.
resolution limit of the eye is the basic idea, and that's true. But the glare of the light is visible.
Correct.
I mean, the same thing happens with headlights. I posted a meme about that.
What is the point right now?
Talk
you
about
not-
anything but the Earth. That's what the point is.
Yeah.
Well, let's talk about all kinds of cool stuff, right? We don't only have to talk about tables and the ground, right? We can talk about chairs in the sky, right? Like, what's the difference, right? It doesn't have to get doesn't
You're
have
not
to
really
upset
talking
you.
about cool stuff. You're just
don't have to
talking
get
about
upset.
imagination. You're talking about things in imagination land.
So the sky is in imagination land.
No. What you're talking about is imagination land. You're not talking about the
What-
sky. You're talking about the ISS floating in a void.
Uh-huh.
That's what you're talking about. That's imagination land. We're talking about the Earth.
Is the moon imagination land?
No. Unless you're talking about landing on it.
So if I can see the moon and I can see the reflection of the ISS, and I can use a telescope to actually see the ISS.
You see the reflection of the ISS?
I see the reflection of light off of the ISS.
Into what?
Into my retina.
Reflection of light.
So I'm just saying, why is that? Why am I imagining that?
So you believe it resides in the vacuum of space, correct? The ISS.
Because you don't know what the ISS is. Nobody is denying that thing. There is a thing up there.
Right.
Yeah. Which we can see. And with telescopes, yeah, we can get to see that it has a certain shape. But what the hell it's made of?
Fair point.
Nobody knows.
However, fair point. However, dude, the question was clearly asked, right? That usually means to yield for the person being asked to answer, not to just say something else completely different.
Yeah.
So, what was the question, Holmes?
I was asking that guy, do you believe that the ISS resides in the vacuum of space? Yes or no?
Well, I have no good reason to doubt it.
Okay, I just to clarify what I was saying before when I said imagination land, that vacuum of space medium you speak of, you know, it falls under the case, the category of imagination land. It's not an actual physical place you can go to, like
physical...
Hogwarts or whatever.
Okay, so you're comparing the sky to Hogwarts?
No, not the sky. I didn't say
vacuum,
the sky.
The vacuum of space. Sorry, you're
I really
comparing the vacuum
am
of
sick
space
and
to
tired of
Hogwarts.
hearing you change people's sentences.
Oh,
I don't like Hogwarts.
I'm sick and tired of you getting progressively angrier and angrier.
I'm sick and tired of you changing people's sentences.
Well, I'm sick
it's
and tired of
annoying me,
you.
and it's
Okay,
rubbing me the wrong way,
Well,
and it's indicating that you're a sophist.
Okay.
You have to keep changing people's sentences in order to engage with it, instead of just engaging what they said.
I'm engaging
as
the
they
best of
said
my
it.
ability, right? This isn't a place for anger.
This isn't a place for sophistry either.
Really?
Stop changing people's sentences.
Calm down.
Stop changing people's sentences. Don't tell me to calm down.
I was engaging with somebody.
You're a sophist.
Right. So I was just saying he corrected himself, right? He wasn't comparing the sky to space or to Hogwarts.
No, he corrected your
He was
misreiteration
comparing.
of his sentence that he said perfectly the first time.
Calm down. He was comparing.
Stop telling me to calm down. He said it correctly the first time.
If
Then
you're
he
just gonna
corrected your
railroad,
misreiteration.
if you're just gonna steamroll and talk over everybody, I'm not gonna.
If you're just gonna
respond.
keep changing people's sentences, I'm gonna keep correcting you every time. Stop
Right.
doing it.
So what he said was that
Never
he was
back down,
comparing
my
the
nigga.
vacuum of space to Hogwarts. Right. I did correct that, but you were so angry that you probably didn't hear.
No,
me,
he
right?
corrected you.
All right. I'm just gonna turn you down because you're really loud. I'll turn you down to 50.
If he stops
Stop
talking
changing
to
people's
you,
sentences.
If you're not gonna, you can't mute people in the room, dude.
I just said I
Otherwise-
turned him down to 50 because he's yelling into his mic.
Yeah,
right?
that's the same thing. We'll like, at least
I
the
can-
policy
I-
in the
I-
other servers.
I
We
can
kick
hear
people
him.
out by default in the other server for that.
Well, I can hear him, right? I don't understand why he's yelling at me, right? He's yelling at
But
me
I'm not
because
yelling at you.
I'm like having a conversation.
I'm not yelling at him.
The ISS.
Bro.
Anyway, guys,
let's stop and learn something here. If you need to turn someone down, right, for all of us here, just do so on your own without letting everybody know, and then it doesn't need to be a topic of conversation. All right, let's move on.
All right, sorry.
Genius.
So, Orion, if you want to continue without him changing your sentences, please do so.
Yeah, so no country for old man children or whatever.
Okay.
What reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat, if any at all?
Don't fuck with that sentence.
Well, I don't know. I feel like a lot of people have given you arguments for that. One that I usually give, for example, is that if the sun, the moon, right, things we can visibly observe are circles, and obviously a circle is just a two-dimensional projection of a sphere, right? Why isn't that why wouldn't that be a simple explanation for the Earth also being visible as a circle from either vantage point, right? Like what is unique about the Earth, right? So unique about the Earth, human beings and animals notwithstanding. I mean, as a celestial object, like why do you have such a unique perspective of the Earth, but such a ununique perspective of like the sun and the moon? Right, like the sun and the moon have no problem being circles, but somehow.
Why do you people keep asking teleological questions that you don't actually care about?
No, well, I mean, I'd like to hear the answer.
But you can sum up a little bit. The things in the sky.
Is it just me, or is he roboting?
He is roboting. Orion, you're roboting.
Robot.
Disconnect, reconnect. So while he's doing that, why do folks like you keep asking that teleological question?
What do you mean, folks?
Because I know
like
you people
me?
don't actually care to actually have
You
that discussion.
people.
Globetards, man. Fucking globetards.
Oh, now we're busting out the insults. Okay, for sure. I was trying not to do that.
Calm down, I'm fucking around.
But I find that to be, below like a good-natured scientific conversation, right? I feel insults have no place. Right?
I'm not actually.
No, I know you were joking, but he said, you people. I took pretty, I was offended by that.
It is offensive.
You are offended by the phrase "you people," the people who share your beliefs.
That's what I said.
That's
anyway. We're not going to focus on that. The point is, why do you people keep asking
here
that
we go.
teleological question that you don't care about?
Well,
Why would you think that the lights in the sky have anything to do with the ground?
Why wouldn't you?
Why wouldn't I? Like, because there are lights in the sky and the ground is the ground. I see no logical connection.
It's way higher up. The other is way low down.
Wait.
Oh my goodness, dude. When you're asked the question why you would draw a conclusion about the Earth based on the things that are not the Earth, that's your cue to create a logical contingency or logic string that at least offers an almost near certain probability that you should assume something about the Earth from those things. Keep in mind, you said the Earth's not unique, or why would the Earth be unique? And then you went on to say that the Earth is actually the most unique thing there is.
And
You know, it's
AI,
got
he
all the
already knows that
lights.
full and well. He doesn't need that spelled
Yeah,
out to him at
exactly.
all. He's just deliberately whistling past any
What is the
question
speed of
that is
light? Is it
scrutinizing
zero?
him.
I don't know, man.
Oh yeah, the speed of light. That's a good one. I like that.
0.
What about it?
Does anyone know what the speed of light actually is?
Yes, I know.
I
It's
mean,
not
if I recall, it's like 3 million
not a
meters per
constant.
second or something.
It changes
300
up.
million.
Changes up, which is kind of weird.
3 million, 300 million. I forget. It's fast, right? Regardless, it's very fast.
It's really fast.
Okay, that's great. So what does that
Faster
have
than
to do
me.
with anything?
Well,
Yep.
you can't really observe the speed of light, can you?
What are you talking about, dude?
Can you? Can you observe? You can observe
Dude,
like a measurable
you can
value.
send a light at a reflector, an object, get a return, right, at a known distance, right, and then you can use a chronometer to determine the two-way speed of light, being the total trip time, and then you could use some reasonable inferences and half that, and say that that's a reasonable speed of light.
All right.
So,
Okay. So,
that being
but you're not
said,
actually
okay.
observing it.
Well, you are. You're using
You're
tools.
making
You
an.
are
Holy
observing
crap,
it.
dude!
You said you have to make an
You could
inference.
observe. I mean, you do observe it without tools. It's just you know.
What is with all the cross-talking interjection? Let AI's point be clearly stated.
Sure. Yeah. He said
It's
that
not-
we have to infer the speed itself, the measurement, the number itself has to be
What?
inferred.
Well, it does, dude, because you don't know for certainty, and you can go look this up if you want to. You don't have to take my word for it. You don't know for certainty that the speed of light was constant along the path. You also don't know for certainty that the speed of light was greater on the return versus the send. You only know the total trip time. Okay?
Right, and yet somehow we know it well enough to build like circuit boards and other advanced instruments that rest on the knowledge, right? They rest on the knowledge that the speed of light is what it is, right? So the calculations have to be made, right, in lieu of that number.
Well, it isn't actually a constant. It's been measured differently.
Sure, there's slight variations, but for all physical working purposes here
Yeah,
on Earth, it's a constant, right?
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, in fact, speed of light in a vacuum.
What circuit board was designed based on the speed of light, bro?
Well, it wasn't the speed of light per se, it was the speed at which electrons travel, right? Which is also something that can't be observed or measured without advanced instrumentation.
So then your previous predication is
Okay,
false
so-
then, isn't it?
And
That could be the case, but I'm more interested in you getting to a point. So you're saying all these things, which seems like it's leading up to something. So just get there already.
Well, like, I'm just saying there's no good reason to doubt that the Earth is round, right? There's some reasons to doubt that it's
No,
round, but it's
dude.
not a strong
Dude.
argument.
Dude, that's not the question you were asked. The question you were asked was, what reasons do I have to doubt the Earth is flat?
All right.
So can you answer that question? Or if you want to make a claim about the Earth being a globe and there's no reason to doubt it, then you have to
I
substantiate
think
the
you
Earth
said like
being flat in the
every
first
other planet
instance.
is round. Every other cosmological body we can see is round.
Right. So prove that the Earth is a cosmological body.
It's a part of the cosmos.
Really?
Like
So
within the
your proof
phenomenon.
your proof is just an assertion?
Well, I think like the burden of proof is on you if you're saying that.
No,
the
it's
Earth is
not. Let
a
me
part
tell
of
you
the
why.
cosmos that it's contained in.
So
No.
basically,
when
you're saying
I'm on the Earth, listen, it's my turn to speak. When I'm on the Earth and I look up, I see a bunch of stuff, right? I have no reason to believe that the Earth is the stuff I'm looking at. Okay?
Why?
What do you mean, why?
Why wouldn't you believe that it isn't like most everything else you see what you're looking at? Well, like you can touch
What?
and like feel it, and it's there. It's material. You can like why wouldn't you believe just because you
Yeah.
look up
So
it's
that's
not?
how that stuff works. So, for example, when I go to a farm and I look at all the animals, I don't then infer I'm one of those things. However, when I see another human, since I've seen myself in a mirror, and I can see all my appendages and I can touch them all, they're all tangibly accessible. I can also see humans in totality from every angle. I can almost see my entire self from every angle with if I have the help of a mirror, right? So I can get a vantage point where I can see myself and then compare myself to other humans. No such vantage points exist for the cosmological objects.
But could it possibly exist, and then would they be real, or like why are they not why are they
Dude,
necessarily not real, or
well,
are they
I didn't say they were or weren't.
okay?
You're trying to tell me that if you look at the things in the sky, that the next reasonable inference is that the Earth is necessarily like those things. I'm telling you that you haven't met that burden. You haven't said anything that says that the Earth must be like them. You've just asserted it's the case.
Well, the Earth is a planet like them, right?
Oh, yeah, well, that's
Like,
great. That's your claim. That's your assertion.
um, I'm not like I'm not familiar with why that wouldn't be true. You'd have
It's
to
the Earth
prove
doesn't
me
have
on that.
curvature, so
No,
not a
dude,
planet.
no, hold on. You're not familiar with why it wouldn't be true, dude.
That the Earth is
I
a
want you to prove that you're familiar why it would be true.
well, um, I don't know. It fits the conditions of being a planet. Like we orbit the sun like the other planets. Like
Really? So you've observed an orbit of the sun?
yes,
Really? So you've observed
yeah,
the Earth
yeah, it's
orbiting
true.
around the sun. That's your
Maybe,
claim?
well, I cannot say for sure based on my observation that like it actually isn't a geocentric model, but
Correct, dude. Yes, what we all
yeah.
observe.
But I
Correct,
have
sir.
observed it behaving in the same manner as the other planets at the very least,
How?
because we follow the same um sort of like elliptical trajectory more or less,
Dude,
and that's
where have you
observable.
seen this? Where have you seen that trajectory?
Um, well, from observing the planets, like
Wait a minute, dude. That's circular reasoning. You're saying I have a planet like those planets because I've observed the Earth's trajectory because I've observed those
well,
planets'
in
trajectory.
either model, the trajectory is elliptical. I'm not like even necessitating either model. I'm just saying that it behaves in the same way as the other planets. The Earth.
Dude, how
It's
would you know
false.
that? When have you been to the vantage point to see the Earth revolving around anything?
Well, I know that we're in line. Well, like it's.
No, you
I'm
no,
not
you
even
don't,
saying
sir.
that it's.
You don't know any, sir. You do not know any of this. You were shown a graphic, and you were given an explanation. That's what actually occurred. You do truthfully see the things in the sky appear to move and circle, and you can chart them out. You can chart them out with epicycles. You can chart them out with ellipses. You could even chart them out in concentric things, with each one being the foci. You could do all of those different things. Okay, what you can't do is go there, look back, and validate your story.
I mean, but you can, and like I don't know.
No, you can't.
You can.
Really, you can? So go ahead and explain
I
to me how you can do that.
I mean, you don't even have to go out that far. You could go out and on a satellite, just take a picture. People have done that.
Of what? Take a picture of what?
the globe, the Earth.
Is that logically and metaphysically possible, or only logically possible?
Both.
Okay, when has that happened?
Many times. You just like you will disbelieve on its face any photo that has been taken
Don't
because it's just
prognosticate my psychology. You don't know that. So my next question is obviously,
how
show
many.
us the supposed photo of the Earth.
You're talking out of your ass, man.
Well,
No,
let's keep in
you're
mind.
talking out of your ass. You're sitting here trying to predict what my inference or my interpretation is going to be of a supposed photograph of the Earth. My next question to you
Yeah.
is, where is the photo? Please show it to us.
I posted
Fair
one.
enough.
You've never seen
Yeah,
a
fair enough.
satellite photo of the Earth?
Hey, that's fine. Just hold on, friend. Fair
That's
enough that
crazy
you
to
guys
me.
can hold on. Fair enough that you guys can continue this, but I just want the room to note that you were asked for validation of these orbits that you claim, specifically in regards to the Earth, and your retort was a picture of the Earth itself, which wouldn't validate the orbits that you claim. So it's not even sufficient to the task, even if it were true. All right, continue.
Well, like back to the root of it. I'm saying that the Earth is a globe. Well, like the Earth is an elliptical. What's it called? A elongated spheroid. I don't even know.
Oblate spheroid. Neil
Oblate
deGrasse
spheroid.
Tyson.
Yeah.
Well, it's not Neil deGrasse Tyson's word.
No,
That's his
friend.
exact
Look,
words.
friend.
I
Yes,
mean,
that's
he
true.
used those words, but they're not his.
Right, but the
I
problem is,
never
dude,
asserted
that if
that
you
they
take the
owned a
dimensions,
hen.
if you take the dimensions and the differential, it would actually be the most perfect sphere, even more perfect than a machined piece of steel.
You guys need to take the electric universe pill, okay? Things are not as they are made out to be, but your like flat Earth theory is totally misguided. It's frankly
Really?
well
Can we please
poisoned you.
focus
Based on what?
on the subject?
Well, I'm just giving you the reality, but like you're participating in well
No,
poisoning.
focus on the
You
subject.
are
That's your cue, not to
you
continue
are
on a red
useful
herring. Focus
idiots.
on the subject.
No, I'm just saying you're
Oh yeah,
useful
we're
idiots.
useful
You
idiots,
are
dude.
And
you
no,
are
stop saying red
conditioned to
herring.
discredit.
Discontinue your red herring.
You know what do people say when they meet like a
Why are
conspiracy
you
theorist, like
determined to
someone
focus on this
who
red
is
herring?
suggesting
Hello?
something that falls outside of
Hello?
their
What is
worldview?
with this
They
guy?
say,
Is he
"Oh, what are
stupid?
you, a flat earther?" Because
Is
you
he
guys are
mentally
like
challenged?
transparently
Can
retarded,
he
and
not
you
follow
make everyone
directions?
else that has any like distrust of
Why are you
Maybe
so
he
reality
did
determined to
meet
talk
the.
about this
stupid.
subject? That's not the focus right now. It's not the point.
Gregory, you're a retard.
Stop talking about
Yeah.
this point. Focus. Unless you're not really interested in focusing on the subject right now.
All right, Glue, you're done. Okay, it's just that simple. If you text and apologize to the room for being an absolute condescending prickbag, then I'll allow you to speak again. But until that point, you're going to remain on mute.
He dipped.
The hell was
You
that?
don't
He was
just,
muted.
oh, dude. It's. We all know what that is. Freaking, you can't stand the fact that somebody would actually accept the proposition that the Earth is flat. It hurts him so deep in the testes, right, that he has to retort by just slinging all kinds of mud as fast as he can, like a chimpanzee flinging its poop.
It doesn't make any sense. Like, these people are not consistent with their own worldview. These fundy scientists. There's no God, there's no law, there's no rules, there's no obligation. Why do you have contempt as though there's a way that we ought to think in a way we ought not to think? A way we ought to behave and ought not behave? Doesn't make any sense. The fuck does it matter to you in your own worldview that people believe the earth is something vastly different from what you believe the earth to be?
Yeah, exactly. There's really no truth. But if you believe the Earth is flat, then you're definitely wrong.
When it comes to your sexual fetishes, it's a different strokes for different folks. Why don't you apply that to every other area of life, including cosmology?
Aha, Gregory, you're a genius. So I'm going to officially petition to have flat Earth entered as a sexual orientation, and therefore no one can make fun of us ever again.
Never again.
I wasn't making fun of anybody, just to be clear. I thought I answered your question, but I guess not. From 10 minutes ago, but.
What was that about? Anyway.
Well, he just didn't want to be lumped in with that other guy, which is fair.
How dare you contradict the holy magisterium of the fundamentalist scientists of academia? Damn flat earthers.
Yeah, but notice how he was promoting an alternative cosmology, right? But it's okay as long as the Earth's still a globe in your alternate worldview. If the Earth's a globe, in whatever worldview you have, no worries.
Well, it's not that it's necessarily a globe. Like I said, some guy posted like a vibrating, like smashed ball, right? Like a half donut ball, like vibrating wave function, right? Which is the best model I've seen thus far, right? But
The
to
donut.
all, well, it's like some weird,
curving
it's like
cylinder?
a wave. It's like a wave, basically, right? It's like some strange wave thing, right? I'm just saying, at least he put up a model, right? At least he was saying, okay, well, this is what we do.
What, dude? A
So
model of what?
he's saying, based on all the things we can measure, right? Here's what I propose the Earth could be, right? Because it's easy to criticize. It's easy to just criticize something and say, take the critique standpoint.
Yeah, that's fine, dude. Okay, now, was he just talking about the Earth, or was he trying to incorporate the interpretation of the cosmos with his model of Earth?
Well, it was literally just a YouTube video, right? So obviously I think the way it mapped onto the greater cosmos theory, right? Not that I'm an expert in this, right? Is that essentially everything is like some sort of vibrational wave, right? It's not technically, because we perceive things to be like solids, right? And we don't fall through the bottom of the earth, right? That doesn't mean that it's not like some complex, like geometrical or wave type thing, right? It could still be a wave. We just can't perceive it as such, right? So that's how I imagine he would answer that question. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. But like that's what the model was saying to me, right? Like his, the thing he posted, which was interesting.
Well,
Right? I give him props for posting that because that was actually interesting.
Even in the standard ideas, solid matter is mostly empty.
Right. Well, that's exactly
the reason. Yeah, the only reason you can't pass through it is because the energy fields are resisting your energy fields. But ultimately, the physical substance that you are could pass through a steel wall because your actual empty space could actually pass through, the others if you just offset them a little bit. You know what I mean? Like a checkerboard where you offset the white squares and the black squares.
That's what I've heard. Yeah, I don't know. You're an interesting guy. You seem like, I don't know. You're all right, man. Some people here really hate me. I don't know why, but.
And the point right now is what? You mentioned that. Why?
Flat earther, not anymore.
Well, Heretic called me a crybaby, and then Gregory said I was, you people. So, I'm guessing it's not a term of endearment.
I used to be a flat earther, but not anymore.
I would take it as a point of flattery. I've heard these gentlemen say much worse to idiotic people like yourself.
Oh, so I'm an idiot too. So we got 3
I
that
know.
hate me.
Let's speak to that. Can we move on from this guy because he's?
Yeah, I would like to move on. I
Yes.
think this is
Let's please move
meta
on.
and somebody like trying to have a therapy session in flat Earth.
I can demonstrate globe Earth using Google Earth.
Go on.
Okay, great.
Go on.
But yeah, by the way, Google
I'll
Earth,
give you.
especially
I'll
Google
give you
Maps,
the link to
use a
my
flat Earth
experiment.
model. Do you know that?
You guys want to keep talking over each other?
Why is everyone talking at the same time? Didn't a guy come in and say, I used to be a flat earther? Who was that?
Hold on, I have an experiment where I can demonstrate the globe using Google Earth.
You're a flop.
Anyone
That's all
want to
you are,
see
bro.
it?
No, we don't want to see it. Thanks, though.
No, don't you want to like be convinced? Like, what the fuck?
Not by someone like you. Obviously, your entire profile is satire. Your voice is satire. Your argument is satire.
No, dude, just because my voice is satire doesn't mean I'm a troll. Like, I can show you the link. I have a link ready.
Okay.
Do you want
I'll
to see
bet
it
my
or
left
not?
ball sack that you're trolling. Go.
This guy's a troll, man. Every day, this
Look, I'll
bullshit.
give you the link and you can
Fuck
check it out
off,
yourself.
asshole.
I bet my sack he's trolling, bro.
Everything's
It's literally,
lagging out.
it's literally a link to Rick Ashley's "Never Gonna Give You Up." I already know it.
Oh my god, you gotta say, bro.
Look at this
Anyway,
profile. What an idiot.
he's a flop, man. What's that, Jedi?
Anyone
So now
else?
what? Now what?
Jedi,
What's up?
what's that image you posted?
That's a toroid field. Some people are saying that a donut per Earth. AI was demonstrating this is just a conceptualization of a toroid field. So I posted a image of a toroid field for people to understand.
Interesting.
Bro, because all I heard was vibrating donut earth. Like, what? Because that's all basically I kept hearing. So I
I,
was trying to figure out what it was.
I think you made up that. I think you made up that vibrating bit, but
No, he literally said it like 4 times.
No, dude, it's not made up.
I
I
thought
don't know. That's a first for me.
No,
Okay,
dude.
no, he literally said
Listen,
that.
listen. To people who believe in toroidal versions of the Earth, generally believe in some form of ether or energy field as being the structure, because the toroid is essentially the energy field. It's not the structure of the Earth itself. It's the structure of like the the toroid. Like, so you got kind of like a planar Earth in the center of the toroid. Yeah, exactly. So some people posit that this would describe gravitational effects. It would also even describe the sky
star trails
being star trails, all the kinds of things.
Oh,
That is so
Amnesia.
hypnotizing, Jedi.
Yeah, the
Yeah, it is.
magnetic.
I've been staring at it for 5
I've been
minutes.
staring at it for the past 30 seconds.
Sorry, do
Yeah,
you want me
but
to take it down, guys? Or you get hypnotized by my
I had to click
toroid
off
field?
it as well.
No worries.
So the vibrational part comes from. So the field at rest is obviously just static, right? But then when it's vibrating in motion, that's when it materializes different effects, right?
Like
So they basically think of just anything like light, electromagnetism,
I thought the whole
electricity.
purpose of it was to stabilize plasma beams, though.
Well, it
You
depends,
couldn't wait
dude.
till that man finished the sentence. You said that?
The whole point of it is that they're trying to describe the energy system of the Earth, essentially.
Yeah.
I don't think this would be a great explanation of it.
Well, there are some very eloquent explanations. For example, there's a guy he used to go by Flat Earth Philosophy. He's got an entire channel that uses the toroid model to describe a lot of the phenomena that Globers, try to accuse Flat Earthers of not being able to explain. For example, star trails, gravity, all kinds of things.
It is such a simple point to grasp. If the premise, the Earth's surface is spherical, is refuted, and it is the case that it's not curving convexly or concavely, but is rather a plane, then yes, it does imply that the other ideas within the cosmological paradigm that was just previously refuted are then called into question. You can't just sustain those premises upon which stand upon the previous premise of the Earth being a spherical object. Yeah, if the premises which are contingent upon the premise that the Earth's surface is spherical is refuted, it's very obvious. So why are you not saying at that point the same thing that you've been saying the entire time, these fundy scientists? Well, we don't know what we don't know. It's okay to say we don't know. So why is it not okay to say we don't know now?
What's your point?
So annoying. I'm so tired of these flagrant, clear, patent, egregious inconsistencies.
Okay, this is such a very vague argument. What are you referring to?
I'm
You like
referring to the
ranting or
simple
arguing?
concept that if the doctrine of the surface of the Earth, right, being a sphere is refuted, they recognize that there are these implications that follow that undermine these other cosmological ideas that stand upon the premise that the Earth's surface is spherical. And rather than just saying, okay, so if we didn't actually know the Earth is not actually a ball flying around in a cosmic vacuum, then these other cosmological ideas we have, which stem from that or are contingent upon that, couldn't possibly be true, or they at least are called into question. But no,
I
their
actually agree
reply
with
is,
Gregory.
well, that doesn't account for this aspect and that aspect, rather than just saying, okay, so then we don't know the Earth is a sphere. So then these other
Yeah, for
ideas are called into question also.
yeah, for example, if the Earth is flat, then how does the globe explanation of eclipses work on a flat Earth?
It doesn't.
And if you
I
can't
agree.
answer me, then I need answers. And then somebody comes along and be like, "Oh man, that guy needs answers so bad. I better give him some answers." So he starts pulling things out his ass.
Like, it is not a logical requisite to account for all these other phenomenon in the cosmos in order to prove the veracity of the premise the Earth's surface is planar. Stop it.
That was a good argument. I'm so happy for you.
And not only that, as it concerns flat Earth, concerns the very same thing in principle as it concerns the globe Earth doctrine. That's not how they thought in history. They didn't think, unless I can have an omniscient account in this model that accounts for all the basic aspects or every single solitary aspect of the cosmos, then I can't know the Earth's surface is spherical. They didn't think like that when it came to their globe Earth doctrine. So why insist on thinking like that when it comes to the argument that the Earth's surface is flat? Be consistent.
So what you're trying to say is falsification is independent of replacement.
I don't care how irritated people are at that phrase. It's a very succinct aphorism that refutes what we just addressed.
But
Great.
what if people want to what if
I
people
followed
want a
your
replacement?
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
All right. So what if people want a replacement really, really badly?
It really, really doesn't matter.
Yeah, but like I want it badly. Like and like look, if not I'm insecure.
I need it.
Like much I can live without. So then I'm just gonna go back to what I know and I feel safe with.
Hey, have you got any evidence you live on a spinning space ball, Rice Ray?
But I don't think I do. Say I don't think I have good reasons to believe that, no.
What do you believe?
That water is flat on its face.
Fair
That
enough.
most of the earth is covered with water. Things go down because they're more dense than the medium they are in. They go up because they are less dense. It's not relative. The sun is moving above our head just like the moon is. It's pretty obvious unless you're a retard. It's not bigger than the Earth or whatever, but it's like hovering above it. Some
Are you
of
saying
the
it? You're trying to say it hovers like a spacecraft?
I don't know the way it hovers, but like it goes
I just
above
need
my
you to change
head.
your verbiage there. That can be somewhat funny. Yeah.
Right, so it moves above my head during
There
the
you
day.
go. That's better.
Yeah. I like to look at it. I love the sun. It's great. There's a couple of stars that go backwards sometimes.
Retrograde.
Yeah. And the rest of the stars they pretty much do their own things all the time the same.
Stars go backwards or planets go backwards?
Well, classical planets, that is. 7 days of the week, take out the moon and the sun.
Are you talking backwards, like with respect to time, or are you talking about just like perception?
I have no idea.
It looked
At
like
this
they
point,
changed.
some of the stars appears to go backward at one point.
Relative to the background stars is what it means.
Right. To me, it gets complicated at this point, but like, that's about. I have my little telescope and my P900. I like to look at the stars.
A lot of
Like,
people have those P900 bullshits. Are they cameras?
huh?
Sounds like you've been smoking the camera.
That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying, man.
look,
He
I
says
look
smoking the
at that
camera.
stuff.
Yep.
I look at that stuff, but
Damn.
I have no idea what I'm doing. Okay, I have
Have you
no
looked at
idea what I'm
Jupiter with the
doing.
P900 or the telescope?
Yeah, Jupiter, Saturn, Venus, a lot, Mars, all of it.
Talk about making the memory last and trying to get clarity.
And there are plenty of stars I don't know because all the other stars I have no idea. Every time I'm looking at another stars except the planets, the classical ones, I have no idea what I'm looking at. I'm just like, wow, that star is interesting. Sometimes I'm drawing it when I see it, and then I ask like my father or other people to draw it and like seek to see if it match, and it match, and I'm like, wow, it's great.
How far out can the camera see?
Well, it's P900, so it's 900. I have no idea. I told you I have no. I bought this camera because apparently I could watch the star, and
How much
like
was that camera?
basically about $1,000.
Because I was speaking to someone that used that camera to watch a ship disappear over the horizon, and it didn't. I'm thinking,
Yeah,
can a camera really see 10 miles out?
Well, they have
for long.
to. They're gonna have
The
to. Here's the
P1000.
thing. It'll be in the patch notes for the next update.
Like basically, like my cheap telescope or
Fixed
so,
edition.
like it's the same. Like the stars, they look the same in the telescope or in the camera. They literally just look the same.
Patch notes will say fixed an issue where ship just disappears off the horizon.
Yeah, they're gonna put you like an AI generated ship.
Makes Earth more curved for speartards.
Yeah, Michael really needs to step it up.
There must be a designer. I don't know who he is.
There's not an issue with
Must
the
be.
camera. They forgot to make sure you can see the ship.
I hate the gods.
Well, I mean, with the not to totally segue away, but I mean, I would say with the emergence some sort of AI.
Segue away.
Well, hold on. With the emergence of the hold on, I'm gonna connect this to flat Earth. With the emergence of GPTs and the ability for us to create our own model, I mean, it would be plausible to think that we could essentially create a GPT that would center around the flat Earth model.
Not
where
really.
in other spaces that wouldn't be the case.
I don't think that's possible, my friend.
Why not?
GPTs, AIs are all hosted under very strict parameters.
So we couldn't.
Yeah,
You would have.
but-
Oh, so it's in other words, we couldn't because it's still GPT
We cannot
API.
create any AI model externally with any AI existing model because of the parameters set, right? So every model is based off one model currently. I think there's only OpenAI and the new one Gecko by Elon Musk. OpenAI is under very, very strict parameters, so everything like ChatGPT, Monica, and all those other AIs use the same actual parameters. So if the parameter says Joe Biden great man, you cannot make any other AI say Joe Biden bad man, right?
Joe Biden is amazing.
Very